those years ago.
The Guard, literally our youngest average team.
And we unfortunately say goodbye to the Guard. Didn't feel like we saw much at all.
We've always had what it takes to win.
The Guard, you're Ascension champions in the Americas region.
But Valorant, it can't be a perfect game.
And the hopes and dreams of G2 have come to an end.
G2, the Ascension Dreamers, reaching new heights, locking in the grand finals.
Having the opportunity to stick together through this whole time and finally bring home a trophy would just mean everything to me.
이 순간을 제가 항상 꿈꿔왔는데
For Stax, somebody who was absent for so very long from the global stage.
Stax has to stand and accept his fate.
이 순간에 이제 오면은 항상 어떨까라는 생각도 많이 해왔었고
For DRX, their era of dominance, that has long since ended.
DRX에서는 좋은 시간을 많이 보냈지만 그래도 만남이 있으면 이별이 있는 법이니까
DRX cut down.
A statement win, this T1 team, the Usurpers.
T1!
They smoke Vitality.
Who's the best team in Korea now?
The wildest dreams coming true. T1 are going to the finals.
I'm proud of the boys for getting the win versus EDG, but now comes the bigger test.
인생을 살면서 가장 힘든 순간이 상대팀이 트로피를 들었을 때인데 트로피를 두 번 다시 놓치고 싶지 않습니다.
Guys, wait a minute.
We both worked hard to
We're
get to
gonna
the finals.
the live and
Believe me, we worked
start it
harder.
again right
T1은
after
여기서도
2
역사를
minutes
써내려갈 것입니다.
because
Will you?
the
Let's see.
notification is not working. Okay.
Sawasdee ผู้เล่น Valorant ชาวไทยทุกท่านยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ Final Match Master Bangkok และนี่คือ 2 ทีมสุดท้าย ขอเสียงตบมือต้อนรับตัวแทนจากโซนแปซิฟิกที่วอลอีซูบอส
Now it's working.
Meteo! On top!และนี่คือคู่ต่อสู้ของพวกเขา ตัวแทนจากโซนอเมริกา
Chada use.
ทูเจ้าเกโมเทรนวอร์เรนโจนาพี
Oh, me.
ลีจอร์จอาร์ที
ولعت.
It's time for the grand finals here in Bangkok, Thailand. G2 Esports, T1, two teams that fought tooth and nail to make it to this moment. And now it's an opportunity for either one of these teams to make history.
It absolutely is. G2, the first Ascension team to make a global final. A chance to win a trophy as well. And
اللايف شغال ولا بقطع؟
T1, they've been on a miracle run, but that means they're coming from the lower bracket and they're facing a two-ban advantage.
And there goes your series layout. Lotus, Haven, Abyss, and
More
Split
type
Pearl
of
if necessary. Kakuka, what you make of this?
I make of this that I thought the G2 was going to be banning the Haven. They decide to go for no buy, giving T1, Lotus and Haven, the two maps with the three sites. Not only that, G2 has decided that we are going to start here on Lotus. This has to be a power move. They're not here to just win on the AC basis. They want to prove that they can outcome.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Both teams undefeated on that.
That they are, but with very different approaches.
Not
It's
T1.
Fair.
He was close though.
Close.
almost there, yes. But for T1, this map has looked so good. It is the
What happened?
ultimate way to see the style clash between these teams. The Breach, Teo, Yoru, the meta that G2 has been defining versus T1, playing the double duelist that no one else is really playing, but it's a meta they've defined for themselves and have made such good on this tournament thus far.
Exactly. The stats, as you're saying, Mimi, are very different. And if we look at the individuals, as also you were mentioning, Trent and Jonah B, the way that they combo everything, we've seen so many things. Right now, Trent is leading with 13 kills with those salvos. Very, very further away from even the second place, which would be nobody with 7. And with the little amount, well, compared to the rest of them, of rounds that he has played, it is amazing to see this kind of combination between the two.
A familiar spot for some of these players. For Meteor, his third Masters final he's made in a row. Austin, the last one, trying to make good on that here. Agent Select is no surprises. The ISO Rays facing up against the Yoru, Breach, Teo. And I think the biggest thing to watch out for is how both these teams are going to brawl for a lobby. G2 has a ton of util to overwhelm with their double initiator comp, but T1 with that ISO shield, combos with the undercut, they have ideas to fight for that space heavily as well.
You mentioned the ISO. I think of Meteor. He was in every single grand final of Masters that last year. And not only that, every single one of them went to the final map, went right to the final map to just get an answer on who was going to be the winner.
All right, folks, our teams are locked in, and it's time for the first pistol round of this grand final. And this is going to be one for the books. And we've got just the casters to tell this story, and I'm so glad I get to send it to them. It's Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you, GB. What a road it is to get to this moment. Not for us, but
I think
for
في
these two
شغلات
teams.
بتأثر على الاتصال هون.
Their first grand final as a franchise here at a global
يكون طيب
G2.
صح؟
The same story coming in from that upper bracket.
And there's so many interesting storylines between
أصلاً
both
مفروض
these
تمام.
teams. They have so many players who have fought, who have clawed their way to finally get to the opportunity to lift a trophy. And this is a big moment.
Yes, كان
Both
مأثر
teams
هذاك.
have one player who have actually lifted a trophy, so there is going to be a little bit of that experience on both sides. However, it all comes down to this: 5 maps potentially to see who is going to be your first Masters winner for 2025.
Barriers drop, G2 on the attack, on the prowl, pushing forward. Sylvan here at the ready around the corner. The Paranoid. Blind, however, going to greet them there, but now the door opened up. The crunch coming in from T1. Meteor able to find a kill, gets a reset on the shield. Continues to push forward, ends up getting cut down, but Izu, the fadeaway, able to find 2. Is it something gets left to go 1v1?
Buzz, early flank here. So much pressure. He was able to get on his horse. Is going to be ready for it, using smoke to obscure himself. Seems to be somewhat aware.
Has to suss out a bunch of different angles here, but Widely looks to just try to stay
يمينك
tucked along
يمينك
the wall.
يمينك time.
He tries to get the flick, he cannot. T1 continuing to improve on their pistols, continuing to dominate in them. We'll find in the first round here, the grand final.
Yeah, this is interesting from T1. They set up a crunch around Mound. The last time that G2 had a pistol against EDG here, they set up for a trap at Mound. This time T1 are going to be the ones to collapse through. Meteor pops the shield. Trying to use that aftershock to block that angle, but can't quite get there. And a big swing in from Izu. Find a couple kills. And Buzz with that quick rotation able to catch a timing against Leaf and get a crucial opening round win here for T1. G2 going to buy up on this eco right away. They're going right into those stingers to try to see if they could take the wind out of T1's pistol victory. A bit of damage done here, but G2 being patient with that U-tilt. Desk was talking about it. Something that T1 excels at is control this space.
بس يا بابا بس. هدي شوي.
Anticipate these stingers in play. Little bit of damage off the salvo there onto Sylvan. Tucks back behind Rebel once again. Viper wall falls. Buzz gonna take it down. Sylvan only gonna be good for another, and here comes
Oh my god. Oh my god. راحت علي شو صار؟
Meteor on the floor, clear onto the stealth drone stacks. Gonna have to just try to backpedal. Still, it's quite a bit of damage. The flank being noted, being dominated. G2.
G2 ضد واحد.
On the force up. Looking to just go ahead and immediately tie up this scoreline.
Completely catches T1 off guard there.
GG بلع ها. 1 2
Stacks
3.
can find anymore.
And it's just gonna be clean. Cannot find another elimination.
Nice.
Jogamo, the only one taken down. Weapons scooped up. What a play call here from G2.
And this isn't something that they've done a lot during this tournament. They've generally kind of gone into the ecos and played them fairly straight. But this time around, it is all stingers, and it works a treat, and they are so clean with them. Almost as good as rifles, it feels like, in their hands. One of the calling cards of G2, and it comes into play, and it gets them a big round win early. And that's going to swing the momentum their way as well. It's T1, one Sheriff for Meteor. The rest is classics. Izu forced back by some of those concusses. Just going to willingly give up that space. Meteor trying to rotate in to help. Jog, such an annoying person to deal with on this map. The way he plays the Yoru is so unorthodox. He'll find those timings for TPs that just catch him completely off guard. He works off of the Viper smokes really well this time around, though. He's creating some attention, forcing the rotations out from T1.
بس يا بابا بس.
Cam was getting checked for earlier
بس
on.
يا عيوني.
We're able to go ahead and clear this one out. Valen's still going to be tucked just around the corner here. At least see that there's no one playing around that mount side, so rotation is beginning for T1. Sylvan going to be taken down, smattering of damage there on the Leaf. Stray shots in. Buzz not quite getting tagged up there. Push in towards Tree, however. Now he's going to be taken down. Jogamo able to find that, and it's going to be a quick pivot cross over towards that C site. Meteor with a nice shot. Does get rid of Leaf, but now Izu getting ready to be overwhelmed as the salvos fly his way, trying to find a safe space. Just here on the corner. Push in and somehow wins out the fight versus Valen. Isn't quite ready yet for Jaw, but
30 seconds left.
Meteor and Stacks just to try to see if they can deal a little bit of additional damage. Shock Dart goes flying through. Push out. Stacks getting a couple headshots across.
2v2.
See if they'll find a kill on the Jonah P. Meteor looking for a timing. Swings
oh
the
my
corner,
goodness.
to the shoulder, but cannot find the kill. Jaw with the finisher will get G2 into the lead.
Well, for what it's worth, T1 does damage, but G2 here working the map really, really nicely. They start on the C side, they make a bunch of noise. That gets the rotations out of T1. They go over to A. It takes a little bit longer than they probably would have liked. They clear out Sylvan pretty effectively, but then they catch some of the players, or at least assume that some of the players went over to A side after the toxic screen goes up, but they're ready with the TP with Jog, with a couple players on the other side of the map, rotate back over to C. Izu does a nice job holding on, finding a kill, but already G2 showing a lot of variation in how they're going to approach this attacker side compared to maybe some of what they've done earlier. A lot of times they're happy to brawl against EDG. They fought for A Rebel relentlessly.
Get into the first real buy round here. Already some damage sent out, Buzz. Bounce those paint shells forward. Pushed away, Jonah P. Moving forward, trying to fill that space. As Buzz just going on the offensive. He goes diving forward, but gonna be met with a headshot. A solid shutdown. Where's the Armageddon gonna be dodged out? The player advantage once more for G2 as they get the plant down on this B site. Shock darts flying, not finding much. Sylvan needing to be able to break through.
هيدا جيتو رايحة already لأنهم زرعوها ولسه ستيم كامل. فما بيقتلوهم لو قتلوهم T1
Sylvan on the peak, able to find Jogamo.
القنبلة جي جي.
Still a player on the hard angle. And he's able to break through.
لا فيها
trying to keep them in this. Another round of salvo is going to be sent out for Trent.
راح يفكها. لازم يفكوها.
1v3 just trying to play for time. Gets a headshot on his Stacks. The tap for Meteor.
Oh my goodness.
Dwindling, ticking, Trent playing it beautifully.
Oh, بالحكش.
He will fall, but the round is theirs.
بالحكش بس. Oh my god. Nice one.
to keep G2 in the lead.
Oh my goodness.
Nice one.
Trent has been so good this event. And a lot of the things I was thinking about with him isn't just his individual mechanics, it's the way that him and Jonah P pair their utility. And this time around, it's the Armageddon there that cuts off the rest of T1 from flooding in with Buzz. Buzz tries to get ahead of it, pays the price. Sylvan does a hell of a job to break through there. Great recognition of the angles of the close quarters fight that he was going to be in. But Trent spamming through the wall, finds two heads with the Guardian. And T1 left stunned. A Guardian and a Vandal of their own, some Sheriffs, so a little bit of a buy-up. Jawgemo gonna go on a walkabout. Not gonna see much until he gets to see.
Shifting over, stealth drone as well, there to just go ahead and further spot out easy. Rotations starting to come through as he applies the pressure. Cage is up, but ends up getting blinded. Meteor's there for the catch. Maybe anticipating or just happening upon that gate crash. Either way, happy little accident there for him. Buzz with the showstopper. Able to find Valorant. Leaf quickly shuts him down. Meteor off screen, however, able to find Trent. And we go into a 4v2 as T1 off the back of the Red Bull clutch from G2. Try to pull off a Thrifty. Meteor just here along the outskirts. Finds the first, finds the second. Instantaneous with the headshots. And with minor investments, T1 will answer back.
Man, Meteor's all over the map on this round. He finds where Jawgemo is going to come out of the dimensional drift, clears the teleport even, throws the ult right before the showstopper comes out. And he's got the Tejo, he's got Trent locked in there. And he's able to work his way through the Viper smoke to find those fine 2 kills. And Stax is letting him know, good job. And that was just a really proactive round there by T1. Good reactions to some of that pressure that G2 was trying to create. Some big ultimates there being used on both sides. Viper's Pit gonna be there for Leaf if they can get there.
This gives them a big upper hand as far as the economy is concerned moving forward. G2 once again back to a couple stingers. Not the full send across the team. Always have to put respect on that weapon when it's in these players' hands. Somehow, some way, they just managed to make it hit different.
Dude, it is unreal what they can do with Stingers. It is so impressive, and it gives them so much versatility. I mean, one of the most impressive things about G2 is just the wide range of guns that they're able to employ. I mean, you think about Leaf with the Outlaw, the Stingers across the board. They're great with Sheriffs, they're great with rifles. They have so much that they can bring at you, and they're so aware of negative space. One of the best things about this team is just understanding when they've left space open. Just look at Leaf right now. He's double checking C. He's re-clearing Mound.
Paint shelf from Buzz here to try to delay. Swings onto the corner.
Oh,
for 2. However, answering right back. Buzz and Sylvan will hit the floor. It's going to be a weapon. 2 weapons, in fact, that can be picked up. So a bit more even firepower for G2. They look to maintain this lead. Izu's still a world away, wary about that late lurk potentially there from Leaf, but he's here on the site. He's catching Stax completely off guard.
Fokak.
Here.
Надо GG.
Back, swinging around over towards this drop side.
Wujek.
Slides down the ramp. Double face. Jonah P there to collect. Everything on the shoulders of Izu. Trying to tie it up at 3-3, but he's got to get a 1v3 to make that happen.
Couple players weak. There's an opportunity if he can get Leaf.
He cannot. A MasterCard Thrifty. G2 keeping themselves out in front.
Well, it wouldn't be a T1 match unless they were dropping against Thrifties. That tends to be something that has happened to them. To be fair, it was often against EDG. Both of them trading a lot of those Thrifty wins, but this is something that G2 excels at, winning in Thrifties. Again, it comes down to the way that they play together, the way that they can utilize some of those weaker buys. And they're able to brawl on Rubble. Trent, so good so far on that Tejo. 8-3 and 4 right now across the scoreline. This is going to bring a timeout from T1 early to try to reassess the situation. I mean, some decent ideas, but you got to figure out how you can avoid some of that damage from the Stingers and things like that. And G2's working the map. I would say T1's actually moving with them pretty well.
Yeah.
But they're getting beat at the punch. They're getting beat in firepower.
These last few moments in those rounds, that clutch from Trent, this one here, the 2 kills off the back of Buzz's heroics there at Rubble. T1 just letting these moments slip through their grasp.
And he's so dangerous in so many ways. I mean, I just have been floored with Trent. watching him in Americas, watching the way he plays in this event, whether it be on Sova or Tejo, he is so destructive because he's so good with his utility. And him and Jonah P combo the stuns and the damages. I mean, you've seen so many aftershock kills from Jonah P because they're able to combo off of Tejo's stun into that. Things like that that are just so well orchestrated. And they talked about it in one of their interviews that they just do it on the fly. They just figure it out because they've been playing together for so long that they just know. Just got that mind meld going.
Get the hive mind online for a team. It's when they become the most dangerous team in the world, when they can become the best team in the world. G2 certainly want to prove here today. Quick exit there from Jaw. No damage taken. Stacks just playing forward here. Trying to catch somebody off guard on a bit more of an open angle. Izu hearing that stealth drone moving forward. Plays forward into the smoke. Now we'll look to reposition.
1,
Jonah
2,
really
3.
teasing this corner.
Looks like
it's going to be Jogamo to try to lead the charge, though. Stacks cannot line it up.
Damn.
IGL going to be taken down. One of the Guardians purchased out of their hands. Still decent firepower available to T1, but G2 continue to play this very slowly.
That's going to let T1 figure out that B is a little bit empty, so they're actually rotating back to A. They have no idea. They've had no contact at C either. It's just a pause here from G2 that opens up the space they need to take this site cleanly, force T1 into a retake with bad numbers and a Viper's Pit to boot.
As that util flies, T1 get the bad news. Meteor trying to go on a timing, but Jogamo locks on. Now the Vandal on the floor. 2 Sheriffs, a Guardian. Against a Pit and a full 5 stack from G2. Pretty much impossible task for T1. The cam quickly gets cleared out. No vision gained. No advantages eked out. Got picked up, but just spamming up in towards upper. Able to find one. Sylvan will be able to answer one back. Trent quick to reply.
Last one.
It's not a flawless, but damn near one. Is Izu gonna see if he can find a little bit more.
GG's.
It's a nice headshot on the Jonah P, but G2 just overwhelming. Willing to just slow down the pace and constantly make T1 doubt to rethink their reads.
Yeah, I really like the game plan that G2 has come in with today. Something that T1 can kind of be guilty of is overcommitting or over-rotating. So if you play really patiently against them, reminds me a bit at times of what Vitality did to them in the opener of Swiss Stage. It throws them off guard. You know, they're not really winning these Rubble fights. When they take them, they maybe come out even at best. And on top of that, they're just getting out-rotated at times. Valen gonna be able to TP safely. No real congestion from the side of T1. A little bit of util thrown that way. This time, though, they've shifted Izu over towards A, left Sylvan onto C on his own. 3 players at B. Is this going to be some kind of attempt at a lurk here for Meteor? Or are they just going to try to crunch right outside of the doors?
Came over the top. The Armageddon to displace Izu. Tries to shift away. Staying tucked here for the moment. Stacks desperately trying to catch anyone here with this Hunter's Fury. Sylvan does find the late lurker. Leaf going to be taken down. Called a pivot. A lot less likely now. As Meteor does find Valen. Jaw thinking about going for the push, is able to do so. Breaks down that shield, finds the headshot. Trent answering one back. But now finds himself here on his lonesome, spike in hand. Just sandwiched into tree. Paranoia flies his way, avoids it, but thinks he confirms the kill. It's a little bit of a double take. Offsets the aim, can't get it. T1 answer back with a 3rd round win.
Yeah, I like what T1 does here. They willingly give up that space. Let G2 use some of that util early. Great anti-lurking here from Sylvan. Good awareness, and Meteor able to get the refresh on that shield as well. Hiding around that corner. And the crossfire is really nice. Stacks his ult. Even though it doesn't really catch any damage, able to buy a lot of time for T1 to get into place, to stop that execute from even happening. Now you've got another kill contract for Meteor. Rolling Thunder there for Jonah P.
Another dimensional drift for Jaw. Salvo's out. One of the trips getting cleared, the other one still situated there in front of Waterfall. Makes the call, says sights all opened up. Looking for
timing.
image, and Izu does play off a nice spam. As here comes the kill contract. Valen. The fragging IGL, can he find it? The answer is no. Meteor able to pick him apart, and now T1 full forces here. Leaf on a very late lurk, needs Jonah P to buy some time, but Buzz is here with a backstab.
GG, T1, come back.
T1 already very aware. Izu's been watching this angle for quite some time. Stacks as well from Waterfall, keeping his eyes in this general direction, and it's actually going to be Leaf who wins it, down to 10 HP.
Mesela HP anda. GG.
That's likely just going to lead to the call. Go for the save, hold on to the weapon. Cash-wise for G2, it's not strong. Need to try to retain this one. T1, left. I think given who they're going up against, more than happy, even though he's down to 10 HP, to not go hunting.
Yeah, I think this is one you can let go. Leaf has been way too good this year. Don't want to challenge that. Unless you felt like maybe Buzz, you could send him out to get the ult orb with the extra cash that he has, but still. T1 also in a situation where a few of the players, the money isn't great, so just hold on, get this round, try to see if you can get things back to even here. But this has been a great back and forth so far from both of these teams. And again, T1 playing with tremendous patience, letting those hits come, and before the spike can get planted, that's when they start their attack. That's when they throw out the vulnerable Izu combos with a spray through the smoke to find the kill, to kick things off, and that completely slows everything down. And then you're not able to get that rolling thunder going because you got another player who's grabbed in the ult from Izu, or excuse me, from Meteor. So everything kind of just crumbling piece by piece there for G2. Never really able to get that execute that they were looking for off the back of Jog's ult.
Well, now a timeout call from the side of G2. Clearly not happy that T1 getting back into the driver's seat here, making this a bit more contentious. Knowing that they need to have that advantage from the attacker side before they shift over to the defense. And this has been such a strong map for G2 throughout this year, not dropping it. They don't want to start here today, not in the grand final.
Oh, they've got multiple maps in this pool that they haven't dropped yet this year. The crazy thing is that actually these two teams, their map pools square up pretty nicely in terms of what they like to play, what they don't like to play. I mean, the fact that Fracture is a ban here for the side of G2 is like crazy. You know, T1 has to be thanking them, you know, thanking their lucky stars a little bit. That has been one of their worst maps this year, to be frank. But the rest of it, the way through, looks really good for both squads. So this should be a very, very tough fought match. Tooth and nail the whole way through. So far, it's been living up to that.
You can already see the parity between the kills for the most part here. Meteor, Trent out in front for their respective teams. Once again, T1 eyeing up this fight over Rubble just a bit. Not heavily committing to this one. They do stay back a bit as Valen swinging in.
GG.
Tries to put that singer to use, does take Sylvan so very low, but can't quite confirm that kill.
They're so fast with him too. Jog just gonna TP back. Watching to see if anybody's gonna be chasing. Paranoia there to clear space, and here go Meteor and Buzz thinking about making a push. They're gonna pack off.
Got the undercuts out as well. Leaf just setting up that poison orb, clearing out the tripwire. Izu once again alone here on the C site. The stun. It's getting the daze. Flash gonna be avoided. Everything kind of flying his way. Swings around the pillar into the cyber cage once again. Izu. He's been so successful with this, but this time it's red and shut down. A Rolling Thunder at the ready over towards Waterfall, and that's gonna connect to just about two players, and Leaf turning back towards the defender's side access. Is able to find Meteor. G2 off the timeout call. Looking to turn the tides here. It shows up from Buzz. He is able to find Trent. He and Stacks. Long time coming. Will both die together. What a shot from Jonah P. Jog screen picking up the 3K. And G2 getting themselves up to 6.
And it's the pace. The change of pace here. A lot of times when they've been rotating, they've been a little bit slower. They've been taking their time. They've been methodical. This time it's just go, go, go to C. Right after a bit of a congestion for the A side. They didn't like what they saw. Immediately rotated the other direction, put some pressure on Izu, and T1 figured it out a little bit too late. And Izu couldn't find much value. He bought a little bit of time, but at the end of the day, G2 just swarmed him, took him out, got the plant down, used that rolling thunder to buy some extra time, some extra space, and even got a showstopper out of T1 to end that round. That is a big, big victory for them. And the money gonna be very weak here for T1 if they can't win this round. Buzz on 0 credits, a few players at 100. So this is a very pivotal round. It could end up being an 8-4 for G2 if they win this one to start this opening match of Masters Bangkok.
Similar setup here, Buzz. Just about able to find the shots here, but down to 5 HP. Somehow dances around those bullets out from Leaf. Paint shells just go ahead and shove G2 back in the opposite direction. Now they're going to
تطالع هذا هو
towards Mound.
يصير طالع بموي سودك سودك تتفرج انا وياك نتفرج سوا
out over towards C.
نتفرج معي
They're on the stacks, the stealth drone pushing forward, not spotting much of anything. Buzz trying to go for a timing with Leaf, just a little bit faster, able to find it. Scales forward here into the site. Gets himself over towards that connector door.
30 seconds left. Poison's off.
Shorty in hand. Push over the corner, and Sylvan not ready for it at all. Gets cut down, Izu frantically dancing around, 10 HP remaining. Just trying to bait here, trying to buy some space for Meteor. Push into the smoke, Fallon going to be caught off guard, but Stacks cannot hold the line. The B site now open, the plant can come through. Izu swinging all the way around over towards upper, and now he has everything to do. It's just 10 HP. Does he just opt to go and save this weapon as they get ready to go into the last round here of the half? Does manage to snap on to find one. Trent eliminated, but looks like he's just going to take that kill and get out. G2, back-to-back rounds. They guarantee an advantage at the half.
They're spreading the map so nicely here, and it's really confusing T1. Even though T1 wins the early fight, G2 is able to take a lot of space towards B and towards C. And they're never really comfortable on figuring out exactly which way they wanted to go. And then Leaf able to best Sylvan this time around in the lurk battle. Opens up a huge, huge crossfire towards Stacks. He is left on an island. Meteor trying to get through to help him out, but can never really find the comfort when those doors towards B are opened. So what is this buy gonna look like here for T1? Looks like a Guardian for Izu. Kind of curious what else they're gonna be able to scrape together. Nice paranoia. The initial shots just a little bit off for Buzz, actually. Gave Jog a chance there. Leaf so good in this round. So ready for the angles that T1 was gonna want to take to try to reinforce the other side of the map. Shutting him out pretty well. And a little bit of a pause.
Yep. Looks like we do have a tech pause. Our best detectives are on it. Hopefully, quick one so we can get into this last round of the half. G2, like you were saying, potential for that 8-4 start here on Lotus. T1, they can recover it to a 7-5 on the defender side. Given the composition, I'd say that it is still pretty well in hand, pretty well possible.
It'd be well within their grasp, for sure. With the way that we've seen them play this map, with how well they really played on the attacker side yesterday, in particular against EDG. I mean, I think it was like a couple maps where EDG was only able to get, 4 rounds, 5 rounds on their defender side total. It was just really oppressive what T1 could do there.
Well, just a little bit of a heartbeat issue there. Seems like everything is good to go. Now we go ahead. See how this half is going to conclude. Dimensional Drift available here for Jaw. The buy, as you were talking about, kind of all over the place. A Glass Cannon Guardian here for the side of Buzz. Looking like something on Bind from last year.
They're not willing to contest Rubble at all. Checking to see how far up exactly they pushed with that Boombot. Stealth drone to check. Sometimes Buzz likes to go onto the other side of the rubble there, so it's wise to clear that space before you move through. Just a little bit of a TP to see if they can bait out some players of T1 to make an aggro risky peek, but T1 this time gonna be disciplined. One of the things they're gonna really need to dig deep here today with what G2 has shown so far. They're playing patient. They're playing slow. T1 needs to be able to match that. or find ways to just turn the screws on him and just turn up the tempo. Sylvan just going on a fact-finding mission. Jogamo going to respond in kind with the dimensional drift. He's going way deep.
That lurk from Leaf. Still here in case they want to go for the pivot. It looks like they're going to try to do that. Smoke over onto upper. Snake bite out. Leaf with some spray. And Meteor just going to be overwhelmed trying to escape. Isu able to find one. The neural theft now going to be invested 4v4. Stacks able to get himself a weapon upgrade. Those being reveals no real way to try to play off of this information. T1 able to just cursory idea of positioning here from G2.
Buzz is going to have to go huge here. Still 2 blast packs to open up some space, but G2 has given up that space to set up these crossfires.
Time is ticking. They're still not even really stepping into the site. Buzz now trying to start to go for it. Jonah trying to play anti-flash here. He's just keeping his eyes over towards that connected door, but as he swings back in alongside Valen, Buzz is going to be taken down, and Valen is taken over. 3 kills from the IGL. Secures a 4-round lead for G2 at the half.
Just brilliant game plans coming in here for this attacker side for
G2.
Patience pays off. It pays dividends. As G2 has an 8-4 lead going into the half.
T1 maybe starting to sweat a little bit. You know that this is your opponent's map pick, but it also is a strong map for them. Need to be able to rally back on that attacker side. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it. See if they can pick up another pistol round, but 4 rounds after closing a pistol, not the scoreline you want to be seeing if you are tier 1, if you are T1 rather. But now, as we go into the halftime break, we have a very special guest standing by. You always love to see him. It's the one and only Benkai.
สวัสดีครับโอ้โหกลับมาอีกแล้วนะครับผมในช่วง half time นะครับผมหรือว่าพักครึ่งแล้ววันนี้เรามีแขกรับเชิญพิเศษอีกแล้วครับผม Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with Benkai คำถามแรกเลยที่ผมอยากถามเบงไคนะครับผมอยากรู้ว่าเมื่อกี้เนี่ยเขาเพิ่งมี walk out มาใช่ไหมก็คือว่าเป็นการเปิดตัวนักแข่งถ้าเกิดว่าใครดู Valorant มานานจะรู้นะครับว่าเขาเป็นคนที่มีศิลปะเรื่องนี้มากเลยอยากรู้ว่ามีคำแนะนำอะไรหรือเปล่านะครับผม Benkai, as we all know, I think I consider you as one of the players who have the master of walkouts. You know, you've mastered the art of walkouts. Is there any you know, recommendations or advice for the walkouts just now?
I mean, the last time I played against G2, I walked out as a penguin, so I thought that would inspire them or something. But it was so like, I don't know what to think about their walkout.
Alright ก็สำหรับเขาบอกว่าครั้งที่แล้วที่ไปพ่ายแพ้ให้กับ G2 นะครับก็เดินออกมาเป็นเพนกวินเนาะก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันว่าทำไมไม่มีอะไรประมาณนั้นนะครับผมเป็น walk out ที่ธรรมดานะครับผม and yeah just one more question which team are you rooting for อยากรู้ว่าชนะคิดว่าทีมไหนจะชนะนะครับ
I mean I'm dressed very appropriately because I came to pay my respects to G2.
Wow โอเคนะครับผมก็ใส่ที่แต่งตัวเรียบร้อยมานะครับผมก็เพราะว่าอยากที่จะให้เกียรติ G2 นะครับผมก็ไม่รู้ว่าจะหมายความว่ายังไงนะครับแต่อย่างไรก็ตามเดี๋ยวเรากลับไปเกมครับผม Ladies and gentlemen that will be it for now we'll go back to the game
Always love to see him. We'll see though if it's going to be respecting G2 as Masters winners or if it's going to be putting them 6 feet under.
Well, it's a very strong start for G2. Let's see what T1's got dialed up here. G2 already looking to really gum up the works, either towards B or towards C mound, and that's the direction that T1 is going to be leaning. You've got both the Breach and the Taeho util available to slow this hit down. Stacks wants to check with the recon, but the smokes out front dissuade T1 from continuing down that path. Izu, in the meantime, has taken a ton of space, but that's going to get checked and cleared.
Stealth drone will shove him back. Now, Salvo's pushing him into the open. Izu just going to be picked off, even some damage there. Now on to Buzz. Already the round well poised to go the way of G2.
Those combos are so good. The way they set those up, the timings they have on the fly, just so brilliant from G2.
One shock to backside, nothing there to receive it. Jaw, however, on the corner. A one tap on the Meteor, finishes off Buzz. Tips of the spear, eliminated Stacks. Finds one, was immediately traded out, and now it's down to Sylvan. He is greeted by Leaf on the flank. And that is going to be
عليكم
a pistol
السلام
going the
ورحمة
way
الله
of
يا هلا.
G2. 1-1 in that regard, but
الآن
after
لا
closing
لا
out
نشوف
the
البطولة
eco
حاليا.
round in the first half,
هلا عبد الله.
they're so well poised to claim Lotus as their own.
There it is again. Just the combo utility from Trent. Gets you a free kill basically, and it was right at the moment that T1 was trying to come through the door to help Izu out. And it completely stalls the space take from them. And then it just all falls apart. G2 is able to get into those positions to deny the plant. And T1 is left with just a sheriff for Meteor as their buy.
Talent this range.
بعد الفطور نلعب روكت ليج.
Put stacks down to 40. Meteor trying to intrude on that B site. Met by 2. Quickly falls.
And the Stingers are annoying against ISO as well, because they're going to deal with that shield very quickly. So in that regard, G2 has a bit of an upper hand. Jog with the Outlaw. Usually you see Leaf with it, but with him being on the Viper.
1, 2, 3, GG.
Can he get him on the peak?
Boom.
He absolutely
Boom.
can. Snappy there from Jaw. It's a little bit of damage. Able to exit.
Oh my goodness.
Sylvan cannot find a catch. Leaf stays alive. Picked up here by Buzz as he tries to get that showstopper online. Hugs along the wall.
سحب رخصه.
Manages to collect them both. Wow. Leaf Trent gonna be eliminated now. Buzz, a recovered Bulldog, asked to do absolutely everything.
Ooh.
And Jaw's just stomping on him.
What a round from Jog. Doing great work with the Outlaw. And then breaking Buzz's ankles at the end. He is so tricky on this Yoru. One of my favorite to watch in the world, just in terms of how he's able to TP around you, how he's able to use information against you. A lot of times you're seeing him work off the toxic screen. This time, he's just waiting. Gets the kill. There's a smoke there. TP's right back. I mean, Buzz is kind of ready for it, but it didn't matter. He was bunny hopping his way towards him.
Oh my God.
yeah, I agree.
Even the coaching staff, and that's the thing, Jogamo gets going, no one is ready for him. Hard to get a read on what he's gonna do because he doesn't have a plan. He just sends it. And oftentimes it is working out for him. As Salvos once again, so much value. Sylvan at 41, Buzz 29. Meteor not gonna be able to get any kind of reset here on that double tap. Buzz around the back, trying to watch this position. Scalesport in front of the smoke. It does manage to actually catch Valen off guard. Down to 6 HP. Zizu tries to break things open through this connector into the B site. Dodges the stun, forces Trent away. They've got Jonah P. He's out here within the smoke. The fake out pops just in case, and Jonah does get taken down. Continued spam here. Maybe Izu anticipating that Jaw is going to be pushing off the back of his own fake out. Comes away with a free gifted kill.
I like the tap of the door here to sell that you're still going A. That's kept G2 planted, looking that direction, while T1 moved in the other. They're screaming over towards C. B, though, gonna be checked and cleared by Leaf. Buzz just holding there, looking for the potential lurk. Izu going on a bit of a walkabout himself.
Double flankers available here for T1, but Leaf is now starting to get himself in position. Still just that stinger in hand, does get smoked off here at Waterfall.
Took a long time to get here, man.
Paranoia now sent. Buzz on the move. Izu just gonna rotate back across through main. There's the Salvos once again. They try to delay. 8 seconds remaining here. There's the push. There's the spike drop.
Timing.
And I don't think they have the time. They need the stinger right now. They just can't get it done. Everyone is dying, falling to the wayside.
Oh my goodness.
Stinger Vandal doesn't matter. Leaf is just different. G2 get to 11.
Unbelievable stuff from G2. But it's the time that works against T1.
They're
able to pretty effectively sell a fake, but they don't have a ton of information on what's going on the other side of the map.
كانت
So
الغلبة
they slowwalk almost the whole way.
لهدليك.
And that buys
شالوهم.
enough time for G2 to get the read, to get to the other side, and wipe T1 out of this round, probably out of this map.
Bracelets.
They all want the MVP. They all want the MVP.
We'll see. Right now, still very much up for grabs. Still a lot more Valor that needs to be played before somebody can claim it. But G2, they want that 1-0 start. They want dominance. They want to send T1 reeling backstage from a devastating loss.
This is so tough now.
GG.
Jonah P, what a
There's no
position.
way to read. They are everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. Omnipresent on the map. Izu answers one back, stops it from being a flawless, but that is as good as it gets. Map point now for G2.
I mean, there's just nothing that T1 can do well. They can't win the Rubble fights. The U-tilt just too oppressive. The crossfire is so good. And even with the paranoia hitting, Sylvan takes such a tight angle around Rubble. He gets cut down instantly. Well, the rest of T1 fall like a house of cards. G2 huffed and puffed and blew them away. And this has been quite a shocking start. It looked so good. It was 4-5 at one point. It looked like it was going to be a banger back and forth. And then since then, G2 has just run away with 7 rounds in a row, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. 7 rounds in a row, the fans here passionately cheering for G2. Final timeout call from T1 to see if they can get anything that they can then glean and try to push forward into the second map here of this series. But Economy, once again, not going to be in a very strong place. There's a showstopper, a neural theft. Jog him on the opposite side. Dimensional drift.
It's a bit reminiscent of the way things went against EDG for T1 on that split, where they were just kind of getting blown out, and then they were able to string a few more rounds together, get some confidence in the next map, make it a series. But right here, right now, you know, it's all about just that momentum, just trying to find a few round wins, you know, a big play from one of your big playmakers, Buzz, Meteor, who knows, Izu, Sylvan. Everybody's got the potential. A little bit of a congestion towards the back of Rubble, but so far, no real play off of it for G2. They're tucked firmly behind. T1 should just accelerate here. They have met 0 resistance.
They are going to go pushing forward. Trent just pulling back, trying to get everybody rotated into position. Izu trying to go for a lurk. About to walk forward into B, but Leaf once again swoops out, finds a kill. That much more pressure here on Izu to try to deliver showstopper. Point blank, Trent going to be taken down. Valen able to find one. It's now a 3v3 with the dimensional drift in play, but Buzz takes down the opposing captain. Jaw trying to lead the charge here, but now realizes that he's all on his lonesome. Goes pushing out, trying to go for the shorty. This time, Buzz is well prepared. T1 will break the round win streak here from G2. But from here on out, they now need the streak 7 in a row to get it into overtime.
Certainly seems like a almost impossible mountain to climb for T1. Good round here. Able to, again, just make some good decisions off of the space being given up. Just make a confident play. Get in there. Send Izu on the lurk. Simplify the round a little bit. They're able to come through with a pretty clean win. But Obuz
just has to continue going forward. There's the spam out. The recon from Stax revealing so many. With Buzz dead, there's no one to try to play off the information. Jonah P now lingering here within the smoke, backing off, anticipating a retap on the door. Going pushing, guiding Meteor forward through connector Trent on this right side angle to try to intercept and shut down. Shifts over towards upper. Push under the corner. Some damage going to be exchanged here. Looking for the stun, and he just re-peeks it. Meteor desperately trying to get away, but cannot. Trent looks to hold this down. Make it unassailable. Just Stax and Sylvan remaining. A 2v5. A desperate bid to try to keep this map going. Sylvan will find the first, but he eats so much damage. It's an easy grab for Leaf as he looks for the second and final kill here on Lotus. A bit more fight here, it would seem.
GG.
We'll go ahead and put them down. 13-5 G2, making a statement on their map pick of Lotus.
Absolute destruction here. They had T1's number so well throughout this.
T1 needing to rally back. They have their map pick of Haven coming up, but G2 have clearly been doing their homework. We'll see what happens when we come back after the break.
Nice try. NT. Let's go. They're already shook. It's a marathon. Take advantage of it. Guys, not even close. Go, Jota, go, Jota, go, Jota, go. Just let me work. I'm gonna go. Nice, Jake. I'm in the game, baby. Bracelet, bracelet, bracelet. Bracelets.
Bracelets. Bracelets. Good. Nasıl duyuyorum babacım?
Cheesy Detroit pan pizza, crunchy and yummy.
Cevap ne?
Honor the craving, Domino's.
Alo, abi gelmiyor musun? Bekle abi, geliyorum. Bir saniye, alıyorum ben biletleri.
Her anın sponsoru Selfie artısıyla geldi.
Ya bana bırak. Tamam, bıraktım. 2 tane bilet alabilir miyiz?
Hafta sonu bir sinema bileti alan Selfie'liye ikinci bilet bedavaya geliyor, film keyfi 1+1 yaşanıyor.
Şimdi ne yapıyoruz? Acele etme kanka, daha yeni başlıyoruz.
Sacras el futuro, hermano.
بس يا حنفي. Baba, vamos montar? Tá. Ah, está. Tudo bem. شو بدك فصون انت؟
guys, Jen Lee here with Josh RT. Now Josh, first global grand finals for G2, so far so good. Now this time you have Jogamo with you, the guy that's been there, done that. So, you know, what do you think he adds to the game, especially in a big one like this?
I think his demeanor, his calm, I mean, honestly, his vibes, like he always makes it kind of fun. Him and Jonah especially are kind of just making it just like a normal day of practice in a way. So like I've been telling the boys, like, yeah, we feel the energy of a grand finals, but let's just take care of business.
And also about that Lotus pick, power move?
Sort of. We felt like our Lotus is just stronger, and it showed. But T1's an excellent team. I'm expecting a counter punch right back on Haven. They have a really good Haven, so I expect a really, really tight Haven match.
All right, thank you for your insights and good luck on Haven.
And now it's time for our HyperX Reflex moment, and this one is going to go to Trent, and G2 picks up the win. Looking rather good in the process, and Kukuka, gotta say, Trent looking like an MVP player out here.
Absolutely. We've been talking about it every single day, how good the utility is, how much impact they have, and actually, especially on this post plans, G2 was extremely effective. They only lost one, and it was on that pistol round right at the beginning of the map. That was also a round that T1 couldn't convert into the second one. It wasn't a first good map for T1, let's just say that.
Yeah.
G2 showed a very different game plan on this map of Lotus versus how they played when they beat EDG. When they played against EDG, it was all about the A-Rubble fights, dominating with superior utility in that space. But here they had a read to give those A-Lobby fights, go for a lot of mid-round re-clears, and aim to finish B a lot. That was a weakness that I think Josh RT found in prep, and it paid off big time for a strong start for those Ascension underdogs.
Indeed, it did. And there you can see Trent there. We talked about it before, making the case for an MVP award. But on the other side, though, Jogamo stepping up big time in this one, guys.
Yeah.
An absolute barn burner of a performance for Mimi. And one thing is for certain is that if he's outputting like this in the series, everyone on T1 needs to watch out.
This is why they picked him up. Jaw is a big game player. You heard it from Josh. He adds a certain aura to the team, being a guy who's been there, done that, lifted trophies, which no one else on G2 has done before. And after having a solid tournament, to see him returning to peak form in this finals just makes sense.
Yeah, and having him potentially joining Sassy and winning champs and also a Masters title today. And also with the performances that he's been having during the Swiss days and most of the tournament, he hasn't been the #1. Oh my God, this is the guy I'm going to look at. Exactly, because he hasn't needed to. But I think he really understands the way that T1 plays and the playstyle that they have, because back in the day when he was in EG and all of that, they used to run that double duelist on split. They also played a lot with the duelist and the chamber, which we could also put the similarities there to put him with two duelists. So he really knows how to play against this playstyle.
Yeah, and he was also almost always playing Raze back when he was on EG. He was that hyper proactive dive player. Now he's on the Yoru, has to play a lot more for the team, has to take more 50-50 teleports, where he's sacrificing himself to give G2 winning positions, but he's still putting up performances regardless. And he's going to go back to the Yoru on Haven. And like you mentioned, this is another stronghold for T1, another double duelist comp for them here.
Yeah, that's right. There you can see the series layout. If you're just joining us here, 13-5 conclusion from Lotus there for G2. And you heard Josh RT earlier talked about how they felt confident in that map. They knew that they could take it and the proof was in the pudding, but they also know that Haven is going to be a challenging one. And speaking of, let's actually send it over to Jen Lee yet again, who's standing by with Coach Autumn.
Hey guys, Jen Lee here with Coach Autumn. Now Autumn, Abyss has been T1's permaban. You don't have to tell me the truth, but how many times have you guys actually scrimmed Abyss? Or how much practice did you guys have on this map after you got here in Bangkok? 감독님, 어비스가 고정밴이었잖아요. 이제 해야 될 텐데 얼마나 완성도가 있는지 궁금합니다. 뭐 스크림이나 연습 어느 정도 하셨을까요?
일단 당연히 어비스란 맵도 꾸준히 연습을 하고 있던 맵이기도 하고 중간에 이제 메타 변화가 있었을 때 저희가 그때 사실 어비스만큼은 좀 조합에 대한 갈피를 못 잡았어가지고 저희가 사실상 밴을 하게 됐었는데 오히려 이제 G2가 결정이 나고부터는 G2는 이제 조합 컨셉이 사실 저희가 옛날에 쓰던 조합과 유사하기 때문에 그거에 맞춰서 저희가 짠 조합이 있는데 그 준비가 좀 어느 정도 돼 있어가지고 그렇게까지 큰 걱정은 하지 않고 있습니다.
It we've been consistently practicing and scrimming on Abyss, and of course, when the meta kind of changed around Abyss, we kind of struggled to get the hang of what suits us and what was working for us. So we have been banning Abyss for a while, but looking at G2's comp and what they run and how they play it, it's kind of similar to what we were doing with our Abyss before. So we had a great counter to how they play, and I feel like we have a great chance against G2 on Abyss. Now, thank you, Autumn, and good luck.
That is going to be yet another one of the challenges that this T1 team has to overcome. They've been banning Abyss all throughout, but we'll see how that plays out going into map 3. For now, let's set our attention to Haven, map number 2, because on Haven, this is where you got to feel good about what T1 are going to run with this ISO.
Yes, you do. Meteor is a master on this agent. And I think when you look at the defensive side for T1, one of their biggest keys is the cross-map support.
Awesome.
They do a really good job of sending Yoru ults, ISO ults or Sova ults cross-map to support players on top of undercuts, paranoias. They do a really good job at aiding their players in these brawls, and I think that's something G2 has to look out for.
And even though G2 has not yet to lose this map, they haven't had as many reps as T1 has on this. But on the first map, I saw T1 scared of taking some of those initial duels and leaving everything for the later round. But that also comes with a lot of conditioning coming from G2. They have to do it from the attack right at the beginning.
Couldn't agree more, ladies. This best of 5 is far from over. Let's go on and get into map number 2. Send it back over to your casters, Achilles and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. As I was saying, T1, plenty of reps on this map, but that is plenty of tape to be studied by G2. And for T1, the composition that G2 is bringing to the table, not one that they're going to be the most familiar with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even though it looks familiar in terms of what's the meta on a lot of different maps here on Haven, it is a little bit off kilter compared to what T1 is normally going against. And a lot of that util that comes out early from the breach, from the Taeho, so oppressive, able to take space off the back of it. Stacks on an island here. Gonna see that arc grows. Gonna go for a check. Oh,
after shock as well. Kind of doing him a favor, stopping them from extending a bit there, perhaps. Yeah, stealth drone getting a catch. Shock dart going to be locked down. Chun P does eat the lion's share of that damage, down to 33. Sylvan set here behind the box. Push forward, though. Val unable to find one. Okay. Despite the HP disadvantage, still coming away with a kill. Now a 2v4.
Spike planted.
Buzz swinging around. Does he read this angle? Classic could devastate, but he spots him out. He's able to find the kill. A tap there on a balance, taking him down. So very low, just to a sliver. Can't quite confirm it now. Everything to do here for Buzz. No flashes, just a gate crash. The timing, not on his side. Needed to hit the headshot and cannot. G2 winning another pistol.
And it's once G2 is able to get to the site, they just flood around the box, start knocking players down. Jogamo's all over the place, jump peeking to set up his teammates. Valen gets that kill. Then there's a Razor Vines at the entrance from Link. That slows up Izu, so he's not able to get involved in that fight either. Tries to wait it out, can't do much. Buzz a little bit unfortunate with the timing with the gate crash, but another great start here for G2. And pistol rounds so devastating to give over to G2, not just because of the way it plays out in the economy and in the map and everything like that, but because they're so good at converting bonuses.
Done for a reposition, gets himself back plat. Pick out there. Not a deep gate crash here. It's actually one bit more defensive setup for Jaw. Be back around the corner, out to safety.
They're super concerned about some kind of lurk coming through. You already have Leaf checking for the long A push, for the mid push, and eventually T1 will go there, but have they been able to kind of be patient enough to catch G2 off guard? Doesn't seem like it.
Able to confirm that presence, but T1 now well aware of Leaf's position, but still going to be heavily relying on Izu to try and stem this flood into the site. The push forward, and yep, Jogamo just going to be able to pick him off with ease. Leaf on the reposition, hearing the footsteps coming his way, and Stax is not prepared for it.
Oh my God.
Hoping that somebody's going to come pushing forward, and Leaf is just piloting this absolutely gorgeously. Meteor, however, does tuck back up into the window. Losing track for a brief moment, but still has a very strong suspicion. They play ring around the rosy here at the spawn, and Leaf will still have the timing, still have the kill. As Buzz swings the corner, a shorty in hand, nothing to be done. G2 start off T1's pick of Haven with a flawless anti-eco.
I mean, again, it's just the antis. The reads here for G2 are so good. Now, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure Sylvan got spammed through a smoke. Trying to come in to bail out Izu, but nothing doing, and just Leaf. He has been brilliant this tournament. He was brilliant on map 1, 21 kills for him on Lotus, and is doing circles around T1 to start here on Haven. T1 gets guns in hands, but after that flawless, G2 gonna have some fearsome firepower. A couple stingers, a guardian, a bulldog, and Leaf with that phantom.
Take flight.
Stacks. Gonna see a couple trying to call for some reinforcements, and it is gonna be another mid push out here for T1. Meteor gonna try to get on these flanks early, but there is that Vice wall to slow him up, or at least give the info over to G2.
Deltron cleared here from Stacks. Tucks into the cubby. Several players available now here from the side. Up T1, Stacks gonna be giving his life to try to go ahead and get that trade out, but it's traded back a bit.
Oh, much. Holy. 2v1.
Quickly takes down Jogamo.
Jack.
Quite palpable here. Jonah P still has an opportunity to deal more, if not clutch out this round.
Buzz just gonna plant his feet by the spike. Send out a gate crash just in case he can't get the initial duel.
Situates it there. In hell, the swing. He's gonna be taken down.
Oh my god. Fiha.
27 seconds. Izu repositioning. Fault line. Not quite getting him. Jonah P trying to play every single angle. Izu just gonna be tucked into the corner.
GG. Timing. Damn.
He will fall down. But that is still a damn good bonus for G2. T1 will get on the board, but Izu is the lone survivor.
It's timing.
That's just a brutal combo though. Stacks is just stuck in the corner. He does well to even get one. Quite frankly, here Buzz thinks he's got the kill. Has to swing back, but does a nice job finding two. God, Jonah P, he has been just so brutal at times. I mean, the firepower, outrageously good for G2. On top of just brilliant util usage to boot. That's what's got them here. That's what got them through as the top dog, as the team that's allowed to pick the first two maps to ban. Now another A hit. Smoke deeper for Valen. Stacks has to check over it. G2, they're anticipating this.
Go for a push here. Does get a headshot on the Jogamo, putting him down to 5 HP, but Valen there, that covering fire gets him the advantage in the round. Try to push him out. Spots one, hasn't necessarily read that Buzz is inching closer and closer. A flash out here from John, swing over the corner, Buzz. He'll be able to collect one, but advantage maintained now. Extrapolated upon. His Meteor had no idea about this lurk here from Leaf. Gets himself in around the back. And T1, barring a miraculous clutch from Sylvan, are not going to be tying things up. G2 looking for an early lead once more.
I mean, I think Sylvan's should be considering a save at this point. Just brilliant reads from G2, understanding the tendencies of the T1 players, understanding that if Stacks doesn't see anything off of that drone, he's going to want to check with his eyes, check with his gun, see if he can find a freebie, and then the attempted re-clear of space by Buzz and Meteor is dealt with. They've got the utility there. Jog able to back up Valen, even though Valen falls. That's it. That's all T1 can find. Sylvan's going to try to hide in their spawn.
They're very suspicious about these potential positions here. Salva's a check. Spike will detonate. No one going to be encroaching, so Sylvan will be able to hold on to this weapon. One survivor, but this time not off the back of a round win. G2 move up by 2.
Well, and it feels like T1 is generally playing very passive at the beginning of these rounds. I think you need to call for some kind of aggressive hit. towards the top of A. Even if G2's not there, you need to find a way to take a little bit of map control, get better reads quicker,
Weapons up, comms open,
and try to shut G2 out of the rounds before they can even begin. It's like the desk was talking about, once they get into those post plants, they were immovable objects on Lotus. Dog, exploration again.
Dimensional drift, spotting out a couple. Rolling Thunder going to be available here for Jonah P. Izu lurking forward into the smoke, finds one, picks up the weapon, but now he's just going to be flushed out. John the backside, able to find one. Buzz. Classic somehow comes away with two. And that leaves Stax now on his lonesome. Weapon can be collected. As everybody else from G2 scattering. Trent, Jogamo sprinting towards that A site.
Jog is all over the place on this Yoru. He is just making it so difficult to track what's going on. In the beginning of the round, he's at the back of C, and then he's TPing back to Cubby. I mean, he's just so cagey, so smart. And even though T1 has plenty of experience playing with and against Yorus, the way Jog pilots it, quite a different affair. They're gonna just take two players, send them down into the sewers. Stax still has the recon, still has the shock, but I think Trent's gonna make the loop all the way back around and catch him in the back.
Isn't planted for long, but there's still so many angles that Stax needs to check. The time continuing to whittle away. Quick peek down into sewer. A recon gonna be set, but there's the salvos to buy more time. Trent here. Behind the bricks, the stun connects. A 3K, and Stax will fall, and G2 continue on their merry way.
Wait, look at the way he plays this. He gets behind him. They've got the aftershock combo there as well. A grab well to boot, just to set Jog up to clear the back of sight. Then he's gonna be TPing back to the other side. Buzz gets a couple.
Nice and cold.
I
mean, that's a good way to put it.
I like that we linger here for the sip. Because there's a timeout on the opposite. So we have plenty. Go ahead and see Josh things. But yeah, another early timeout necessary for the side of T1. There's a reason why Jen did that, that during that interview with Autumn was asking him, not about Haven, about that Abyss, because it is that third map. She knows, the players know, we know. If T1 cannot find a victory here on this Haven, and we go into that Abyss, they're gonna be staring down the barrel of a potential 0-3 loss here in their first ever grand final.
No, it feels like a must win for T1 here on Haven, no doubt about it. Their Abyss was okay in the offseason, I will say that. T1, when I was preparing for kickoff and stage, or kickoff for Pacific, I was like, their Abyss isn't that bad. They really don't want to play it. It looked pretty okay at Red Bull Homeground and some of the other tournaments, but they've been hiding it. I mean, Autumn has alluded that they might have something prepared, but that is neither here nor there because you don't have any on-stage experience with it in 2025, and that's a huge gamble to be taking, no matter what. Especially if you can't win your map pick here on Haven. Trying to set up Buzz for the op.
Seems like G2, though, very much ready for this. Avoiding this A lobby position. Flash down towards that sewer. Just pushing him off the angle for a brief little moment, then the TP out. Joins in with the rest of the players. Leaf wanting to try to push forward in towards Garage. Two players watching the angle for the moment. Stealth drone gonna move up, try to check out this site. Nothing seen quite just yet, though.
Oh, Leaf, if he finds the right timing.
Gate crash into the back. Just right there in front of the box, in fact. Armageddon trying to clear. Izu, however, holding close, finding one, repositioning. Dodges out the Hunter's Fury now, coming through off the back of that Neural Theft as they frantically look for some kills. Counter spam, however, Jonah P gonna be coming away with one as Izu gets taken down. Buzz on a deep line outside of A lobby.
Boom.
Looking for the spot out, doesn't fire. Trent able to confirm that position though.
Look at the awareness.
Again, eats that full flash. Has the dimensional drip for a potential exit, but it's just gonna be swinging into multiples.
30 seconds left.
Mask now on, playing it safe. Sylvan able to react, finds Trent Valen. Applying back, Jonah P gonna be taken down. And now Valen sandwiched in. Shorty around the back from Buzz will be able to put him down. T1, the timeout call. It works a treat, it gets them the round victory. The 3 ultimates had to be invested.
This is more T1 Valorant. If you can get them in the mud, if you can get them spreading the map all over the place, keep them guessing, it's going to give you a little bit of confidence. That's where they thrive. And Buzz there, under a lot of pressure, plays it nicely. A big win for T1. You're going to be able to keep that operator. Have to buy down to a Guardian for Izu. But still, big sniper rifle available once again. Similar push out towards Sewer to set Buzz up, but this is looking like B all the way. They're even going to set up the Cosmic Divide. Still
the pacey hit. They know that Hunter's Fury, it's been expended, so no chance to really just spam that across to try to interrupt this.
Yep.
A Paranoia will fly. TP up and over the top. Sylvan going on a peak. They do manage to go ahead and interrupt this, but now Rolling Thunder called in, connecting on the two, forcing them back. Strogamo this time can go ahead and stick in for the plant. Flashes up and over the top, able to find one, but back to the crossfire, takes him down. Fallon trades up for Sylvan. The defuse starting to be held, the wall to try to escort this forward. They're just going to be trying to stick for this one. Izu holds it to completion.
Oh.
This Buzz, a last little kill there on the back end, and T1 retake the site as quickly as G2 were able to snap it.
Yeah, that's just a great call here from Stacks and company. Wait for those ults and then rush in. And it's also Stacks who plays that anti-flash. He's awaiting Jogamo's flash in the peek around the corner. He's going to be the one who steps up and kills him. Nice timing from him. Valen getting a couple big ones. Those Razor Vines don't matter too much once you're already sticking it. Buzz, Stacks keeping it light. Vulnerable. Back him up a little bit, and the shot goes wide for Buzz.
Swift breeze right past Jogamo.
They've already gotten past. They're already on the other side. They're into long. 3 players were able to make their way through. Drone not going to get a ton of info, I don't think, here.
Does manage to spot out, I believe, Izu perhaps might have been behind the box. Hard to tell from just the mini-map alone. Either way, Leaf just going to try to stay planted here. Sylvan, however, more than ready for it. Reads the setup. Finds the punish as soon as that nebula goes away. As soon as that smoke goes away. But Trent, wow, what a shot!
What am I missing?
Been so clean in this tournament with that operator overall. But Trent just doesn't give him the time of day. Now a 4v4. Spot out Izu, eating an immense amount of damage through that spray. Sylvan similarly getting tagged up. He's able to find one, tries to readjust, cannot get balance. Stacks' presence is now going to be known. The Meteor out from long. Able to find another.
30 seconds left.
The ult available, does he send it? The answer's gonna be no. Spike not quite planted yet. Repositions once it's trying to make sure that he's not gonna be punishable. G2 exploring outside of the site now. Izu hearing the footsteps. Tries to go in for a timing. Ends up falling down. Does he get the pull? It does! Spike, I believe he might just have it. He's got the play of a Meteor. Brings it to a 1v1.
Oh my God.
Just a wall. Noise made. Jonah. Swing.
Oh.
What a shot. What a play.
Oh my goodness.
Oh. And when you need your big stage players to show up.
Holy.
T1's Meteor finally does his 3rd Masters Finals in a row. And he's not going down quietly.
What a Red Bull clutch.
Oh my God.
Oh, the barrel just sticking out. And Sylvan had the idea, but didn't even need the read. Info was provided. Good from Jonah P. Knowing that he was going to have just a sliver of time to try to get that through, but Meteor clearly also not quite believing in how crisp that was.
And the timing on Meteor's ult is milliseconds from just ending that round anyway.
Holy shit.
Well thought out there by Meteor. Immediately, my thought was once he got that ult online, just save it, just save it. They haven't planted, and he reads that so well. Crazy, crazy scenes.
This is a lot more of the action that we've wanted to see that we didn't really get there on Lotus. Now tied up here at 4-4, G2, their first timeout on Haven. Looking to once again just course correct. The last timeout call that we had from G2. It's right there, just before that round 10. That's when that 7-round streak began from half to half.
And that's something that Josh RT has been so good at as the coach for G2. Going back and watching this event, you look at when he takes timeouts and look at what happens after that. Look at the score lines. Generally, it's G2 going on a tear. He's so smart. Understands exactly how to get his team back into things, and Valen does a great job processing it, understanding it, and implementing it for G2.
Singer here for Jogamo. Handles across the rest. Push forward, trying to just dog walk into garage. They end up falling down, and Sylvan sticking around, finds himself a second kill. Paranoia sent cam, situated here on that B side, Meteor. From that A connector angle, slowly scaling forward, getting aligned with the wall.
They know a lot of times T1's gonna play off angle. That's a good Nova Pulse.
Concuss is here, but covering fire is as well. Sylvan will find a third, given his life. Buy time, to buy space for Eason.
Oh my god.
Through the door, Jonah P. A solid shot, but now a 1v3. The fault line set. Buzz with the off shot will be able to put him down. T1, for the first time in this series, having a lead for themselves.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea here from G2. Challenge the garage space. This is a great pivot point for T1 on this map. You know, Izu, Meteor, Sylvan, going to be some of the players you're going to have to potentially deal with in that space typically.
Holy shit.
Love to play those off angles through those doors, hide players behind the box or behind the doors themselves. Kind of find those timings where you try to take that space and they just rip it away from you. Keeping my eye on Buzz and that operator again, but mostly full weapons. Trent with the Guardian. Seems like G2 is a little bit wary of what happened in that previous round with the eventual push out from B, but the way those trips are set up, they're going to clear one of them. Very aware of the way Izu likes to have those placed. Gives them a little bit of opportunity to take a pause and think about things, slow things down. This is what gave T1 a bunch of trouble on Lotus, on their defender's side.
Very big shift though. T1 ushering multiple players over towards that C site. As not going to be able to get that tag. Buzz not going to be able to escape. There comes the push, and he won't be able to get it himself. A point-blank shot. G2 just far too quick. Buzz overstaying. And now, suspecting that they have these rotations back across to reinforce the A site.
Who's next?
They set their sights elsewhere.
Next?
Jiggle out there from Izu. I believe he does pop that vice wall.
Yes.
It's a great read, though, from G2. They haven't heard a damn thing over here. And now Jog's going to get the info.
Iran GG. Iran GG.
Into the cage and wins out the fight. Down to 85 HP as well. Not much.
Oh.
Telt is Meteor.
Nice
Absolutely handled on that attempted flank.
لحظة.
The 2v5. The fight, it's called off. T1 not willing to lose any more members, knowing that there's some critical ultimates just about to come through here for the side of G2.
Yeah, absolutely the right play. They're going to be able to scoop up the operator potentially as well.
1, 2, 3. ابلع.
Not known for his offense.
ابلع.
Puts one through the gut of Jonah.
2v1. 2v3. 2v4. What the hell?
Members here from G2. Not going to be going on too deep of a hunt.
T1 GG, huh?
Just wanted to get the ult charge for Jonah P, get the Rolling Thunder online, because the rest of the team, the economy, not so good. Going to be able to bank up a little bit coming into this next round. And just the patience again. This is why T1 on this defender side sometimes. Just a great understanding that if they can get that stealth drone, Buzz doesn't TP right away. He opts to try to clear it with the op.
Hi, Eman.
It's too late.
Hi,
Not able to use his util. They punish it.
It's that solid interruption. And everything in the kitchen sink thrown at him. Still do have that as a factor here in the round, but right now G2 full cluster up on this A site. Potential for just a very quick
شو كيف القطط عندك صايمين ولا مش مصيمتيهم؟
Crash across. Escort them in.
Oh, timing. Oh my god.
Flash out a turn. An aftershock.
ردة الفعل ما صح.
As now the Steel Garden going to be called in. Not many safe positions. A lot of weapons going to be lost here. Now the site very much in the hands of G2, and I think it's.
يقول له لك شوفي عندي لسه هسه سكت والله العظيم هسه سكت 24 ساعة مياو مياو مش مياو عادية مياو مع طبقات صوتية فهمتي؟ يعني تلاقي مرة رح لك مياو مرة جاي مياو مرة جاي مياو فهمتي يعني طبقات صوتية يعني محترفين فيها ما شاء الله. اوه هولي جي جي 1v3 تخيل يجيبها والله يقدر هذا لعيب وحش فكها فكوها ما حقش
get themselves back into the lead as they look for a 7-5 half. G2 an opportunity to keep things neck and neck.
That's just a classic.
اي فيديو اي صوت ما فهمتش نزلت فيديو جديد يلا ابشر وين
Unbelievable. But the way they get Sylvan past that
تيك توك هون ولا انستا
is what allows them to start picking apart the
تيك توك
flanks of
يلا
G2 and opens up that first kill, kind of
ندش
sends
على
them into
التيك توك.
disarray. So nice read there by T1 and a great retake despite that steel garden giving the space that G2 needed to get into the post plant. Oh my, that's a lot.
عملت حسابي على انستا بابليك وش اسمه بعرفش هيك حسيت انه لازم اعمله مع انه انا جيمر تمام لما اعمل انه انا جيمر لازم يصير بابليك فصار عندي حسابين على انا كنت لازم ادمجهم سوا على فكره لا او خلي واحد شخصي واحد ما بعرفش anyway. طيب خلينا نشوف الفيديو تبعك انت هولي شو فاتني
But G2 are the ones persevering.
Jog is just so
GG.
slippery, man. Getting
وين
out of
هذا؟
it. I mean, I thought G2 was in trouble. Jog just bails him out. Izu still maybe a chance, but on a 4v1 with all these
ما في وين
positions, with the late deep
بطاطا
he's got one.
هيو هسه انتشر
The neural depth going to be sent out. Getting word about Leaf.
حلو انت مستني لا تشيل شي حطي كل شي على جنب ستشو الفيديو بدي بطاطا حلوه ناو بدي بطاطا حلوه رايت ناو يعني انت يعني خلوقه
The trickery. Oh, what a transfer from Jog. Leaf finds another lurk. I mean, seems like it's a
تطلب بطاطس نايس
we're on loop, we're on a turntable.
عم امتحن صبرك
feel like I'm just
عرضه هون على البث ولا على التليفون اشوفه
that G2 is doing, but T1 able to punch back.
That they are 6-6. Well, let's go ahead and hear
Oh.
from another classic. We got 10 stand by for an interview.
Okay.
มาอีกครั้งหนึ่งแล้วตอนนี้โหพิเศษกว่านี้ก็น่าจะยากแล้วครับผม Ladies and gentlemen with
والله ما كنت اعرف ان التوز اشياء مطحونه توز هو المدح عشان هيك لما تروحي على الماركت بدك تشتري سكر بتلاقيه مكتوب عليه توز sugar. Okay.
So it's better now.
What do you do to recover?
I drank milk, ice cream.
حستي وين طيب بالبطاطا؟
I took everything I could.
طلعي بالنظيف.
Sounds like me too. Just now.
ทุชเก
สำหรับคำถามนะครับก็อยากรู้เหมือนกันว่ามะม่วงที่กินไปเมื่อกี้เป็นยังไงบ้างนะครับก็ถือว่ากินทุกอย่างไปเลยนะครับทั้งนมทั้งไอศครีมทั้งอะไรก็ได้นะครับที่ช่วยตอนนี้
كذبت معك.
แล้วนะครับไม่ต้องเป็นห่วงเนาะ Of course this is Grand Finals of Masters. I want to know.
لا wait guys تعلموا تركي مع إيمان wait تيتو طعم التيتو طيب بظبطش هيك لازم نعمل لك دعاية استني نشوف والله هون طيب وينك هني لا نسيت كيف اطلع ما بعرفش انا بالتيك توك. انا ما بعرف بالتيك توك. هيك بروفايل لازم لازم والله اني انا بشري والله. هسه بنشوفه هون احسن. يلا.
اسهل طريقه لتعلم اللغه التركيه
ايه
حياتنا اليوميه، لهيك حبيت بهذا
لا على البثوث الثانية في 3
ومن خلالها شارككم بعض المكونات باللغه التركيه للي حابب يتعلم كلمات جديده. بعد ما قشرت البطاطا الحلوه اللي اسمها تاتلو باتاتيس قطعها بهي الطريقه وتقطيع دورمك او
دورمك يلملمك.
ضفت عليها زيت الزيتون،
زيتينيال
وبلشت حط التوابل،
بهارات اللبن،
كمان ضفت
كرابيبر،
ثوم البودرة واللي هو
توز سارمساك. ضيفني معك.
بعدها كمان
طاب نجيب
البابريكا واللي هي توز بيبر. هلا التوز هو الاشياء المطحونة اللي صايرة بودرة، اما الثوم هو الملح. بهي الوصفة ما رح نستخدم
توز
يعني
توز اولمياجاك ما رح نستخدمه. صح.
بعد ما خلطناها منيح والتخليط هو
كرش ترمك
هون شفت انه لسه بدها شوية زيتينيال.
زيتينيال بيباز زيتينيال دمه.
بالقلاية الهوائية. الطبخ او الطهو هو
بيشيرمك.
اما القلي هو
كزارتماك.
بدها تستوي واجيت حضر الصوص.
باك
طحينة هي
طاهين
وحطيت كمان ملح وضفت عصير
ليمون سيو.
النتيجة كانت كتير حلوة، أنا أول مرة بجربها.
طب تشوك أنا تشوك مسكينة والله. هاي في حدا بيضحك على البث. ليش تضحك؟
باي باي.
أسهل طريقة لتشلطيني مش إيمان خلوك أنت. أمونة. أنا غلبان، أنا تعبان. أنا حتى ماشي ما أمشي.
T1's had some struggles against them, and G2 has had some success.
وين حطوي؟
Spy up this time though from G2.
Not going to be seeing the Stingers.
لن أسامح.
Sheriff, Ghost, Classics for the rest. Majority of the G2 players clustered up here around that B site. Cam out into mid for Izu.
This is classic.
كلتيها كلها.
I love this Cam position.
صحة وهنا. دينا رمضان. صحة وهنا كلتيها كلها. مطرح ما يسوي يمري. صحة وهنا.
Get a decent read on it, Izu.
مبين اني بحكي لك اياها من كل قلبي صح؟
It's a slow march forward for the rest of T1. Try to see if they can get through lead.
الأسبوع الماضي. جي جي.
He's not even gonna mess with it.
صار لك أسبوع بتمنتجي بالفيديو.
Figuring that the best option is going to be some stray shots with the smokes, otherwise a death ball push into the site.
لهالدرجة أخذ معك وقت؟ شو صار هون؟ أوف 7-6. هولي مولي. شاد. قاطع طرق صار. قبل شوي تذكرت الفيديو جي جي. يعني هلا أنت ضبطتي للفيديو. شيك على آخر فيديو عندي. ثانية ما علقت لك صحيح. بكتب لك تشوك مكمل لا شو هابيكا شو اكتب
G2's clean. Meteor doing what he can, but look at that. The fake out, the salvos, everything in the kitchen sink. Nice shock dart from Stacks. You can see though they're just
زارا ملفك الشخصي كاشفك طلع.
We haven't seen that T1 that was just starting to steamroll. It looked like they were crisp, they were accurate. Here today they're getting beat by G2 in a lot of those situations.
Feels like one of the things that needs to be beared in mind. The lead up into this grand final, another best of 5. 10 out of 11 potential maps played by T1 in their series to get to this point. They have been non-stop competing for the last 4 days.
Oh, and then think about what they had to go through in Pacific as well.
Yes.
They had to play 2 best of 5s. Went the full set both times. Barely beat Gen G. Lost to DRX in the finals.
Oh boy. 3-player cluster here in the window. Buzz. Tucked down just below.
صار
fantastic shot.
اضحكي ماشي
Meteor
ماشي يا منى حسابك بعدين.
locked in from the Vice wall, locked in position from the Thorns. Wall to try to lead the charge. Sylvan forward into the site, going to be taken down. Leaf here in that cubby. One finds two. Stacks now eliminated. And the rotations are already here. G2 have already taken this segment over. Isu finding one. Spike here on the floor. Isu finds the here. Now in the try but it's going to be Valen.
so much سويت ردة فعل ماشي.
Cannot come to fruition.
ماله على فكرة عمونا التيك توك برمضان او في فترة النهار، يعني هاي اول مرة ببث فترة النهار. ايش في الناس نايمة؟ يعني دايما بيكون في 10 7 15 بس انا عشان البطولة باثث، يعني مش عشان انا بدي ابث هسه، انا ببث بعد الفطور. بس انه في بطولة يا بعد الافطار. بس هاي البطولة يعني المفروض الناس تحضرها، فهمتي؟ لانها بطولة كبيرة تعتبر حماسية نوعا ما. وانا اساسا قاعد فكنت ببث وعلى الشاشة الثانية بشتغل شغل ثاني. يا سمعت الكيك برضه نايمين نعسانين، كل نعسان، الكل اخذ نومه عميقة.
Massive win streak on Lotus, no
intervention
until
we'd seen G2 get up to that point. Summer.
Wants to prevent that, wants to get involved very early on here. I find surprising considering
last year.
That round still very close for T1.
الله معك.
Clearly unhappy with everything that he's seeing.
شو اسمه السياح نياح شو اسمه ذا ده بيسد ما يبد. الو بالغلط هاي. الله معك.
Casualties in that previous. Like a stinger still in the mix here.
ضحكت بجد تذبحها وتسب علي. لما نظام. يلا شو هاي؟ شو يا يلا؟ شو معناها؟ هاي جديدة علي. الله 4 سنين صار لي بتركيا وما بسمعها. يا يلا ندمت. الباب يعني بث ممتع، بث جميل، بث حلو صح؟ اوكي. امبارح اول امبارح دخلت على لعبة، هاي اللعبة اللي بيلعبوا فيها تمام. دخل معي ناس اتراك تمام، فبيحكوا معي، حكيت لهم انه بعرفش احكي تركي تمام. حكي لي من وين انت؟ حكيت لهم انا من فلسطين. بلشوا I love اسرائيل، حق فلسطين. قلت لهم من ياك مسلم؟ شوفي هو اذا حدا اجاك بطريقه بتجي عكسه، ايش في؟ ايش هالغباء؟ بس والله خلاص تقدر تروحي. انا ماكو اسرائيل.
Quick exit, the gate crash coming in. Sylvan not going to be able to find the timing. Leaf gives his way forward. He's the one leading the charge. Didn't want to try to invest the kill contract here at all, it seems. Now the spam is just coming through. T1 needs to try to counteract this, but that Hunter's Fury is far too late. It's already
holy مولع هاي.
G2 have absolutely
خلاص توكلي مع السلامة طبعا.
comes up with 4. And whatever was discussed during that timeout, it sure as hell went out the window.
I'm just very confused. T1
very confused.
They're able to work the map nicely. A little bit whiffy here from Izu, but there's 2 players there. They're covering for this push out. The Hunter's Fury way too late. There's a kill contract there. You can sit and cubby.
Oh my god.
For them to try to go for the defuse or something like that.
Holy shit.
Slow up that retake attempt from G2, but it just feels like T1 maybe starting to crumble a little bit here under this pressure. Now they're back down to Sheriffs and a Guardian.
For everybody on this T1 squad, other than Meteor, it's the biggest stage they have ever been on. 897 days since Stax and Buzz were eliminated in 3rd place at Champions Istanbul. Now here, desperately trying to fight for a potential 1st place finish. But you have to suspect those nerves are going to be working against them in a major way.
Now they're going to be able to get the plant down most likely. There's a few stars there. See if there's any delay that comes through. No. Just going to try to set up for the retake. Steel Garden invested.
For the most part, Meteor with that Guardian. So for the rest, Sheriff's at hand and Buzz. Played off the reveal. Finds his second.
ايش صار الو اوه يتساقطون جي جي سريع هذا T1 he's back T1 come back
a lot of it comes down to Buzz. He's playing off his utility.
ليش الشعارات هذا مشغلين what the hell
They're going to need more of that. Finally able to dig deep. And again, it just gets so chaotic, so scrappy there around the entrance to the site. And that favors T1. They're really able to get those crossfires going. Some good damage done by Josh.
Damage done by him, but damage taken as well. This thing's already starting to get very chaotic.
Wow.
Neural depth getting the ping. 3 players going to be noted. Double tap shield's going to be taken away. Stack's able to find one balance, bouncing forward.
Oh.
It's Fallon in this window. Is a man to be feared.
GG. زرع spy.
Strongmouth going to be caught on a timing. Trent now. A 1v3. Meteor. Not going to be going for the push. Stacks re-swings the angle. I thought he would wait for contact from the rest of the players.
A little bit tough there.
Bit of an opportunity. Sylvan going to
GG بدأ يمينك oh GG
crossfire set up. Meteor with 3. Closes out the round.
GG's.
Once again, scrappy, chaotic. G2 so very close. T1.
Oh, thank you for follow.
I said it earlier. That's where T1 is going to thrive here. They just need to drag G2 down with them. They need to run at them sometimes. They need to bully them. They need to use that oppressive firepower that this team should be capable of bringing to bear. The snappy reactions, the quick decisions. You know, G2 wants to take their time. They want to be methodical against you. They want to set up that util to smother you out of positions, to make the rounds borderline unwinnable. And T1's comp is built to brawl. They need to get in there, and they need to throw some punches. And they have. They've started to. They need to keep it up. They need to keep G2 off balance. But G2, again, these timeouts generally have gone okay. So let's see what the answer is going to be. And it's been tough for G2. When they've tried to play retake other than the 1 round, it's actually not gone great for them.
Sure.
T1's held the line really nicely. So do you try to just put a little bit more trap plays early, try to see if you can get that man advantage, try to find those picks, maybe at the top of A or out through garage, things like that. Or do they just want to shore it up, play a little bit more default, just try to wait T1 out, play a little bit smarter. When things get scrappy, that's when T1's been winning.
Full arsenal afforded here for the side of T1. G2 desperately looking for this round victory. Economy just going to be broken again if they can. TP forward for the check on that C site here. There's the grab. It's going to be Jogamo pulled in alongside Meteor. And he's rushing forward here. So there's the fake out. He's actually escaped.
Oh,
grabs the fake out.
Yeah,
TIL. Literally have never seen that interaction before. So our bad, but hey, we learned something new. Either way, site opened up a bit. Buzz going to be taken down. Jonah P. We'll find him there, just banging through the box backside. Shot starts at the feet.
Oh my goodness.
Randomly getting picked. Sylvan now dead. Meteor backpedaling. 2v3 trying to hold the line. The salvo's flying forward. Izu trying to wait the push up there at Lumber. Second for 3 overall in the round.
Oh, T1, come back.
I feel like I'm losing my damn mind with the things that are occurring in this map. But T1 managed to scrape by.
I'm just done trying to make sense of it. Just trying to enjoy it. And Izu puts on a show for us. He's been so good for T1 and able to hold the line. I think there's a few mistakes here, though, in this post plant for T1 that almost gives G2 the round win. I think Sylvan over peaks there around the corner of the C box. Oh, leave. You're just done.
Absolutely destroyed. Double tap shield now. Pop, push forward into the smoke. Balance.
Oh. The
Onto
smoke
the
and
right
Jabo.
side very similarly. 3 players about to be noted by a tripwire. Well, we'll be able to bounce over it. There's going to be another in their way. A cam out in mid the spot if they cut over towards garage.
Portal closed. Camera taken out.
Great diligence shown by Izu. Clutch in the previous round, this round, the util there to make sure that all of G2 is tracked and identified. G2, I think, just looking for some exit frags at this point. Meteor right around the corner.
Oh.
Can't find a fourth in the round.
Yeah.
GG.
Does put Trent down to 5 HP.
5 HP عن جد ضحية. شو بدي اسوي؟
They opt to try to go for anything.
Oh my goodness, ضل 5 HP.
Likely just try to go down here.
GG's.
See if he can get any exit frags there with the salvos to try to slow them up. And will not be able to do so.
GG's.
T1 get themselves now up to map point.
Point match.
Well, I think T1 starting to
Match
feel
point.
themselves. They're
The
just going
T1.
at them. And even though this is an eco, that's been working. And Meteor in particular, able to be the tip of the spear to really
Oh my
break things
goodness.
open. But it's going to be a ton of ults that G2 has in this round. Everything but the Steel Garden available. So this is going to be tricky. Stax does have that Hunter's Fury again. If they can get to the post plant, keep him safe, maybe there's a world where you could just win it on that. They're going to have every advantage in the retake, RG2, if it even gets there. For now, Cam placed in towards short. The majority of the forces of T1 gonna fan out for long. I think he saw 2. And you saw the 2 duelists, so feel pretty likely this is coming. Stax is gonna let it loose and try to clear the site.
Just Fury, yep, just trying to spot him out. Buzz, so very low here at Hell. Will eventually get taken down. Try to be at 31 as well. That's Chalk, 45.
Oh, the Armageddon.
The Armageddon. It's going right toward him. They're not gonna be able to escape. They're running into it.
Oh. Oh.
Hits the transfer, gives him an opportunity. Looks for another.
Oh my
Can
God.
make it happen, Izu. Can he go back to back? 43 seconds remaining in the round. The spike still going to be dropped. Enough time for him to try to potentially go for a
That's
counter
spike.
rotation. It looks like he's just going to play this forward here.
You know, if he waits this out like another 10 seconds, he might be able to pull a player from G2 away, but just gonna keep pressing forward.
حزوهم.
G2 going to play it wise. They want to play together. They don't want to give the opportunity to get separated. Now they have it all confirmed. The tripwire there, cleared out.
بشوده GG.
Stuck, weapon drawn down from camera for the spot.
Oh, أخذ cover.
Knows that they are just absolutely stacked up. Wants to try to divide and conquer the jump.
Oh, GG.
Nearly finds Valen, but cannot. G2.
G2.
Another scrappy round. A lot invested, but it keeps them afloat here on Haven. The map not over yet.
Just gorgeous timing on this Armageddon from Trent. Catches T1 where they have nowhere to run. They are stuck and they are dead. Absolutely beautiful. So well read. And Jonah P just being so annoying with that breach util at the point of attack. Sets him up perfectly, gets the flash as well, and Stax. Meteor cannot get out in time. Well held. They need 3 more to send it to overtime. A couple of those all twos. Still have the Dimensional Drift, still have the Cosmic Divide for G2. Easy with the Neural Theft. It's gonna go back to C for T1. This one's been working pretty well for them. Some spam there to check the orb. 1 away from a kill contract for Meteor. So absolutely something T1 would like to get into his hands.
I'm not going to spot anything. Curious if this entrenches G2 further, or if they're going to look to rotate off this A side. Jogamo playing about within that cyber cage, but ultimately not going to find much. Thorn's now going to be popped, stopping T1 from advancing forward into the garage.
They're really taking their time, Trying to suss out the positions as best they can, but man, G2's done a great job of hiding. Finally,
اما T1 ياخذوا
Just that stinger in hand, Jonah P. That guard
الجولة.
sends out a shot, pulls back, and yeah, nearly has that kill.
او انه G2 يعملوا comeback.
There's a fake out, popped. So once again, just trying to reposition. What?
Oh.
What was that? I don't know. He's spamming his knife. Like you know where he ended up there. Either way,
Oh my goodness, GG.
T1.
T1 خلص.
Now fully in control.
Spike planted.
The Guardian picked up, but so very low on HP. Nowhere to go. He's just out into the
Oh.
open. He's instantly dead.
Oh.
Valid good for one, but now it is all on leave. Cordoned off from the site by his own Astra.
يا واحد يمينك واحد شمالك GG
The
يعني.
wall will fall. Stacks out to the open. Take
Oh.
him down, but Sylvan on the counter swing gets them the win.
جودة
13
بجودة.
to 9. We have a series on our hands as T1 tie things up here in the grand final.
Well, if there's one thing about this T1 team, they do not give up easily. You gotta stick around for this one, guys. 1-1. Let's see what Abyss has in store for us.
Nice! Nice, guys! Let's go! Let's go! Nice! Chong, 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 chong! Nice! Whoa! Nice! Holy shit! Nice! Nice! Oh!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Had it with your old phone? We've got you. At Verizon, trade in any old phone for iPhone 16 Pro on us, on any plan. And get iPad and Apple Watch Series 10, all three on us. That's up to $2,000 in value, only on Verizon.
Frequencies are meant to be UV. Ultraviolet trying to see through me. I care when you don't see. I care when you...
PlayStation. Alo, abi gelmiyor musun?
Bekle abi geliyorum.
Bir saniye. Alıyorum ben biletleri.
Her anın sponsoru Selfie artısıyla geldi.
Ya bana bırak. Tamam, bıraktım. 2 tane bilet alabilir miyiz?
Hafta sonu bir sinema bileti alan Selfie'liye ikinci bilet bedavaya geliyor. Film keyfi 1+1 yaşanıyor.
Şimdi ne yapıyoruz? Acele etme kanka. Daha yeni başlıyoruz.
Sacras el futuro, hermano.
Just so blind, like the sun in your eyes make me die.
like the sun in your eyes that you find. All of your size, but it's alright. Living your life, baby, I'm a lemon. Frequencies are meant to feel you, feel you, feel you. Living your life, baby, I'm a lemon. Your body try to see it through me. Living your life, baby, I'm a lemon. Frequencies are meant to feel you, feel you, baby.
T1 not up the series 1-1, and that brings us to our Verizon high-speed moment. And this one goes to Meteor, an absolute playmaker in the server, doing some, well, let's just say the Lord's work with that ISO, holding it down, and he is definitely been on fire today, Mimi.
What an intelligently played clutch from him, stealing the planter with the iso wall, almost just winning it straight up on time, but finding the duel at the end here to close things out as well. Meteor has been incredible for T1 all tournament long. It's his third Masters final in a row, and playing like this puts him on a good pace to win that second trophy.
We even saw later on Jogamo using the fake clone to try to bait out one of the ults later on and catch it, but Meteor couldn't be denied. Just the impact that he gets with this patient style of play that T1 has is wonderful, and it's so successful against the Breach Taeho because they give so few cues as to when they're going to exit.
Yeah, it really has just been an absolute beauty to watch here. But another thing as well to keep in mind is that Meteor is going for something pretty big here, right, Mimi? He's going to be one of the first players, the first player, to reach 3 Masters finals in a row. This guy has achieved something incredible, and if anything, it goes to show just how far he's come.
And it has to feel so good for the rest of T1 to be around a guy like that. They have some pretty inexperienced players. This is Sylvan's first international tournament that he's attended as well. You have Izu, who's only made it to one event before at a global level. He didn't win a match there. His first global win was this event, and now they have a chance to lift a trophy here as well and give Meteor his second. He doesn't want to feel that feeling he did back in the Masters tournament they fell to against Sentinels last year.
And he's doing a great job of it here. One of the things that I really feel like has been pushing them forwards is their success in the Thrifties. They've just had so many moments where they've been able to tie together with low eco and put insane amounts of pressure onto their opponents. And you need players like Meteor to be able to hit shots in rounds like this. You're seeing a round like this one where they turned the game around. This was 8-8. It's a Thrifty for T1, and they get the win. They've got an insane eco win rate overall. Meteor's the only player with a Guardian. He's also got the ult to be able to work around. And at the end of the day, what gets it done is that G2 give them the site. And then from that position, T1 are able to hit shots and win in the post plan.
This team is so interesting too because they're winning so many Thrifties, and some of them are just off of incredible individualism from some of these star players. But you also have rounds that are just well constructed, being willing to risk ults, to invest a lot into making something happen on these eco rounds. They are winning some of the most Thrifties of any team we've seen at the global level in quite some time.
And I think one of the reasons is because they actually come into it with more game plans than others, and they treat them as winnable rounds. They don't treat them as throwaways or rifles. They come up with specific game plans and have plans to be able to get the best out of their small util.
Oh yeah, and it's also, you know, that MR12 format, every single round is going to matter in this situation here, especially on that stage there. But that takes us, though, to our Mastercard fan poll. Earlier, we didn't get a chance to show it. Now we want to show it to you guys. Reason why? Because you all overwhelmingly voted for T1. Now, is that a matter of, you know, the fans just being into the underdog story, or a genuine belief that this team can win, especially after what we saw in Haven?
For a lot of people, I think it has to be a genuine belief. That belief has been building all tournament long. But to remember that this is the team that was swapping their assistant coach into play, then swapping him back out for Sylvan, was having weird things going on with their map veto, was losing matches regionally, to now be here in the finals with a chance to lift a trophy. It is such a incredible turnaround for T1.
The score's tied at 1-1, and we're going into the most difficult spot for T1 though, Mimi. This is a map that they have just been permabanning the entire event. And G2, they're doing all right on this map. They're doing pretty well, actually, but it's not their best. It should be one, though, where they have an outsized advantage playing Jorgamo on the Yoru, playing Leaf's Chamber. It'll require a lot for T1 to overcome them on Abyss.
Autumn said they had a plan cooked up for this map, that it had special practice, and it's going to be a comp change. Double duelist!
What is that? The Reyna is coming out for Meteor? Feast or famine, bro. Honestly, though, Meteor pops off with the Reyna. Anything's possible.
The biggest thing they're going to have to deal with on their attacking side is Leaf's Chamber. G2 have a ton of different looks for him, getting aggressive with different Chamber TPs, setting him up with Jonas Fault Line, being able to take fights that no agent can safely besides that Chamber.
You're bang on the money, though, Golden Boy. This is going to come down to whether or not Meteor can just feast. Is he in tournament-winning form? Is he looking to lift a trophy? Can he will himself across the line?
Buzz is 10 kills away from breaking the global kill record that Durka already claimed this event. He's never won a trophy before, but he's that close. That's how good he is, and he's going to try and break that record on Jet.
A lot is on the line for both of these teams. Let's send it back over to your casters to call all the action. It's Achilles and Paper Thin yet again.
All the action, and based on what we're seeing in these comps, there is going to be so much of it. Reyna, something we haven't seen all tournament long. Got a first glimpse of it on this stage earlier when Superbuzz was playing it in the show match, but that's about it. Meteor has not played this agent much at all.
It's the second time ever, as far as I can tell. This is completely unexpected. I, honest to God, thought they might run ISO on this map and just send it and just see what happens. I'm very, very interested. This doesn't look like what they did on the offseason. They had the Cypher on this map when they were playing it a bit, but this is the real danger, man.
Yeah. Aforementioned there from the analyst desk, Leaf on this Chamber. One of the few in the world that really still makes Chamber look like he's absolutely busted from the olden days, but Buzz now 8 kills away from claiming that kill record on the global stage. Comes up with 2 quick ones here. As immediately Trent forced to just tuck back. Valen steadily making his way over in towards tower. Has been noted, Meteor and Reyna put down. A lot more work to be done here. Buzz at 10 HP.
Ooh.
The Shock Tower was available, he would be able to do it, but we'll just get him with the classic, it seems. Turned himself down to 5. And as he goes to swing out, he's just getting encroached upon. Will be hunted as T1 reclaim the lead in pistols and get the opening round here on Abyss.
So if I could theory craft a little bit on what's going on here in T1's mind.
By all means. And good luck.
Yep. No, I mean, look, no matter what, I'm trying to throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks. But my guess is that part of this is the Leers can keep Leaf off balance. Like, you can clear the way that he holds A. Like, a lot of times he's going to be peeking out a little bit even deeper than what we saw in that previous round, from A in towards main. And this time, G2 just wants to brawl. They sounded a fault line early. Stacks with a drone, stacks with a kill.
Gonna be taken down. Getting quite the reveal here. Yep, now the call to just try to bail off the side of the map has been made here from G2. Trent could not escape. And we'll just be flawless here for the side of T1. G2 inventing the play, sticking around with it, it would seem. And overall, do not mind it. You do not want to be funneling these ultimates into the likes of Buzz to Stacks.
I mean, because here's the thing for T1. A lot of what G2 wants to do on this map is control mid. Use those double TPs, whether it be Jog, whether it be Leaf, to kind of work that part of the map. Get up behind that box that's in the center, kind of push out from vent sometimes, things like that. But with this Reyna here, I think they're just going to try to abuse the heck out of these chokes in front of A and B, try to brute force their way through onto sites, and see, just let the chips fall where they may. I mean, why not? The mud's worked, let's do it.
Again, those salvos to try to interrupt and find some damage. Once that rendezvous comes through, Trent, nice headshot on the swing of the corner. Raise one back there onto Buzz, finds another. Stacks eliminated, dart in. Looking for the shock setup as Meteor able to find Leaf. Back into a 3v3, Spike still not yet planted, now committed to. It's pop flash out. Meteor off the flank, able to find one. Takes the dismiss back, pulling the corner. Headshot is found, Jogamo gonna be eliminated, and Trent's out of bullets! T1 convert the bonus. 3-0 start on G2's pick of Abyss.
This is madness. I mean, Autumn said that they had something special prepared. And so far, he's been absolutely correct. I mean, Buzz just getting ahead of the game there. Jonah P, with util in hand, the dismisses can work around these boxes so nicely on site. I mean, you're gonna see similar scenes on B, assuming that T1 eventually goes over there. And immediately a timeout called here by Josh. He loves to get into things early, especially if his team is down like 3-0, 3-1. He wants to make sure that whatever's going wrong gets corrected immediately. And my guess is you're gonna have to play a little bit further back. You're gonna have to give up a little bit of space towards A main, because with that Reyna there, with the Leers, it's actually gonna be quite difficult to challenge it.
And as quickly and as deep as Buzz is getting in at the moment. Looks like he's playing the brand new agent here. Just so fast to scale forward into the site and take that space.
It's like, you mean I don't have to play Yoru or Raze?
No.
All right, let's go.
A rare change up for him. 3-0 start, certainly not what G2 were anticipating at all. Maybe for themselves, but certainly not for T1. Call's gonna be a couple more singers back into the mix. See if they can swing things here with a thrifty attempt. Hunter's Fury off the back of Trent's heroics thus far is gonna be online.
Yeah, now my eyes are on to Sylvan. He's looking to take a little bit of space towards mid, see what he can get done. That's something that G2 does so well, is control that space, and they're all the way over, putting 3 players onto the A site.
I was gonna say, look at this conditioning.
Yep.
So they stack things up here. T1 immediately pivoting over to that B site for the first time. Just looking to try to catch them off guard. As talking about deep little peek.
The classic.
DP's back out, joins in on this side of the map after not seeing anything. Big 3 and 4s here are G2, making the right call to get into pole position with that haunt. Dealing 2 players here. It's Valen pushing forward. Unable to find the kill himself, but Trent will be able to do so. Lined up the fake out. So far, just that 1-for-1. Hunter's Fury off the back of the ping. Meteor previously weakened up, ends up falling down. Izu gunned out by Leaf. Stacks pushing forward, however. Catching a glimpse, but Leaf over the top. Headhunter collects. And Sylvan now once again asked to clutch for T1. Swings, finds the first. The hold coming through, and he just faces forward. Red Bull clutch, Sylvan bails him out and keeps G2 off the board.
It's scrappy, and G2 reacts pretty well to the B pressure. Nothing A, and they are on their horses trying to get over to the other side of the map. And they're able to cut down a lot of T1 members. A great Hunter's Fury from Trent. But Sylvan's still alive. Sylvan in the back lines. And Sylvan has come up huge for T1 since coming back off the bench. So many assists. The assist leader coming into today. Him and Jonah P neck and neck in that regard. And he's been instrumental in a massive clutch for T1. This time, a little bit further back. It's already pinged out. T1 has figured out already how Leaf wants to reposition. Since he's not going to play aggro in front of A main, he likes to play around the right-hand corner. See how they want to try to get him out of there. Maybe just a Prowler to check.
Sure is that there's no one playing forward.
It's that operator.
Another Prowler to check. Tries to wait it out. Eventually has to take the rendezvous. Buzz once again into the back. The paranoia is there. Jonah P is going to be taken down. Smoke's now popped. Plant coming through. G2 getting situated. Trying to go for this retake here. So he's not going to connect. They have no idea. Positions here from T1. Recon going to be sent down. Buzz moments before getting flashed up. Able to find a kill. Dashes into the corner and snaps on the Trent's head. Pushes forward, looks for the shorty kill. Cannot find it, but it won't matter. The rest of the team has his back. 5-0 start for T1.
And the diligence here. I was crediting G2 for some of their homework. T1 now getting an A+ as well. So aware of how they want to set up on this defender side. The Leer into the paranoia. Good luck, Jonah P. And Leaf has no choice but to TP out. And Buzz is just a monster. Cleaning out players on the back of site. And it is full throttle. And believe it or not, a second timeout for G2. That's both of them burned within 5 rounds. The 6th coming.
Not something you want to see here for the G2 faithful. Believing in this squad. The arduous road that they have had to get to this moment. From ascending for everything that had happened with their previous organization, getting picked up by G2, getting into Tier 1. They're close, but no cigar finishes last year. To now being in a global final. And on this map, that so many people would have said dead to rights, this is the one, Abyss, where they should be able to smash T1.
I mean,
it's not coming to fruition quite just yet.
All I could think of when I saw this comp was what in the paper Rex is T1 doing? Because this is just madness, but it's working. And again, it's leaning into the strengths of this T1 team. Double duelist, create chaos, create space, let your fraggers frag. And they've been so good. The coordination in the heat of the moment with T1 is unparalleled so far this year in 2025. This time, try to put a little bit more pressure here with Jonah P. Aftershock to dissuade the push. Do have Jogamo there as well on the Yoru. Try to cause a little bit of chaos.
Another chance, another attempt here at a Thrifty. On point blank. TP out, Armageddon forcing Jonah P forward. Once again, Paranoid up. Regains some vision, but Buzz still able to go ahead and find one. Swings back through. Trent to go ahead and collect. Meteor dropped. Some solid trading here for the side of G2, but now player advantage in the hands of T1. Weapons not recoverable. Leaf slowly creeping his way over. The tour de force committed in. He needs to put it to good use. Look, they try to go for the close angle. Spotted the leg, finds the shot. Izu going to be put down. Slow field there, weapon recoverable. Just the stinger still. Sylvan. Oh, down. Out of the smoke, but Stacks with a reposition. It's not red! They get so damn close, but every single time, T1 denies them the win. Another Red Bull clutch, this time from Stacks.
I mean, Jonah P is just getting brutalized outside of the A door. And they're throwing so much utility to make sure that's clear, and Buzz is always checking that angle first. God, Buzz, excuse me, Stacks as well, just...
It's so smart.
It's so unbelievably smart, and that's those years of experience that they've had. So many international tournaments that they've been through. They want to make the most of it this time, finally getting to that grand finals. Jog, TP out, another push forward towards A. Clear to the drone. Smoke immediately goes up. Meteor's still gonna push forward.
Clear out, over the top. Buzz drifting, shot out of the sky. Jonah P through the smoke, able to find Izu. The best opportunity! And what is that, the Colette? Silva, take it down. This time, damn near flawless in reply. G2 at long last. Break the win streak from T1.
Yeah, like the ideas here. Just gum them up at the choke and just spray them down. Don't let him keep getting through there for free. Buzz, the flank angle attempted to be created with the up and over. The Blade Storms immediately shut down. Nice work by Jog. Jonah P there. Catches, I think it was Stacks or Sylvan trying to run out of that smoke and just gets him shut down. And yeah, you can see it's easy, guys. Just spray him down through the smoke.
Let's do that every time. Because the rounds have been close, G2 have broken down the economy a bit here from T1. Oh, okay, yep.
He's good.
Waiting for a little while longer than felt comfortable.
Just jog things. Loves to get that early info. Can check a few extra angles with those peaks that you normally can't get any. So let's see. He's gonna tuck into the corner again. This time though, T1 gonna leave. Just Izu.
This is shifting them across over towards that operator.
Yep. They have no info on this side of the map.
Go for another one. Does go ahead and catch a glimpse. Does that keep them interested enough? Just the one player. They've been playing off these prowlers, off the haunts coming through. So for now, G2 not going to be rotating anybody over.
Exactly. It's the fade. That's what's going to sell this. That TP might give it away.
Quick little check. Zalir comes in. Leaf looking for the timing shot. Buzz up and over. Going to be seeing too much. G2 needing to get clustered, but now rotate into mid here from Izu.
30 seconds left.
Can he find a timing? Can he find a kill? Create that pressure here on the flank. He's watching to see if anybody goes pushing forward. Out from the spawn side, but Sylvan just goes up in the heaven. He comes away with 2 eliminations. Draw committed here forward on the site, but is not ready for the flank. Buzz, sticking around, takes him down. The Rolling Thunder committed, meaning absolute check. Buzz, looking for that next kill, cannot do it. The Nork and Trent. 3 players surviving. Basically a thrifty here from T1, not allowing for G2 to get back-to-back wins.
That is brutal, and that is going to set Buzz ahead of Durka for the current kill record at international events. What a player, and he is showing off on this jet.
And no one else from the top 5 is here. And let me tell you, the gap from second to third, monstrous. Buzz looking to push about 350 kills ahead of Aspas.
Yeah, let that sink in. I mean, that's just how big consistent, you know, those Vision Strikers, DRX teams were. Now this T1 team might do something they never could.
Nice shot. Able to find the backstab play here from G2 is absolutely gorgeous. Tearing them asunder as Stacks. Tucked into the corner. But well, Red, headshot, Stacks fighting back for one, fights back for another.
Spike down, B.
It all comes down to Meteor, and he cannot find the first. Gets that kill on Leaf, maybe you start believing, but G2 getting themselves his 2nd round win.
Huge stuff from Leaf. I mean, he's just been nasty with snipers. That's part of the reason he's so good on Chamber. Oh, just saw the dash from Buzz and was able to adjust.
Spike down, B.
And a great read here from G2. Start taking advantage of the mid space being given up by T1. Something they've done to a lot of other teams, but because of, I think, the pressure and the pace that T1 was coming at them, they never really kind of figured out that that was going to be available. And now T1 aiming to try to re-clear that space themselves. They're the ones pushing up a little bit towards mid. Shot and a miss. Leave TP's out. Now they're grouping up. Jog there. That one ain't real.
Still taking 0 chances. Checking around in towards mid. Trent obviously not going to see a damn thing. Once again, that Hunter's Fury online. Second one does get cycled up.
Double stars right at the door. Could be a grab well there. Could be a little bit tricky. Gonna use the Armageddon.
Sends that over towards tower. Buzz drifting up and over the top. Tries to dash his way up into tower. Cannot do so. Hunter's Fury from Trent able to find one. Meteor going to be taken down. Buzz now just sat here waiting for the timing. The bow drawn out. Swings the corner. Looks for 2. Gets a headshot on Leaf. But cannot find the kill. Leaf able to find that elimination. Joggermo spraying down 1. Izu capitalizing as he runs out of ammunition. Stacks just trying to play around here. Around the sides of that Nebula. Finds the first. Just a sheriff in hand. 3 bullets. The Cosmic Divide sent out. Leaf perched above. Finds the kill. T1 not able to find the round victory here, but still getting ultimates out of the hands of G2 with 2 more rounds to be played here in this half.
I think the biggest thing right now for T1, finding a way. Yeah, Meteor again caught by the Hunter's Fury. What a shot from Leaf.
It's a completely different story. Buzz able to find that one.
Yeah, and
good on Leaf.
You gotta get this operator out of his hands. You gotta find a way to shut this chamber down. And they've been playing a lot more passive than usual with it, and it's working a treat for G2. So for T1, you know, this bull rush that you've been attempting had been working, but now it's starting to get shut down. Now G2 is starting to find their timings to cut you off, starting to get the reads, starting to get their feet underneath them. What can you do in response? This time they're gonna send the drone over towards B.
Oh.
TP.
Yeah, Joggermo up close, but not gonna be fast enough there, Sylvan. Trying to find that punish, but Izu.
Catch
Leaf just trying to push forward. Yeah, that's the operator now on the floor.
I have the spike.
What a kill to be found. Nightfall online. Want to go for the push here onto the site.
That's one way to get rid of the op. Jeez.
Sylvan showing some presence here at mid. Valen still continuing to scale forward. Jonah cutting back across over towards tower. Nightfall going to be sent through. Trent pulls all the way back. Able to avoid that. Shots ring out, though. Nobody's going to be situated here.
Nice seize.
All this blind spray, Buzz. catching Jaw right as he tries to set up for the pop flash out of the smoke. Valen around the back being noted. Stax watching on the angle. But tries to keep himself covered. Cannot. Stax wins the fight off screen. And now it's just Jonah P. He finds one, but nothing more. T1 looking to lock G2 out of the remainder of this half. Potential for a 9-3. Unless G2 could get one more round win.
And Leaf is going to be one away from another tour de force. He's going to be scooping up a Guardian, it looks like. Thought about an Outlaw there, but knowing that the money is flush for the side of T1. I love the way Buzz plays this. Gets that kill, gets the spam, knows he's dead. Throws a smoke and tries to jump off the map to break their angles so that his other players can step in to get those kills. That's a really, really smart heads-up play from him. Leaf gets this one kill. It could be a very different round.
Absolutely. Empress now popped. Blind shots into the smoke from Valen. What a timing. This Meteor. It's a little bit of damage. Kill and assist, obviously, can devour to get his health back. Sleep just gonna be shoved away from the window here at Heaven. Meteor chasing forward. Considering a push out of the smoke, no more Leers available. Prowler not spotting, gets recon down. Gets tagged down so very low. 15 health remaining here on the Reyna.
New trend.
Izu noted up close. Trying to reposition, but as
flank.
Pulling us out, yes, Jonah P. Working his way around through their spawn. And right now, no sights on this whatsoever. Stax jumps back across the opposite way, but all eyes are tied toward the side. Jonah P able to find two, leaving Stax now on his lonesome. And they will just look to try to run him down. They nearly align, but he cannot find them. And a 3K from Valen will get G2 a 4-8 scoreline in the half.
Absolute madness. Can this work on the defender side? I have no idea.
We have no clue what this is gonna look like. We're all gonna find out together, so stay tuned.
Had it with your old phone? We've got you. At Verizon, trade in any old phone for iPhone 16 Pro on us, on any plan. And get iPad and Apple Watch Series 10, all three on us. That's up to $2,000 in value, only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Alo, abi gelmiyor musun? Bekle abi, geliyorum. Bir saniye. Alıyorum ben biletleri.
Her anın sponsoru Selfie artısıyla geldi.
Ya bana bırak. Tamam, bıraktım. 2 tane bilet alabilir miyiz?
Hafta sonu bir sinema bileti alan Selfie'liye ikinci bilet bedavaya geliyor, film keyfi 1+1 yaşanıyor.
Şimdi ne yapıyoruz? Acele etme kanka, daha yeni başlıyoruz.
We are back, about to jump into the second half on Abyss. Score at the moment tied up 1-1 across the series. T1 pulling out a brand new composition after keeping this map tucked away for so very long. We saw G2 starting to understand it, starting to be able to break it down in the latter bits of that half, but is this enough damage from T1 as they move over to the defense? An 8-4 scoreline. Will that get them a victory here on the map that everyone had them written off on? And how do they use this composition on the defense?
Yes, I mean, I think my mind immediately drifts to the middle part of the map. How are you going to control that? You know, you're going to just have to throw bodies at the problem potentially if it starts to become an issue. Flanks are something that G2 loves to create. We've seen it all the time. Leaf's going to be potentially lurking on you, or somebody else, even on this squad, could go for that. Jog does it from time to time because of the TPs you have available. T1's going to force a bunch of players in towards that middle area. I mean, this comp's meant to brawl. So they're going to
players set up.
Go for it.
Clear on the recon, Meteor. Up close. Break on the door, Buzz desperately trying to escape. Meteor gonna be good for one before getting traded up by Jogamo. Tuck back as Trent down to 35 health. Izu on the swing though, what a shot! Finds one up and over the top, but Jaw still standing! Sylvan eventually able to shut him down.
Ooh.
Trent finding another. Is it still gonna be chaotic? Stacks at 22 health, needing to get the hits across, and he cannot. G2 tie us back up 3-3 in pistols, and they take their first step. It's getting back into the driver's seat here on Abyss.
G2 had this read from the get-go. You can tell with that fault line in particular that they knew what was going on. They knew something was up. Jog does a great job to find one, TP back, find another. Buzz tries to dash in, but Jog is ready for it on the third. Huge round for him. The duelist for G2 coming up big in a pistol round that they desperately needed. And they found some success. They found some breathing room. Looks like it's all classics.
Goodbye. Anyway, GG go next. Yep.
That's fine.
Just taking a little, just taking a note page out of the notebook here from G2. Quickly go for the reset. Some people might not like it, but I, for one, am happy to get back into the action.
I truly do not care. I just don't. It's a valid strategy.
I mean, look, T1, you know, they've been very good at getting thrifties overall across this tournament, but they said, yeah, this one's going to be a bridge too far. Let's just get some rifles.
Yeah, there's no reason to feed any more orbs over. Jog's already 3 away from a dimensional drift. Like, forget it. Who cares? Move on with your lives, people.
Well, Recon not going to spot anything here mid. Widely left alone by T1.
Yeah, and this is where I really expect G2 to kind of hammer the point home. So take control of this, find those flanks. And for T1, that means you have to be really good at controlling the links, making sure that those are at least accounted for. And again, you're gonna have to throw bodies at the problem. So in this case, they've got the duelist there.
Salvo on the side, gonna peek, looking for a timing, but he's just gonna get timing instead. Stacks, take it down, Jaw.
Got the TP,
Gotta
he's
set
okay,
up.
it's okay.
Gets himself out of there. That's why pre-planning is very important. Does stay alive, but player advantage for the moment here in the hands of T1. Paranoia, trying to slow things up, and Jogamo just absolutely blind in the corner, ends up getting taken down. Now the crossfire coming in. Azizu sends out the C's. Just keep them locked in position. Shock into the corner, widely avoided. Azizu rides the rope up to safety.
Should be undoable, yeah. Okay, one for Trent, can't find another. Buzz finds the final 2 in the round. 9-6 now for T1.
2 players lost. Still fairly clean of an anti-bonus. Now, we can get down to the nitty-gritty. Get into our first proper buy round here for G2 on this attack. Fortunate for Jonah P. Did well to be able to push that far forward, but then just caught him at very terrible timing.
Yeah, it's been really good util though, especially from Sylvan and Izu. They've been finding good timings to hit the Paranoias, to hit the Prowlers, to hit the Seizes. Things like that are really opening up the map for T1. And that's another thing that this comp can do pretty well, is just slow you down and make the map smaller in a way, right? Because you want that util, you want to cluster G2 up and hit them with everything at once and just leave them stunned. Let's see what they can do on this one. TP into the back.
Stacks revealed, another Lear sent here from Meteor as he tries to get out into the open, is able to find one, just misses away. It's quite a bit of damage though. Not gonna be concussed up. Spike up towards that back site. Starting to get planted here. Swing out for Buzz. Cannot find the kill there on the lead, but Meteor does. Looks for a fourth, can't make it happen, but the cleanup is still swift. Defuse from T1. Gets up to double digits. 10-6.
This is unbelievable. And this time it's the Reyna. It's the double Lears. He throws out a second one and is able to catch Jog swinging that angle. And then he finds one, gets it to miss, dismissed, gets the info. Sets up the good trades for the rest of T1, who are flooding right behind him. This is bringing a smile to my face because it's working. I never would have thought in a million years when I saw this Reyna on screen that this had a hope in hell.
I mean, look, we know Meteor
Yes.
Incredibly talented, can be one of the best players in the world.
But he doesn't play this Aegis.
Aegis never plays this, but it lends itself very similarly to the ISO to a degree. Buzz, ooh, it's gonna be stun off the angle. Obviously don't go nearly as far anymore with those tailwinds when you're stunned up, but quickly T1 gonna be forced away from this close hold.
Great covering fire there from Izu to make sure that Buzz could get out safely.
It's all a bit of a ruse here, as now the Dimensional Drift gonna be coming through. Stacks around the back of sight. Knows that he's gonna be spotted out, he's desperately just trying to get out to safety. Jaw able to capitalize, finds him with the stinger.
Oh, this lurk.
Lurk from Trent. Decently read though, the shot's not connecting. Izu just dancing around him. Trent just paints an outline on the wall. Paranoia, scale forward, starting to begin. Buzz watching that close, deep corner. Swings out, ends up getting taken down. Talking about now once again striking! 5-3, Knight pulled out. Sylvan will be able to stop him from finding the embarrassing kill. G2 will fight back. 3 rounds separating.
They're able to catch T1 overcommitting to save Buzz. They're able to get great info off the back of Jog's ult. Find out that the site just has 1 player on it. Clean him out, get through. Yeah, Stack's frustrated by that one. Yeah, for sure. That was a toughie. You're left on your own there, and G2's got the read.
Full Sheriff buy down here. 4T1 gonna pull off a thrifty. Steltron on the chase, not gonna get anything but meteors. Sheriff absolutely will.
Right for the gun.
Collecting Balin's head, making sure that this is gonna be safe. Not able.
Too deep.
Just backs away. Might have actually gone off the side of the map. Can't quite tell either way. G2 now looking to pivot. Push forward into this A site. Izu up in tower. Actually a C's here at the ready. Yes, does go in. Able to find one. The salvo's there on top of it. And Leaf cannot escape, nor can Trent. 2 kills found. Jogamo still desperately trying to escort them forward. But Jonah P is going to be taken down. And it is all on Jaw to try to stop this thrifty from coming through. Finds 2, the reload completed. A Dimensional Drift online. Swipe! And he gets it done! Jogamo! What an unbelievable ace! What an unbelievable player! He keeps them alive!
That is absolutely unreal! He's able to isolate those first 2 fights! And then he's got the last 2 lined up for him! He fakes the teleport there, I don't think it mattered. He stands up. He's got Bangkok on fire.
He's got the coaches on their feet. My God. Woo.
Who's next?
An ace to deny the thrifty, to deny T1. We're getting even further away.
Out of charges.
Getting closer to a 2-1 scoreline.
He's gonna see this is wide open.
The Paranoia out, but Izu smoked off, cannot try to capitalize. But there's a ping reveal to Haunt, telling all. Izu now repositioning, cuts across that left-hand side, previously left open, and Balin does not get the read. Buzz with the off, able to find Trent in T1. Not skipping a beat. Nonplussed it seems. Like getting aced by a world champion just 1 round prior. They have their eyes on the prize.
And this is brutal because you don't have any more timeouts as G2. You gotta figure out a way. Jonah P, if you can stay alive a bit longer, you can give yourself a bit of a timeout, but he's spotted by the Haunt.
Meteor getting closer and closer. The Lear around the back, Jonah P now well aware. It's very snappy to get the shutdown. But what do you opt to do? 1 flash, no other utility, just a Phantom in hand. And the likelihood of breaking this and getting back-to-back ace clutches
10 seconds left.
across your team. The odds just not in their favor. T1, a fantastic crunch. shutting down this attack. The haunt from Izu, absolutely monstrous. They win the round. They get up to 11.
And the paranoia as well from Sylvan to back Jog off on the initial entry. That bought a little bit of extra space here for T1 to let loose. There's some salvos in there to delay early from Stacks. But it's Izu so on point with this fade. Nice shot by Buzz. But you gotta find a way to slow this down. T1 is just reacting so well. As soon as there's contact, they've got so much util to buy that slight amount of extra time that they need to get into position to shut you out. Look at Meteor, he's just going for a walk. Right
Walking
down
down mid, Leaf. Just there on the opposite side. Cosmic Divide gonna be called through. Buzz keeping himself obscured. Damage across Meteor down to 30. Buzz down to 8. Just trying to stay safe. The Armageddon gonna be called in the shot. Not gonna connect. Valen able to find one, but then mowed down by the ult out from Stacks. Paranoia hits. Stacks swinging in towards backside, finding one. Not ready for trouble, but Sylvan is there to capitalize. Suddenly into a 2v2. Committed positions. The decay coming in. Trent frantically trying. Swings the corner. Shots whipping on both sides. 5 bullets remaining now in the mag. And Trent has the flick. The 3K to continue to fight back, to persevere. T1 not getting to map point quite just yet.
What a map Trent is having. 17 and 15 on this Sova. The one who's been able to hold on the tightest with this bucking Bronco that T1 has brought into Abyss. Just absolute madness. I mean, what a flick too. That's a great idea by Meteor. Change angles, change positions. Doesn't matter, Trent's just better.
You want to play? Let's play.
Goes Buzz, blades out.
Tour de force on the opposite side.
Here.
T1 another crack at taking a thrifty against G2. And the stealth drone gets the ping out onto 1. Buzz repositioning now. Big call here, it looks like, from T1.
Yeah, I like the pause from G2. You've got to keep T1 guessing. You've got to get into those post plants. Because where T1 wants to win this game is before you can even get the spike down. So you've got to work the map. Got to be a little bit more diligent. Love this take a space. That's a ton of info there. And they know that B could very well be very open. Buzz the only one here. Hide in the smoke.
Shock dart, smattering of damage gonna be found. Swings the corner, Jogamo gonna be taken down. Buzz thinking about his next maneuver here. It goes right into the shock dart, stunned up there by Trent. Kill gonna be found. Valen able to find Meteor, able to find Stacks. G2 now starting to get a very firm grasp on these rounds.
30 seconds left.
Just the one casualty so far. Plant from Jonah P.
Spike planted.
Be one away from that Rolling Thunder.
Last player standing.
Now has it online. No shot for Izu. Trying to force this out. Jonah P. On point. Brings G2 just one round away from tying this up 11 to 11.
Now I think you need a timeout from T1's side. I think it's time to consider how you're going to be able to react a little bit better on the map. Not able to get info early, especially with the way that G2 is just going to sit and spawn for a bit, maybe send a player down mid, see if they can get a read on anything. Because it's all about the timings here for T1. It's all about being able to react a step ahead of your opponent. And you're only one round ahead at this point. Through a blistering attack side, this defense side starting to show the weaknesses we suspected it might have.
That's 16 rounds after G2 burned their last time out. T1 will call their first. The G2 coaching staff, you have to suspect that there's been a wave of relief there for them, but also some praises to sing for the team to be able to get it back into this close of a position.
Oh, you've got to be
a lot more work to be done.
You owe Jog a dinner after this, because that ace changed potentially the destiny of G2, not just in this map, but potentially in this series. It's going to be an op for Buzz. It's going to be a heavy investment for T1. Looks like there's mostly rifles being bought. Jog? See what he's got. Yeah,
Past,
thought so.
past a little phantom here from his teammate. Buzz looking to go on a very early, deep line with his operator.
I don't think it ever got noted when he had the Blade Storm that he jumped over there early by G2, so he might catch them off guard here. We'll see.
He's peeking in towards window.
This is good info. I think as T1 may want to consider sending an extra player over towards A. But for now, they're keen to just watch for any mid push-ups. I mean, we know Spike is down. But with Buzz getting all that early information, they're still going to lean in towards B, because this is what G2 did last time, was they just paused, they waited, and then they exploded towards the B site. Drone, though, might give the plan away a bit. Izu falling back, Sylvan having to watch that link, because, again, no mid control for T1. They have zero idea.
Rolling Thunder forward, sees, goes out to try to slow things up and draw. Still able to TP up. Hunter's Fury now coming across. And on the one, looking for the follow-up, cannot make it happen. One staying alive here for now, but counter spray out, Meteor. It's quite a bit of damage. G2 now firmly entrenched. Spuzz swaps over the off the stacks, picks up a phantom.
Ooh.
Trying to break things open.
Mala.
Oh my god, what a shot from Lee!
Shoot complet اللي عاملينه.
Scaling. In the back of sight, Izu. Take it down. Stacks dealt with the op. No purchase, no value. And Meteor cannot even rescue it. He has to escape. He has to retreat. The timeout call undone. G2. They will tie things up 11-11. His draw is out for blood. He would love to take this last weapon out of their hands. Either way, that spike is going off. And that scoreline perfectly balanced, perfectly tied.
T1's gonna have to dig deep, because G2's got the read now. They figured it out. Just gotta wait him out a little bit. I think this is another timeout already. Right away. What a shot from Lee.
Disgusting.
Goodness gracious.
So damn good.
They are playing out of their minds right now. They have really come alive. That jog ace has sent them flying. We'll see what T1 wants to do.
I mean, it's such similar scenes from the start of this map, but now inverted.
Yep.
Back-to-back timeouts from T1. 2 rounds separated prior for G2. You can feel the desperation. What is the call? The money. You barely have any of it. Operator lost.
I think something like a 3-man push out of A main. Just take some space early. See if you can bottleneck G2. Brawl. You gotta find ways to get those brawls going. If you can't get them to commit to chokes, if you can't get them to commit to getting stuck in the Fade utility, then you gotta find ways to get the fights to go. The Fade and the Taeho utility. Then there's a chance. Then there's a shot. Stack's having a pretty decent game on the Taeho. Speaking of, 17 and 13, but need a little bit more from the rest of the squad. Buzz 16 and 19. Hasn't really found too much success with that operator. Not gonna have it this round, of course, but couldn't find the difference to be made to potentially take this map for T1. Mid-exploration here, noise being made. That's, I think, to keep some of those T1 players stuck, having to watch those links so that the front entrances of the sites are gonna be potentially a little bit more wide open. And who knows, if you just get no contact, you just go for it and see what happens. I mean, granted, T1's done a good job when G2 is pushed all the way up of finding those kills, but no contact off the Prowler over at A. Buzz rotating all the way back over to B.
Starting to get clustered on the right.
This might be the right read.
Side here. Pink's coming down, wary about that push out from A main. Potential flank around the back. One from T1. Clustered in the correct position. An orb grab here for Jaw. Gives him the dimensional drift. So he's just gonna be pushing forward. As Meteor trying to get up alongside the smoke. Pushes in, but Trent keeps him covered. The Vandal shut down immediately. And Sylvan similarly falls. Buzz's Stinger's just not gonna hit the same way. As Izu now, the last one standing, with no hope in hell. G2, they're gonna get themselves up to map point. T1, if they want to steal this map away, it's gonna have to happen in overtime. 'Cause there's no shot. Flawless. G2 swat away both timeouts from T1 with relative ease.
Curious if they're gonna go for an op. Potentially, I don't know, but that's just, oh, what awareness from Trent. He is so dialed in. It's been a big part of this comeback for G2. Just so aware that someone could push that smoke, try to find that timing, especially when you're going up against an Eco. Beautiful heads-up play from him. Now what do you do? Looks like it might just be a fast execute this time. Cosmic Divide into a quick hit.
Yep, Dimensional Drift. Meteor, for now, dancing around this Yoru. Hasn't quite been scouted until this very moment. Bolt line, flash, sent, drop down, headshot. Meteor, dead. Sylvan stacks immediately evaporating. As it's Izu once again. A 1v4 this time. A bit easier perhaps, but still, feels like it is overall hopeless. G2 rallying back after such a deficit, after such a devastating first half. But this comp from T1, whatever legs it had on this defense, it's been swept out from underneath them. The time dwindling. Valen holding forward.
Where are you?
Haunt at the ready, but the next fault line coming in, just desperately trying to hold it to no avail. 13-11. G2 regain the lead in this grand final, and they are one map away from claiming the trophy as their own.
It's absolute madness, but G2 is able to keep their heads on straight, and you gotta think back to that jaw gaze, and you gotta appreciate the way Trent was locking things down with the Sova. So impressive the way they're able to mentally bounce back and recover after you having to use 2 timeouts within the first 6 rounds.
Unbelievable perseverance and tenacity from G2. We've seen bounce backs from T1. I mean, hell, we saw it on Haven, able to recover from that 5-13 loss on the opener. But it feels like this one is probably gonna hurt a hell of a lot more. The map that you were basically written off of, that you start so well on. And then you have your back broken as Jawgemo pulls off one of the craziest aces that we've had here at the tournament.
It's a haymaker. You're trying to throw the heavy hitter that's gonna knock your opponent out. It's gonna take them completely away from this particular match, but it doesn't happen. Instead, it's G2 who's able to absorb the punch. Yeah, they take a heavy hit. They keep their head on straight, and they punch you right back. Sent T1 reeling, and who knows, may have sent them home. Just unbelievable. That jaw gaze is gonna live rent-free in my head for forever.
And both teams capitalizing on their advantages so well, but T1 struggling every single time they lost a player. They could not bring the round back. 0-9 on 4v5 conversions. Not something that you want to be seeing here in this grand final. But plenty of absolute treats throughout here from the side of G2. Split, however, coming up as the next map. The question is it the 4th and final? Or can T1 find success there again? Take us the distance. Take us to our map 5 and let us see a final showdown on Pearl. We're gonna find out, but for now, we've got special guests on special guests, so let's go ahead and hear from 2 more. We, of course, have Leo and Anna standing by down on the floor for an interview.
Reina in Masters Grand Finals. Does anything ever get better? Trust me, it does, because we're standing with Leo and Anna, and also it's Sarah for translation. Now, Anna, this event has been a banger. How have you been enjoying Masters Bangkok?
First, Sawadika. Hi, everybody. This is probably one of the most special Masters we've had so far, honestly. This is my first time in Thailand. This is an amazing place. This community is so wonderful. I think this series is incredible. But I think my favorite part so far has been bringing Waylay to Thailand. I think being here today, listening to this crowd respond to her was just fantastic. I cried, I had goosebumps. It was amazing.
ครับผมและสำหรับคุณแอนนานะครับผมคำถามก็คือว่ารู้สึกยังไงกับการจัดงานที่นี่ซึ่งคุณแอนนานะครับก็บอกว่ารู้สึกดีมากๆนะครับผมไม่ใช่แค่เรื่องของแฟนๆที่ให้กำลังใจกันตลอดเรื่องของเกมที่ค่อนข้างที่จะสนุกเลยทีเดียวและก็ได้มีการปล่อยเอเจนต์ตัวใหม่อย่างเวเลเข้ามาด้วยทุกอย่างทำให้เขารู้สึกตื้นตันใจและก็ขนลุกไปตลอดจริงๆครับ
Oh yeah, happy birthday to Waylay and also your husband too. And now Leo, can we get a shout out to this amazing city and the amazing crowd tonight?
You have all been incredible. We're so happy to be here. This is our first time with a global event in Southeast Asia. We hope it's first of many. We want to thank you for being such great hosts, and we will see you next time. Thank you very much.
และสำหรับนะครับคุณลีโอฝากถึงแฟนๆนะครับบอกว่าทุกคนยอดเยี่ยมมากๆเลยนะครับผมเป็นแขกต้อนรับแขกได้ดีมากๆจริงๆนะเป็นเจ้าบ้านที่ยอดเยี่ยมและหวังว่าจะได้มา Southeast Asia หรือว่าเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้มากขึ้นอีกประเทศไทยอาจจะเป็นแค่ครั้งแรกขอบคุณทุกคนมากๆครับ
Thank you, Anna and Leo, and let's keep the good time rolling because we have Split coming up.
Watch me do it again.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm having trouble letting go. I close my eyes and wish you were closer. Now we're like footprints in the...
Peki adı ne olsun?
Hadi Oreo'ya soralım. Krema sağda kalırsa Rex deriz. Krema solda kalırsa Wi-Fi şifremiz olur.
Tamam. Adı ne?
Büyük V, ERTY 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, küçük harf C, büyük harf Y.
Oreo. Trust the twist.
PlayStation.
Big, square, cheesy Detroit Pan Pizza. Crunchy en yummy. Nu al vanaf $13,99. Honor the craving. Domino's.
Alo, abi gelmiyor musun?
Bekle abi geliyorum.
Bir saniye. Alıyorum ben biletleri.
Her anın sponsoru Selfie artısıyla geldi.
Ya bana bırak. Tamam, bıraktım. 2 tane bilet alabilir miyiz?
Hafta sonu bir sinema bileti alan Selfie'liye ikinci bilet bedavaya geliyor. Film keyfi 1+1 yaşanıyor.
Şimdi ne yapıyoruz?
Acele etme kanka. Daha yeni başlıyoruz.
Oh my god! What is he doing? Oh my god! My god! Nice and cold.
Oh boy, and by hook or by crook, G2 manages to steal away Abyss, which, by the way, is a sentence I did not think I was going to be saying, given that that was a permaban for T1 throughout the entire event. But by the way, you probably are noticing that we actually added a fourth person to the desk. If you're a fan of Talon, which I know there are many of you, you might know him. It's Cruz joining us here on the desk. Cruz, pleasure to have you here, my friend. How's the event been for you so far, man?
It's amazing. I love the crowd. I think everybody is very hyped with the event, and I love to see everyone here happy that we have an event in Southeast Asia and especially in Thailand. So very grateful.
Yeah, it must be nice to have an event at home so you can just go back to your bed. Exactly. All right. Well, let's go ahead and break down what we just saw there, because I thought that we were going to be singing the praises of T1 coming into this one, Kakuka, but instead it was G2 right at the end that managed to squeak it by.
Yeah, exactly. And as we're seeing right here, the composition for T1 has some holes, right? They're not having, well, besides the double duelist that they've been leaning on a lot, that worked in the first half. Seeing Bas back on the Jet, the first time that he's playing in this year, and actually the first half was all about him, all about all this explosiveness that they had.
I think the fact that G2 weren't able to shut down just basically a Jet entry into the site worried me a little bit, but Buzz was frying, they were playing loose, they were playing flexibly, and T1 really gave them a lot to worry about. It required some serious clutches to get back in the game.
I feel like they had a really hard time for G2 to adjust into like how random they were. And I feel like Valiant took a bit of time to, like, you know, figure them out, which we'll see. I think in the future as well that they're pretty prepared in a sense.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure.
I mean, Cruz, you were talking when the side swapped about the fact that you thought it had quite a lot of holes in the way that they were going to play on defense. I know that we pulled the pistol round, but as we were going into the pistol, you were saying this is going to be a mid-walk down. Like, that's the only thing that they can do in this situation.
Yeah, it's probably because they don't really have like a true sentinel, so they need to rely on fights basically. So that's why Breach, which is Jonah P, he was ready for it. He knew they were coming. He stunned the whole line, and then they just swung into him, and everybody's mid. The game ended at mid. So they just had a really good read.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think one of the things that stood out to me there is exactly as you pointed out, Cruz, and Kakuka, I wanted to go to you on this, was that it was that composition with the gaps, but I really do gotta praise T1 for playing with the cards that they were dealt in this situation.
Yeah, exactly. Meteor had only played Reyna once a long time ago in a third-party tournament. As I'm saying, Stux playing Deco for the first time, the way that he was comboing with Iso, this did not look like something that was not prepared, that they didn't go over. So we do believe Awesome when he said, you know, we have a composition that might work very well. But in the end, I feel like especially individually, not only understanding and finding those gaps, but individually, they had to believe they could win the duels against all of that aggression.
But you know what was even more impressive throughout all of that was the fact that G2 managed to dig deep in some of these big rounds in Sideshow. We saw Jogamo pull off a play that nearly kicked me out of the damn building.
And Josh RT couldn't believe his eyes either. Jorg's in a spot here where he gets another kill that just allows him to get that gate crash back. Gets another, puts the gate crash fake onto the other side of the choke point, and just happens to have both of the players perfectly lined up to ace, to clutch, and to pull them back. Because if he doesn't win that, if Trent also doesn't win this clutch, this 1v2, I think it's curtains for G2 here. I think they're losing on their opponent's permaban, and they're boomed heading into a tournament point, essentially, for T1.
Yeah, they definitely needed that momentum to get back into the game, and they actually did it with 2 clutches in a row. I think that's why they started to play their own game now. They played slower, they played together, and then they held the flood, closed out the round. Perfect.
Yeah, exactly. And I think they also are thinking of that MVP bracelet that everybody wants. And for that, they will have to win also on split, because now they are on that match point. Again, this is a map for T1, we expect that double duelist to come back. But I know, Josh, that you wanted to talk about G2.
Yeah, I want to take a look at G2's defense here on split and talk about how it's going to interact with T1.
Hanufa.
So it's the initiators for G2 versus T1's duelist. I'm going to use Kang Kang as a replacement for T1's duelist here, and we're going to take a look at what they do. So in instead of T1's defense, where they anchor people in these hard anchor spots behind map, instead, for G2, they're going to be running one initiator taking information and throwing salvos in the choke point, and then the other one tries to flood in. So we'll have a look at how this actually plays out in reality. Trent realizes that they're going for the A exec, throws down salvos and a stun. This classic combination of a stun down the line, salvos in the choke point, and what that does is it isolates the duelist. But remember, T1 are going to be playing double duelist. So while as here, Kangkang gets very isolated, remember that you're going to have two players holding hands for T1, and that is going to make things more difficult for G2. So as they go in here, Jonah P is able to get an opening kill, Trent's able to get played in, and if we just pause here and take a look at the minimap once more, Trent has managed to get in, Trent has managed to get in through Heaven onto Rafters and has isolated all these players in the choke point. They're finding it difficult to get through because of the stun salvo. And that, again, has created a spot where Kangkang is alone on site, and you're going to see Jorgamo flood in through this choke point. And it's all about getting the flood in before the rest of EDG connect with Kangkang. But I want to reiterate again, T1 are going to be playing double duelist. And I'm sure, Cruz, that it is more difficult to stop two of these players than just the one.
Yeah, definitely. So I think the key comes down to communication. If they play together as a team and then they flood out at the same time, I think they'll be able to isolate those two and leave the three behind. And I think that's the key where if Jonah P and Trent does that, or on the opposite side, I don't remember who, but then if they do that well, I think they'll be able to close out the round, close out the half pretty well.
Well, ask and you shall receive. Double duelist is confirmed, as we knew is going to be coming. Izu is going to be rocking the Yoru with Buzz on that Reyna. But on the other side of this is it, Kakuka. I mean, big opportunity here for G2 Esports to lock it in and win this championship.
Absolutely. And as Josh is saying, they have a very good shot on the defense. Starting on this side, they can actually get a little bit more proactive. If they manage to shut down Izu, who is playing brilliantly today, that is task number one. And on the defense, it's all about shutting down the operator, but they should be pretty served for that.
Jorg is going for his second trophy, already has champs looking for a Masters, and the rest have been hunting for one for so long.
Does this end here and now, or are we going to get a fifth and final map? Let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters for the call. Achilles and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. Despite what people may believe, myself and Paper Thin, we want nothing more than a map 5. Outcome be damned. Whoever walks away with this trophy, they will have earned it. I just want to see it go the distance.
Yes, I want that map 5. I want that Pearl, but it's going to be an interesting battle here. Love the way that Sideshow is breaking down, the way that G2 plays their defense. So much of what they do is going to be reliant on those two initiators, like he was pointing out. Sometimes they combo their plays. Sometimes they'll set up for some crunches. They love to control mid. They love to explore mid. You can see that they've got 3 players leaning in that direction already. And that same double initiator set up towards A that we just saw being broken down, being set up. So for T1, it's can those duelists get that space, create that chaos, open things up for the rest of the squad.
Was looking to rush forward, but Jorgamo is having none of it. Not skipping a beat. After his performance there on Abyss, immediately finding 2 kills.
Well, that answers my question. You got both duos dead. Just right off the rip. I mean, that's the exact same pistol, though, that T1's been doing time after time. And G2 just reads right into it. Nice shot by Sylvan. Takes out Leaf. It's 1 down. Can you find any more?
One more to go. Woo. Not taking any damage. Just gets himself out to safety. Fault line at the ready, but eyes over towards this B site for the moment. T1.
Good luck getting
Being
out of
quiet.
this.
Silent drop down, but
Salvos just came online.
and with that fault, Jonah P at the ready. Wall raised, swing. Trent not spotting anything now. The stun coming in. Rushes in from behind.
Wow.
Stacks will turn back. Somehow, T1 have gotten this into a 2v2. The plant coming through.
10 seconds left.
Default in the open. Sylvan still in heaven. Flush against the wall.
Stack's gonna try to help him out.
The smoke dissipating. They're gone. They've drifted across over towards screens. Stacks backing off the angle. Like ships in the night, both just narrowly missing each other. Stacks the positioning though. Slid in behind the screen. The smoke now coming through, waiting to hear the tap, waiting for the backstab. Finds the first.
Oh.
The transfer there on to Jorgamo. He finds the third, but Sylvan out from heaven gets T1 the win.
I thought this was curtains. You take out both duelists early on that mail hit that T1 has been doing time and time again, but Stax dials up a beauty here. Gets them to work their way back through. Oh, Jog just reads that so nicely. And then they somehow escaped what I thought was a death trap there with the stun and salvos available for Trent and Jonah P. But that toxic screen still available, is able to obscure it just long enough that they're able to bypass and get onto that site. Oh boy.
Looking for a crunch, running them down, but return fire. Solid here from the side of T1. Seemingly anticipating and ready for this aggression. The bounce forward, Buzz gonna be taken out as Jaw is able to go ahead and find that right click point blank.
Oh my goodness.
Give me some of what he's having. Goodness.
Comes away with an elimination, but doesn't have the gun. Couldn't grab that Spectre fast enough. So for now, T1 avoiding economic damage, but G2 potential for them here to inflict a bit more. Down on the push. Not taking the bait. 3 players over towards this elbow side. Meteor playing point guard. Smoke comes out, spray across. Leap able to find one. As Meteor gets eliminated. Leap looks for a little bit more, but cannot. Jaw dead at the same time. T1 start things off 2-0 here on split.
All right, not bad. You're not gonna fall to an eco again. Able to avoid that disaster. This time around, this is very similar actually to what G2 did against EDG. After EDG had won a pistol, they set up these traps on these ecos to try to catch you by the orbs, except it was on the B side, not the A side, but very similar ideas, different location. T1 very aware of it, is able to dodge that bullet. So nicely done. Let's see if they could convert a bonus, or if G2 is gonna be able to answer back. Basically, Valen all alone on this B site. Stax gonna have to be so diligent here in mid. He's just gonna disrespect his smoke. Oh, that was close.
Spray not quite there. Decay on the Stax, no damage taken. Leap, whole position, able to find Buzz here on the entry. Just setting up the flash. Isu's able to mow down 2. T1 looking to get themselves another bonus conversion.
Gun here.
Fake out just storming its way down into the site. No one going for the shot. Izu eyes back over towards Ali. Jogamo able to find one. Quick reposition into backside. As Meteor gets ready to swing around the pillar. Does so, finds one. Trying to 13 HP. Can they clutch it out? Jogamo now. Still alive. The Prowler, the chase, looking for it. Stax setting out the haunt. The reveal is there, but he's held it up to half. Chips away at him. And on the swing out, Jogamo stands tall. Another monstrous round from the previous champion. G2 do not allow for T1 to get the bonus converted.
It's gonna give him the dimensional drift as well.
He had it going into this round.
Jeez, man. He is just so good. Great plays here by Izu. Breaking things open and then TPing back. I thought this was gonna work well for T1. The push and pull they had around the pillar looked like it was gonna work a treat, and Stax frustrated with just a ghost. Couldn't scoop up any guns. They were all on the floor.
Well, regretting not just going for the swing. Sends the haunt instead, gives Jogamo that opportunity.
He's got the Nightfall. Izu as well with the dimensional drift. So both Yorus could be entering another realm, and they will.
Izu on the hunt, but Shona what is that? Show with a classic! Izu will run him down with a shorty in hand, but Trent now forward here into the side as things start getting chaotic! Izu Sylvan will fall to the wayside. Stax frantically spamming, looking for anything. Meteor arriving here in heaven. Only able to find one. Spike is in hand. This round is getting out of hand. T1 quickly trying to reroute, but weapons now being picked up, being recovered.
You could find the moment for the C's for Stax. Could have an opportunity to get a twofer.
Cut noise. Ball raised. Trying to wait this out. Right now, T1 playing this very wisely. 2 players nearby. Smoke cycled forward, but already past this here. Stax and Meteor, they want to win this out. Not allow for G2 to tie it up. Gonna have to go absolutely monstrous. Haunt, not spotting. Meteor, not ready. Valen picks him to pieces. The Salvo's checking. Stax now spotted. Still reading this approach here from Heaven. He's just now arriving on position. Bite thrown down. The swing in, and Valen absolutely on it. 2-2. We're all tied up.
Yeah, the early brawl here for G2 works a treat. Gives them a numbers advantage. How in the world do you hit that shot, though? Outrageous how crisp the G2 players are today. When it comes to firepower, in my opinion, they're besting T1 in that department. And if you go and look at the current stat line as well, you will see that that is absolutely the case. And it's shots like that they have in their repertoire that are making it so difficult. 9 times out of 10, Buzz is onto that site, and he's making life miserable for you.
Right now, he's been completely nullified. 0-4 and 0. The Bucky back in play, a weapon that's been old reliable for him so far in the tournament, but G2 is looking like another beast. Shorty in hand at Male. Leaf spotting one behind the box. Look at the scale forward. The C's, the nade gonna be thrown in. Leaf able to find one, but he and Trent both gonna be taken down. Joggermo pushing forward, finds Izu.
Oof.
But it's a 3v3. Some weapons scooped up. Now a pivot over towards his A site. It's Jonah P. An outlaw in hand, and this is his site. How many clutches have we witnessed from this man in this position? Cover going out. Now the 2 players stuck in place. Valen, wise to it, reads it well. The Stax now a 50-50 split. Spots out one, backs away, the paranoia. Valen encroaching, just looking to keep him absolutely pinned.
Just not many options for Stax at this point. Tries to press. They could be right behind him. Tries to rotate. They could be ahead of him.
Swings out. Valen has backed away. Stax not going to get the opportunity. Joggermo holds his ground, and G2 now hold the lead.
This is just, again, great awareness from G2, understanding the tendencies of Meteor in particular, reading that he's going to want to push through that smoke. It isn't that crazy. It is something that Meteor loves to do. Yeah, and it's Meteor's own smoke to boot.
That was cringe.
Not sure what in particular he's talking about, but either way.
I think just the whole end of it, just the kind of slow down of the inevitable.
Could very well be. Fake out. Clear. Gate crash not going to come into play. Valen, Paranoia at the ready. No one nearby to really reinforce this position. Joggermo, quick little peek out in towards mid. Nothing going to be spotted. Immediately starts trying to join in here. Alongside his IGL. Paranoia going to be connecting Buzz into the back. Taken down as Valen destroys them all! 3 quick kills! Meteor on his lonesome. As everyone from G2 fired up.
They know.
Gun barrel gonna be spotted. No hope in hell. Solid shutdown, 1 casualty. But it's the hero IGL himself. And Valen, he'll take that every single day.
Throws out the Paranoia, and he catches them right as the TPs are coming through. What a transfer from Valen. Like I said, they're just better right now. Gotta find ways to slow them down as T1. You're not confusing them. You're not out shooting them. You're gonna have to do something different. And you're gonna have some difficult situations coming up ahead of you. You've got the Armageddon. You're gonna be on a weaker buy. You're getting close to the showstopper. You're getting close to the Viper's pit. But it's gonna take some real heroics One of the players that I'm looking to step up here is Meteor. The guy who's been to 3 Masters in a row so far today is the bottom fragger for this T1 squad. He needs to step up. He needs to start kicking into gear. Because that's why you brought him here. You brought him to get you to these moments, to get you these trophies for T1. And can he find it within him to change the destiny of T1? And get through this map at the very least. So far, hasn't been the best day for him.
It's been a very different look here for T1 compared to what we witnessed from them versus EDG versus Vitality.
هاي شنو؟
Right now, they're just looking exhausted, defeated.
ايش هو؟ شو اللي
The tank is empty.
اوكي.
It's time to jumpstart the car.
يضبط حتى اي تليفون يضبط بس يكون انه الكاميرا تكون فيه منيحة وواضحة.
Gonna need one of those
Yep.
remember the Titan speeches to get everybody fired up here. It's gonna be tough. They're gonna be the ones going for stingers this time. Said, hey, these guns look pretty good. Seem to go well for our opponents. Let's see if we can give them a go. That's a lot of info.
Cleared out, gets number 1. Suppressed here for now. Buzz trying to escape, but John Trent peeked down the ramp. Trap gets sprung. Buzz, Izu, both taken out. Aftershock to further delay. Straw still here alongside Trent. Whole position to try to shut down this approach. And once again, T1 looking frazzled, looking confused, looking like they just don't know how to fight their way out of this position.
Those util combos are disgusting.
People on the corner, elbow spotted. Some shots through. Trent, Salvo's here to try to create a little bit of additional space, and Jogamo swinging back into heaven is able to find stacks. Vent not being watched, but Leaf
30 seconds left.
rotates around, up into heaven. The snake bite to slow the approach. 25 seconds now remaining. Jogamo, Trent continuing to play neck and neck alongside each other here, brothers in arms, just pushing in from behind. Storming their way closer and closer to the plant here. Into the smoke, and the spray is good. And in the blink of an eye, the round comes to a conclusion flawlessly as G2 are up by 3.
It's 5 in a row now for G2. They are smothering T1. It's util, it's reads, it's everything, it's shooting. They are well on their way to winning this map and winning this match. Still some work to do, but every step the salvos are there. There's something to stop T1.
Books, boys, good.
I agree.
Absolutely.
The one thing that's concerning me as well is they're not identifying that backside position on B that Valen holds all the time. I mean, he did it every single round almost, the last time they played this, and he's been brutalizing them there. And they just don't seem to be aware of it. So this map seems to be the one where they're a little bit lacking on some of their reads. Looked a little okay early, but since then, they just haven't been able to find comfort. This round, they do find some space in the mid, and this is oh so important for T1 to get this win. The economy is in the gutter, whereas G2 is full buy almost with everybody.
Showstopper thrown out. Buzz, a bit of a double pump there. Site, however, completely emptied.
This is
Meteor.
Crazy patience from Jog.
You talk about footsteps going to be heard here. Meteor not going to be able to get that line of sight quite just yet. Jogamo starting to rotate as well. He starts running, footsteps can be heard. Yep, Meteor turns back. He's able to find one. Gets the hit, the Armageddon out. Sent to try to open up the site, everybody forced forward. Valen wins the fight against Sylvan, but Buzz able to find Leaf there in heaven. Starting to the corner, dodged by Izu, but he cannot align the shot. Valen takes him down, finds Buzz to boot. As now he's on for the spike, and Stax is dealt with. Meteor now arriving, finds the first, but he cannot interrupt it. He can just hold it for days. And he'll even find the 4K on the back end. G2 are beating down upon T1 at every twist and turn.
I mean, they just beat Sylvan at the punch here. Sylvan's holding that angle. Valen isn't even looking that way at first. Sylvan can't win the fight. He wide swings, takes out another. They're just destroying them. Every single move they make is the right one, and the Taeho utility has been so brilliant to keep the players of T1 off balance as well. Trent is an absolute nightmare on that agent, and he's a huge part of why G2 is where they are. The way they have embraced this meta has gotten them here, and is seemingly getting them closer and closer.
Flash forward, Meteor once again caught the shorty, finding value. Buzz once again just not given an inch, not given any opportunity to get himself back into these rounds, into this map. Renoya sent pop flash out here from Jaw. Sylvan up over the top, able to find one, but Balan is still alive, which means that the round still very likely in the hands of G2. The site take absolutely squashed.
Do you invest in ult as T1? You've got two. Look at G2, they know.
Seems maybe a bit of a bad idea. Stax able to avoid the stun. Has the spike in hand. Going for the plant. Salvo's available here for Trent. Sent now. He slides forward. Spotting one here on the Raptors, but cannot confirm the kill. G2 are indomitable. 7 rounds consecutively as they look to bring this final to a swift end here on Split.
They're frying, man. It's so hard to get through the choke points as T1. See there, the salvos available to slow you up.
Let's get it. So easy.
Yep. Certainly is looking like that, isn't it, Jog? Now you're going to be able to invest in an op as G2.
Cutting through.
Got Jogamo with it. Sends out the TP, gonna go back towards mid. Post up here. Is T1 even gonna be aware? I mean, you've had plenty of cash for it for G2, and you haven't dipped into the op until just now. Oh, Buzz.
Who's next? Dimensional Drift will scout it. It's gonna be spammed out a little bit. Spattering damage gonna be taking Izu. Spotting out just a bit more. Leading the way here, guiding Buzz. Meteor able to find one. Leap. Shooting there at the fake out. Gate crash set up. Easy to get out of this corner. They're steadily trying to creep forward here. Trying to poke and prod the swing onto the corner. Izu able to put him down. Meteor with a 3K. As T1 finally break the win streak. They get themselves a 3rd round win. If they can continue, a chance to rescue this half. Make it a 7-5.
What a tremendous use of the ultimate there. Kept the operator out of play. Meteor with a brilliant lurk. Holds right outside of the vents. Waiting for Trent to come through. Knocks him down, swings up into Mail, finds 2 more. And that keeps T1 alive. Gives them some signs of life, some signs of hope. Jog going for a very similar play. The Viper's pit there as well. Kind of going to see if T1's going to contest it. Not something T1 actually does very often. They're not going to EDG you. Kong will just dash in there with a shorty and see what he can get done, but that's not T1's game style.
Trent just strafing into the open. Catching Meteor completely off guard. Both players get by unscathed, but spotting Meteor obviously not going to be meaning too much here. He's just been trying to lurk all over the place. Jonah P. Gonna use their wall, tucked into the corner! The push forward comes in, Sylvan Izu both gonna be left on the floor. Meteor only able to find one. Stax on the push. Backpedaling frantically. It's Meteor. He's able to find an opening. Leaf gonna be taken down. He's gone. 2v3, but immediately
هذا عيني شو الأخبار؟
brought to bear by Jogamo.
ما دينا رمضان بضبطش.
And spots both players out.
شو الأخبار؟ والله الحمد لله تمام.
Firing, Balan arriving. Jogamo on the
هيك
peak,
هيك
finds
بالضبط.
Stax before the pit can bloom.
30 seconds left.
Meteor now
هيك شوي خفيفة.
tucked in an alley,
والله.
away from the site.
اليوم صعب. بلكي بكرة.
Jogamo pushed into the back. Some shots flying
شو
through the salvos.
شو طابخ أنت؟ إيه قصدي شو طابخ أنت؟
Able to avoid them, pushes out, finds the first, but has to
ولا
be.
راحت
And he's
علينا.
clutch. Taps it again. Finds another.
بطبخ بتشا شو طيب عشان أعرف.
Swinging around the flank. And Meteor!
نفس اللحظة.
T1's hero has returned.
وين؟
How has he done it? When they needed him most. When they needed everyone wiped off the map. It's
وعندك بحسابك؟
insane. The patience here to know that they're going to try to push
وين يعني بدي يجوك بدهم يجوك قصدك؟
great reads today. It hasn't been his best. But he's had some
طب
moments.
انت ليش ما خليت اللي بعت لك اياهم يبعثهم على حسابي واسحبهم؟
They're over the edge but they're not off yet.
طيب بدك تبعت لي اياهم يروح منهم عمولة واسحب لك اياهم.
Just madness.
والله ما بعرف.
2 rounds in a row where Meteor is the one to get it done. To really break things open
شو
for you.
ايضا؟ هن على البيبال شو
Try
دخل
another
ايضا؟
mid
منظور.
exploration here. Nothing to speak of in the way of ults. Other than the
نفهم.
omens.
Stealth run from Trent.
هسه هم وين يجوك؟ على
Once
البيبال.
again, Meteor noted doesn't tell the full
طيب.
story of what's going on, but RP still
شو؟
paying attention here towards the vent. A shift around from Trent as well. Seems like the read coming up huge as there's a salvo. Buzz up over the top. They both
من
land.
بيبال؟
Dead on the floor.
لا بدك تحولهم على بيبال
Dropped down the
رسمي.
stun. Sylvan able to fight back for one.
لا من بيبال لبيبال.
Trent at 30. Just the fake out. You're now confirming it. TP in the back
من
of sight.
بيبال
Sylvan
ما
trying to get
اتوقع
the
في
plant
منصات
down.
ممكن تقبل
Jogmo
فما عندي
still
فكرة عن
here. Push
هذا
out of the
الشيء.
wall. Meteor this time. Not going to be the hero. Not going to be the one that takes him over the line. But it might just be Sylvan.
كلنا نجرب ماني بعرف ايش بقول لك.
Finding them both.
أبداً.
Looking for the kill. Cannot make it happen.
شو اللي بيطلب يبان؟
Sneak right into the back. The smoke now in bloom. Sylvan stagnant for the moment. Repositions here behind the screen. The swing out.
طب شو اللي اختلف يعني شو اللي بيختلف؟ ما بيختلفش.
G2 8-4 at the half as they look to bring this final to
ما
a
بعرفش انا
conclusion.
بشغلة المنصات والله.
Great half of reads. They're so good at cutting you off before you can get your executions
ممكن
to go.
$3
And it's
شيء
a
زي
Red Bull
هيك.
clutch there for
حسب
Lee.
المبلغ.
Stupendous stuff.
يمكن بروح $3 مني.
Individual efforts on both sides, but particularly G2. This is what I was
بس
worried about.
استنى
in the pistol
بعطيك
round. They
حساب
somehow
جديد
got through
بس
it, but
تبعت
this
لي حساب
time
القديم
they're not going to
وتبلع.
fumble that play. Keep
تمام.
T1 from coming up the ropes. Sylvan doing his damnedest. Stack's trying to help, but
شو هو؟
Leaf is so ready for that position.
أصفار دولة.
They're just so smart.
أصفار
As
دولة.
they said before, just getting the read. We'll go into the halftime and hear from
هذا
another legend.
حسابي نفسه بس حولته تجاري فتغير
From
اسمه
CGRS.
الايميل تبعه
ครั้งหนึ่งแล้วนะครับโอ้โห
دوينجن سيف خلطة سرية.
But ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with
استنى شوي.
CGRS.
بزبطش صعب. شو ما تشاهد لك بعت لك اياهم؟ هيدا انا صوتي طالع بالبث بختلف معك. ها؟
First of all, I really want to know
بس
who he is supporting right now in the grand finals of Masters Bangkok น้องกล้าครับเชียร์ใครครับ
T1 ครับผม
อ้าวเชื่อไหมว่า T1 เชื่อหรือเปล่าครับว่า T1 จะกลับมาได้หรือไม่
เชื่อครับผมอยากเจอแบบว่าอยากดู5แมปเลยครับ
He is rooting for T1 and he really wants to see map number 5 as well. And you know what? The game is really intense. I would also want to know, he has tried playing the new agent, Waylay. How is Waylay so far? อยากรู้ว่าตัวใหม่เป็นยังไงครับกล้า
โอ้ผมบอกเลยว่าน่าจะได้จับกันทุกทีมแน่นอนครับผม
Okay. ก็นะครับผม Yeah, he believes that. You know what? Every team will have a Waylay for sure. And last but not least, พูดอะไรกับแฟนๆหน่อยครับ Say something to the fans.
ก็ดีใจมากครับที่ได้เจอทุกคนนะครับ แล้วก็ผมเชื่อว่าครั้งนี้ผมว่าทุกคนได้ทำเต็มที่แล้วก็ผมเชื่อว่าทุกคนจะไม่ใช่แค่ไทยแล้วกันผมว่าทุกคนในโลกน่าจะเห็นว่าพวกเราแบบสุดยอดมากครับขอบคุณมากครับ
And a shout out to the fans, both Thai and international, who have attended the UOB Live Stadium here in Bangkok, Thailand. The fans have been amazing, and it's such an honor for us to be hosting such an amazing crowd here to show the global fans that what esports is all about. สำหรับกล้าครับผม ตอนนี้ทีวันใกล้แล้วนะครับโอเคถึงเวลาแล้วครับผม I'll see you back in the game right now
Found his way into an interview, not quite onto a team here at this event as Seastress.
He tried.
He's trying to
he
do, but
sure did try his darndest.
That he did, but T1 now need to try their damnedest. 2-12-2 from Buzz. A shattering performance thus far. Needs to get into gear as they now shift over onto this defensive side of Split. G2 claiming the pistol here. Could very well be the beginning of the end.
They're just slow creeping their way through. Using a little bit of util to make sure the site's clear.
It's only Meteor here.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Rotation quick from Izu. Is able to snap over, finds one. Jogamo taken down, just blind spam through the smoke. Leaf tucked away, Izu scaling forward, the paranoia connecting, but cannot find Trent there at backside. Sylvan out from heaven, however, able to find one, finds his second, as Jonah P will get taken down. And T1 get what they needed the absolute most. Another pistol win to start off this second half.
It's a lifeline. Izu there. Just a timing, maybe. Not sure if you heard a footstep, but...
How many times did we see Izu getting timings on this map, on this Yoru?
That's a good point.
Just come away with absolutely insane kills.
He is a thief. Absolutely just wild stuff there. A lot of good trades for both sides, but...
Full investment from T1.
Yeah, they gotta go big. Couple Guardians, couple Bulldogs, Spectre. No pistols for Stax this time. Didn't like that he wasn't able to win. See what Jonah P can do with that Marshall.
Peek it. Shot not connecting. Buzz now up on top of the box. Gonna be fault line here, trying to give his life. He does so, but Jogamo gets traded out, but now Leaf far forward, catching Izu on the approach out from the screens. Meteor going down another two here at main. Balance, Jonah P still alive. Might have just about been able to have that shot, but Stax saves our asses here as Jonah P trying to pressure him out. Eventually finds it. T1, they will win the round, but they lose out on so much weaponry. Everything invested, and only two carried forward.
And G2 is so fast to scale into sight. Of just a little bit of contact, they just disrespect the smokes. They just push forward, and it catches Izu off guard. Not expecting Leaf to be pushed up that far forward. The fans trying to get their favorite team back into this, but that's a pretty brutal loss. And this bonus looking pretty minimal for T1 in terms of the weaponry they're going to be able to bring to bear. A couple Guardians, a shotgun, a Sheriff, and a Ghost. And now, a little bit of a slowdown here. G2 generally pretty cautious on this attacker's side. They'll flirt with a little bit of mid-pressure. They'll grab the orbs, they'll min-max, and they'll keep you guessing. They are very tricky to keep track of. And then sometimes they'll just accelerate on you. Sometimes they'll just start running hard executes that are extremely well coordinated with that initiator util. So it's something that's very tricky to deal with because they're so hard to predict, so hard to read. That's a spot.
I don't think Buzz caught a glimpse of anything there, but Leaf getting some information. Salvos now sent out. Poke and Prod takes him mid-control. Izu.
Made the rotations.
Position down. Held position on B. Buzz does rotate over to Heaven. Nothing going to be spotted there.
30 seconds left.
Is heading away from the vents. Meteor alone on the site. Paranoia going to be sent. It's Buzz tagged up down to 44. TP forward, Buzz here on the corner. Stax able to find one. Bound going to be taking out Trent as well. Dying. The Bucky finds an immense amount of damage. Stax looking to get himself an ace clutch.
10 seconds left.
The 4K Sylvan will take it away. But T1 will take that every damn day.
It seems like time and time again, especially on this map, Stax is good for those 3Ks, those 4Ks that keep you in the game. He's been doing it time and time again throughout Masters Bangkok. And he showed up and given T1 a bonus win and put them one round behind G2. Absolute insanity. He's a big game player from time to time, and this could be one of those moments.
Cover going out.
Stingers galore for G2. This one seems to have a bit more pace behind it. Get the spot onto Meteor. They're just gonna line up. Sylvan have to show up big. Can he match what Valen did not too long ago in a very similar position? Oh, they're backing off. Don't like what they see. And instead, they're pinging out Mail. Unsure if that's just a, hey, make sure we're watching this, or that's the way we're gonna actually try to break through.
Looks like it might just end up being a split here.
There's been zero contact on A, so T1 can definitely lean into this B hold.
Attempt at a trap here, but no one there to receive it. Izu out on the rafter. Meteor, decent line of sight here below. Just that fake out. Not being paid any credence to Trent. Gonna be taken down. Izu trying to make a quick exit here. Sylvan will find one Joggermo getting another Meteor. However, here at backside, only gonna be good for a single kill. Buzz, however, now arriving. Looking to keep them in this. Valen tagged up by that paint shell. Down to 30 with the headshot. He's so damn snappy, Buzz. He's been having a rough go of it so far in this map. But he does not back down. The sole survivor, T1. 4 in a row on the half, tie things up at 8-8. And I think G2 likely calling for a timeout.
The fact that they get absolutely zero attention over towards the A side means that T1 can lean into this defense, and it's really fast rotations from Buzz and company to get there to help. Still, it's damn close. G2 is still fearsome. They play off of each other so well. The trades are so good. But T1 just a step ahead and able to maintain their wits about them. I like the pull-off. I like the rotate from G2. Again, reading the map nicely, but T1 there able to work their magic just enough. See what the buys look like coming out of this. Plenty of money for some on T1. Stacks is sitting on a hefty stack.
Yeah, quite a bit.
G2 in danger of, if they lose this one, going down to another Thrifty.
And you suspect that that's going to be T1 getting up to double digits, granted. Did, for the most part, choke away the advantages that they had on Abyss, so doesn't mean that G2 would be out of it by any means. They still just don't want to give them that opportunity. So, first timeout call here for the squad. Multiple ultimates from G2, narrowly offline.
I'd like to see T1 lean into a bit more retake style here. You've got the Nightfall, you've got the Dimensional Drift, you've got some great ults to use to just kind of give up a little bit of space and see if you can catch G2 unawares. TP is going right at Meteor. He's in trouble.
And he's been caught, but he still finds the headshot. What a shutdown. Pauses, he's letting the bullets whiz by. Still scaling forward. This man, he's absolutely a lunatic. And now he'll exit. Oh, you stop shooting at me, now I'll run away.
Yeah, now this is the time to leave, clearly.
Spotted on the one. There advanced Buzz, noted. Bite over towards Stacks. Bouncing back though, bit of a whip there on the molly from Leaf. Nightfall coming across, just gonna get a connection onto one. It's Valen. Falls for the fake out and Stacks. Push forward, find him, that's the spike now. Drops to the front of the site, Buzz. Peeks out into main. Seeing multiples. The swing out though, and Meteor comes up with another solid 3K. Flawless round from T1. They break down the economy from G2 once more. And now they find themselves here in the lead on a split.
This is just really solid play here. Not giving up any space. Meteor holding the line, that's massive. Stacks though, working that backside area very nicely, and then they coordinate. It's a 3-2-1, they all swing together and swat G2 away from that A site. And it's back to Stingers. Stacks trying to stay focused, trying to stay dialed in. You've got the Rolling Thunder, you've got the Dimensional Drift for both Yorus. Meteor has his ult. Pacey trying to catch Meteor again.
Looking for it. Manages to drop that buzz, trying to go on the timing. Find some pressure, peeled off. I'm getting dropping Stacks out into heaven, finding two. Jogamo Leaf both gonna be taken down.
Dude, Stacks is starting to answer the call. G2's been crisp. He's starting to get snappy.
Two here in heaven, one in the garage. Dimensional Drift off the pause, gonna be coming through. Meteor stabilizing for one, tries to turn back. Cannot get the kill there on a Valid. Sylvan absolutely will. Jonah P trying to push forward, reposition. Jonah P fast to shut it down. Swings around the corner. Aftershock not gonna find anything. Full Flash connecting into his face. Sends out one of his own, but Flash swings into it in fact. And then gets picked apart. T1 up to double digits. Not allowing for the Thrifty to come to fruition. 3 rounds now to try to take this grand final into a 5th and final map. But G2 get ready to go into another bye with 5 ults.
Everything in the kitchen sink to try to get themselves closer to T1, to try to take the championship here and now, to avoid that 5th map. So you have to imagine the momentum could be in T1 sails. Clear the haunt there. Not much info garnered here for the side of G2, but again, Meteor being tested. He stood up pretty well. He's been able to either get the kill or avoid the traps.
Who's next?
They're gonna use that Dimensional Drift first. Try to figure out if they have a good opportunity for that Rolling Thunder. See if they commit it.
Has it at the ready. Rolling Thunder going over towards that heaven side. Now the Armageddon gonna be layered in as well. Shoving them back. The pit invested. G2, everything in the kitchen sink being thrown at this round to try to bring this back within 1.
Planted.
Everybody from T1 clustered up. A counter pit out from screen to try to keep them interested here, to try to draw some attention. As the rest of the squad tries to push out through main, but Jonah P is on such a deep lurk. Paranoia holds them back at main for now. A blind on a 1. Nizu taken down by the salvos.
Fake teleport.
The drop down, Jogamo hearing it, goes for the timing swing, pushes out, finds 1. And Buzz can only get Trent. 4 players left, Stacks reading the lurk well, but cannot win out the fight. Meteor will look to throw in the towel. G2, it costs them absolutely everything available, but they win out this round. They keep it damn close.
Jog will claim Meteor at the very end, but yeah, it took everything. And T1 tried to dodge that utility as best they could, but the way that G2 is able to layer those ultimates, to use the Rolling Thunder, to set up the deep Viper's Pit, to take complete control of that extra flank angle. Plus, you know you have Jonah P, who's making sure that sewers and your spawn are clear. Really, really well-crafted, well-designed execute there from G2 to give them their first attacker side win. Can they continue on? Trent even only able to afford a Guardian.
Showstopper, just a Hail Mary send there from Buzz. No real information, no real damage found. Leak down to 78, has that regen armor. More than safe here for the moment. Paint Shell still in the back pocket. Jonah P checking in around sewers. Meteor now starting to go for the rotation.
He's got tremendous patience, but Jonah P is on Meteor duty. It is his job to make sure that those flanks are secure. Meteor can just wait this out until the execute actually starts to go through. And T1 has the complete read on this. They've got everybody surrounding this A site.
Checks around the back. The slide forward coming up. The gate crash there. How patiently does he play it? Damn patient, in fact. Opens up here, does Meteor. Is rewarded with 2. Jogamo able to find 2 here on the site. Snaps back now, is going to be in the back line. Meteor peeks over towards main. Leaf here on the Raptor, up and over the top, finds 1, looks for the transition, can't quite make it happen.
Fake teleport.
Jogamo now on his lonesome. A 1v2, the instant rotate.
Can he be the hero again? He's done it so many times today already for G2. Another clutch opportunity. Plenty of time to plant.
10 seconds left.
T1 had fully committed to just locking the A side down.
Now to get the bad news. Rotate can begin. 76 here on Izu. Sylvan, full HP. She teleports a smoke. They have some flashes.
Jog has no util.
Based on what he's shown, he doesn't need it oftentimes.
Yeah, no doubt. Timing.
The footsteps, and they're all lined.
Oh my god.
Red Bull clutch. Jogamo is that guy. He is the thorn in T1's side. 10 to 10.
Oh my god.
He's already got a Champions Trophy. He wants to be the
Holy
second
shit.
player ever to also have a Masters to join Saucy in that elite group. And he is willing, G2 right now, tooth and nail, fighting every step of the way. And his senses are immaculate. He is reading the game at a next level.
And it's another dimensional drift. He's just building them up so damn rapidly. Tries to bait them in. Paranoia going to be sent across. Trent continuing. Try to keep interest on that B site. Izu under pressure. Crumbles. Jogamo with a shorty. Able to find the opening kill. Takes a bit of damage. T1 about to lose this lead that they were fighting tooth and nail for. Paranoia at the ready on the corner, catching damn near everyone. Meteor gets out in front. Paint shell gonna be set. The swing in Jonah P. Looking for a timing there into the smoke. Gonna be good for one. Sylvan, however, alongside Meteor, continue to break things open. Trent and Leaf, one in main, one trying to rotate desperately into heaven. The Haunt gets cleared out. Positions widely confirmed. Poison dissipating head, spotted. Spike held to half.
Oh my goodness.
But Trent cleans up the remainders. G2 now in the lead.
Trent says, I saw what you did, Jog. I've got some too. No problem. Just hold the sprays down. There was a moment here where I thought Meteor might have been able to do this. Trying to break things open. Stax is showing quite a bit of frustration.
Oh my goodness.
Back-to-back clutches. Incredible the way these G2 players have stood up. It looked like maybe we were gonna get that Pearl, but then Trent and Jogamo had other ideas. And T1 has to take a timeout. They have to figure this out. They have to calm down. They have to avoid these moments where you're giving these opportunities. G2, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile every time. This is the grand finals.
3 rounds in a row for G2 to get to this position to regain the lead. And that's exactly what T1 needs. They want to avoid overtime and send us straight to Pearl. But right now, the money, not great. The coffers getting drained dry. These rounds have been scrappy. They've been back and forth. They've been nail biters in some of them. T1 just have not been able to bank up the cash. They also have not been able to find the impact that we're used to seeing from them at this tournament when it comes down to thrifty plays.
You have a judge for Buzz there in Vents, as well as Sylvan over on the other side towards B.
Fake out there against the wall. Jogamo sticking around. Gate crashes, a crossover towards this B site. Everyone from G2 getting ready to storm in. Sylvan, his own judge here in hand, starting to back away from the garage.
Cover going out.
Stealth drone looking for the pop. They hear it. Paranoia at the ready. Izu sending a pop flash. Trying to scale forward here with that stinger. Gets in along the box. A bit of damage on the Jogamo. Puts him down to 60.
Yep, this is wise. Don't like what you see there. That judge in hand. No great read on where Sylvan could have repositioned to. Let's try exploring mid a little bit. Leave.
spot out.
Scrape of damage on the Meteor.
ديون ماشيين مع
Frying pan
بعض
into the fire potentially. Right around the corner there. The
كلهم
stinger
مع
is
بعض.
Izu. Stax gets a seize.
وده
Hold of the bay, the paint shell coming into the back end. Jogamo just so damn low. Time now. Getting away from them. Spuzz looks to try to reinforce up in a habit, but Leaf able to find one. Meteor swinging out. Cannot find that kill. Leaf down to 68. The pivot again, coming through. The charge. Knocking them down. 8 seconds remaining. And Sylvan arrives exactly when he is needed.
Oh, the patience there from Sylvan. Holding that B site the whole way. Just his presence was enough to scare off G2. They try to make their way through to A, but they lose a couple players there. And so they say, let's pivot to the other side. We know that's the weak side at this point. Let's make a go of it. But Sylvan is a step ahead. And Miomai, couple more rounds. Is it gonna be 2 for one team or the other to send us to Pearl? Or is it gonna be 1 for each to send us to overtime? It is indeed split. And we do indeed only have bangers here. But you can see even Valen, not super frazzled, but certainly a little bit wary. This match has really started to drag on. There's such a hot start for G2 on map 1. A punch back on Haven, and then Abyss. It's just wild, no other way to put it. Now you're here on Split, and who knows what could happen. A couple more rounds to potentially seal the fate of one of these teams.
G2 do not want this to go to a map 5. This is a marathon. They'd like to just bring it to a conclusion right here, right now. Move that finish line forward rather than have it set back a couple more miles.
And look at the buy. This is how scrappy things have been. You know, you've been talking about it. They're back on, after winning 3 in a row, they're back onto an eco.
Stealth Stone to try to check around. Nothing going to be spotted right now for the moment. High-low setup from Sylvan and Izu on the B side. Buzz rotating around into heaven. Noise absolutely cut.
Trying to set up a bit of a crossfire there with Izu. Meteor uses the pit on the other side of the map.
Statuesque not hearing anything. Meteor just wants to make sure that they can't try to go for a pivot.
Yep.
There's a check from Sylvan. Spotting out a couple players there in the garage. Gate crash set out, it's pinged. T1 hoping that he would go for it. Set off the clear.
So we play into T1's hands. This is what they want. It's just can they execute?
Jogamo making some noise. Salvo's gonna be sent out. Buzz, that first contact coming through. Izu out here, wide, able to find one, but Trent, even in that range, this thing able to find him, but Sylvan comes up with 2, gets himself a 3rd. Meteor finds him. 12 to 11. T1, 1 round away from sending us to Pearl.
Right into T1's open arms. Using that pit nicely to deny any easy rotation, forcing the hand of G2, and the crossfires are beautiful. Sylvan coming up monstrous again. He's got 23 kills on this map. Meteor with 25. The 2 controllers are keeping T1's hopes alive here in Bangkok. Can they get it done? Izu with the op. Oh, he misses it. Valen got him.
The shot is just off. What a shutdown from Valen. Absolutely huge. The changeup has not been bringing the operator into the fold this entire time. And now he's dead. The dimensional drift cannot come into play.
Oh my God. What a play from Valen.
When they need him the most.
He's had some big moments. Everybody on G2 has.
Meteor thinking about exploiting this space, but there's a gap in the smoke. And they capitalize. A 3v5 needed from T1 if they want to avoid this overtime and just cruise into Pearl. Right now, the reactions are not there. The sense is not there. Sylvan, alone on the site, starts off with one, but strafes back into the Armageddon. You can tell the wheels have come off. Strap in. This map is not over yet. We jump into overtime.
Of course we would. It's split. And this puts so much pressure on the T1 shoulders to try to avoid elimination, to try to keep themselves alive. G2 as well, but man, they read this round so well. But the smoke there just a little bit off from Sylvan. Maybe that's something, a bit of a mistake, and not sure, he just wasn't expecting that to be there. It's hard to say for sure, but that's backbreaking for T1. Of course, losing that early op as well. No ops in play, no glass cannons, all rifles for both teams. Stax going on a bit of an explore towards B. Three-man push towards mid. These were some of the rounds that did end up going T1's way, is when they could successfully make their way through and be able to find those pivots towards the site of their choice.
Leave. Looking to try to stop this, but ends up falling. Jump down was going to be traded out. Valen able to come away with one, but they zoned them away from the site for the moment. Paranoia sent. No one there to receive it. TP across. Gate crash set up from Mizu into backside, but he and Stax both dangerously low.
Meteor.
Looking to be the one that tried to stem the tide here. Swing onto the corner. He can't find either. Chocobo with a kill. Now the player advantage here for the side of G2. T1 trying to stay fanned out, but Mizu going to be taken down off the rip. Stax here at the default box, trying to hold the ground, as Sylvan has to try to keep them occupied from behind, and he cannot. Another 3K from Jaw as G2 get this up to series point. The trophy within their grasp.
One more round. They're able to find that big kill on the Buzz on the entry. And then Jaw just working his magic. So diligent, just checking every corner. And he's so accurate today. He can sense that trophy. And he's just chill. He's just having fun.
He's been here before. He's been on that champion stage. He has won that trophy.
It begins.
And one more pop-off round from the man himself. And he will add a Masters trophy to that collection.
Look at this, 26 kills on this map.
He's just been an absolute fiend. Trent creeping forward. Fake out. Get themselves pushed up. Meteor peeking out. Jonah P. Puts him a little bit lower, but Easer striking. Somehow gets a fadeaway headshot on into the enemy breach. A happy little accident perhaps here for T1. Something that they desperately need to extend this overtime.
Trying to get a read on where the remaining players of G2 are. No other attention paid towards B. Now finally, Izu gonna start sliding his way in. See if he can reinforce this A site. Buzz and Stax.
Stax repositioning, Buzz out into the open, instantly collected Leaf. Finding the headshot. Stax similarly pushed out into the open, and Izu looking for timing, pushes up, cannot find Eddie, but Stax comes away with two.
30 seconds
Gives his teammates an opportunity. A 1v2 from Valen. The fragging IGL, the captain, who has guided them to this very moment. Can he pull it off? The smoke dissipating. Just looking for their feet. He just can't quite get it done. So very close. But for T1, a sigh of relief as they reset the OT.
It's just a little bit of a trap position there. Meteor trying to pull a bait and switch, and Izu makes the most of it, finds two huge kills. Stax on site, holding the line. Buzz gets caught in transition. Just not reading the map here very well. G2 almost punishes them for it. A nice one-way setup. Almost works a treat, but barely Meteor. Still some joy there in Stax' voice, despite how stressful this has been. Now back to this attacker's side. Again, T1 gonna spread the map a little bit. Stax over at B Garage, trying to get some attention over there. Some smokes being sent towards Mail. Try to keep players busy. Izu just gonna tuck in a corner for now. Everybody else wondering if there's maybe gonna be some kind of push out. Stealth drone now. Not gonna get any info. This might bait some rotation. Stax gonna start throwing util. Izu as well on the move.
Yeah, Gatecrash is here. Jogamo just himself is here. Players' attention tied towards the side of the map. Trent tucking away, looking for a timing, pushing to the smoke, and Meteor able to snap in his Buzz. Dives in on top of Jonah P. The shorty for the elimination. Meteor checking around, trying to watch here below. Reads it well, takes out Leap, peeks back into heaven. Some damage found, Jogamo down to 72. Sylvan just staying sat here quietly behind the screen. Eats a bit more obstacle for a reposition. Slide in from Balin, last one left. Stax out from main, finds them both. Back into their hands, T1. Map point.
And it's an attacker's side win there for T1. The side where both teams were struggling on this map. Great play there from Buzz to get that shorty out. Jonah P was trying to find a timing to catch T1 off guard. He had snuck underneath their noses, he thought. Buzz was having none of it. And then we're gonna take the timeout. Oh boy, yeah. The stress starting to mount. Buzz can feel it, feel that pressure. Only 9 kills here for him on Split. It has been a map to forget, for sure. But still, chance for redemption in the cards.
I think it just speaks to the efforts of the rest of his team.
Yes.
Meteor, Sylvan, Stax, in particular. So even with Buzz not being very present here on this map. Crying out loud. We had another reset here on that overtime. Could have another as the timeout will expire from G2. We'll see if it's enough to tie things up at 14-14. Stax and Buzz were a part of the longest map we've ever had in overtime at a global. 1917 scoreline, DRX versus FPX. As far as I'm concerned, let's shatter the damn thing.
Why not? I'm all about it. This can go on for forever, and I've got nowhere better to be. Looks like a bit of a mid-crunch, potentially. Nope, just sending a couple players up towards Garage. There is that op again. It's gonna be in the hands of Izu. He's further back, sitting in back sight, instead of trying to contest that angle. I think G2 was somewhat expecting it. Meteor again.
It's this position where he was able to
They're just
break
spamming
open
it right away.
the previous defender's round and get the reset.
Just know.
Gonna slowly drift across. Tucked in, fault line, not connecting. It's the fake out, the push, Jogamo dead. Stun in the aftershock to try to push him off the position. He's strafing across, damage hardly taken. Repeaks, goes for some spray. Does put one into the shoulder of Trent. Stealth drone pushing forward, but not gonna be seeing much of anything there.
Leaf.
On the back foot, and Buzz holds things down from ramp. Sylvan spots out the rest. Izu still here, on the side still, with up in hand. Meteor finding him. Spike on the ground. 2v4, fault line avoided. Izu catches a glimpse, gets a shot. As it's all on Balin. Taps the plant, the push of the smoke. And he goes down. 15-13. Strap in, ladies and gentlemen. This series, it is not over yet. Map 5. We go to Pearl.
Unbelievable. One more map to decide who will be the first Masters winner in 2025. Who is going to lift that trophy? Do not go anywhere.
Holy shit.
Vamos, brother. Good job, guys. Good job. 섹시해. 그래. 구현석 그래. 그래. 예? 예? 미리오. 나이스. 나이스.
جايز واحد للفاصل يعني
gelmiyor musun?
حتكون جدا محمية.
Bir saniye. Alıyorum ben biletleri.
Her anın sponsoru Selfie artısıyla geldi.
Ya bana bırak. Tamam bıraktım. 2 tane bilet alabilir miyiz?
Hafta sonu bir sinema bileti alan Selfie'liye ikinci bilet bedavaya geliyor. Film keyfi 1+1 yaşanıyor.
Şimdi ne yapıyoruz?
Acele etme kanka. Daha yeni başlıyoruz.
It can only end this way. T1 dig deep and manage to pull off the win on Split, sending G2 to the back with their heads held low while T1 have their heads held high. Welcome back, everyone, to the desk here. Golden Boy alongside Mimi Kukuka and Sideshow. And what a freaking match we just saw. Guys, what am I supposed to do with my hands right now? You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing here? Because this is insane.
Apparently this.
Yeah, I guess
I've heard.
Do a little bit of that, you know? Shout out to the Purple Cobras. But seriously, though, let's actually talk about one of the big moments that we saw from that game. And that was going to be coming from Meteor's Sideshow, because Meteor is just putting on one hell of a series right now.
He definitely is, and especially in this map. He stepped up massively when Buzz had a bit of a stinker, dropped 30 kills, including this ace, inside a pit, to recover what was a pretty appalling first half that looked like G2 were going to run away with the trophy.
Extremely appealing also from the first kills, 5-1 onto him. I know that at the first map of the match, he wasn't the strongest one, but he is able to make the difference. And I said it at the beginning of the day, if he's on a final, it is going to go to the map number 5.
And he had a tough ask playing into this G2 comp with the Breach Teo. They have a ton of util to clear out players trying to hard anchor. Yet Meteor did such a good job of varying where he was playing in these sites and still finding success to get multi-kills in pivotal rounds repeatedly as G2 was exacting onto his site.
I think it's so impressive as well that T1 were actually able to fend off a tournament point there. Valen had an opportunity playing around that one way. It was an uncomfortable spot, but there was a moment where it looked like G2 were going to be able to get it across the line, and T1 held strong. That is so difficult to do in spots like this.
Oh, it most definitely is here. Now, obviously, you're looking for some hero moments there, but you're also looking to see who is your most valuable player without a doubt. And for us on the desk here, these are the two players that have definitely been standing out for us. Trent has had a heater of an event, and for me personally, Izu Kakuka has just shown his flexibility, his range, his talent that has allowed T1 to be able to get to this
Big
point.
words, but all words that apply to him. From the Cypher, from the Duelist, from the Initiator, measuring up with people that play in this level, that have such curated synergy as G2 has, is very impressive to see them moving around and swapping around. He always locks in exactly where his team needs him.
I do think, though, that there are other people that could be there for that MVP race. And it's all about who steps up when the time matters. You know, we saw Buzz have a little bit of a fall-off and Meteor step up to the forefront. Trent didn't have the greatest split, but Valen was there, almost getting it across the line. Who is going to make the difference in map 5?
You have to look to the veterans, the guys who have done it before. Meteor was massive on that last map, and Jojimo, he has built his way into this finals as well. Both those players, an opportunity to lift their second trophy going into this map 5.
I mean, you could definitely see the pressure, the moment. It's building for these players here as they know that everything is on the line. What an opportunity this may be. What an emotional game this has been as well, Sideshow.
It's had everything. It's had elation to crushing disappointment. It's had moments of nerves. You can see it in the way that they're playing once the stakes get super big, pop-offs. Everybody's had their opportunity to have impact in the game, and the clutches have been ridiculous. But I think G2 were hoping to close it out there. There's something to be said about getting closer and closer to the trophy, feeling like you've accomplished it, and then realizing you have to reset into a whole new map.
And now it all settles in the underwater world of Pearl. And here's a little fun factoid for you people at home. G2 5-0 on this map, Mimi, but boy, oh boy, would it be crazy if T1 pulls something off today.
Josh Ortiz talked about it before, that in BO5s, he likes spreading out the maps he feels are the strongest for his team. And I think it was an intentional choice to leave the Pearl this late into this series. You lost a tough map, but you're going into one where you are absolutely undefeated. But T1, they've been good on Pearl this year as well, going 1-1 in this tournament thus far with a very unique look on the map.
Exactly. We expect to send the Neon back, but something that actually is a big worry for me on the side of T1, we expect to see the Killjoy back. When asked in the press conference about this Killjoy, Meteor just said that he just hopes Techo gets nerfed. But so far, and in this tournament, it is not nerfed, and it's Trent on the other side. He has proven time and time again everything that he can do with his agents.
You need to be removing that Killjoy utility when T1 are on the defense side, and Meteor can move it around. It's not as simple as salvos go out and they just break it immediately, because there are other spots that you can put that in. But I think that's so crucial, because otherwise T1 are just going to be stacking all over the map in the right places at the right time. Meteor, though, might end up playing more of a info role, or more of a supportive role, and that's going to require other people to step up. And that's where I'm looking at people like Bus and Stacks, who haven't been able to get it done before, have made their best run ever at this kind of event, and are on the precipice here to be able to win a trophy.
Yeah, exactly. Another person that I'm looking at, Leaf, where are you at the beginning of the tournament? You proved that you're one of the best. This is the best moment to prove to the rest of the world and to your team that you are a winner.
The last time G2 was in a position like this, deep in a BO5 against global competition, they lifted the Ascension Trophy, earned their spot to be in the Partnership League. Now they have a chance to be the first Ascension team to lift a trophy on a global stage at a Masters tournament.
It all comes down to this, Mimi. It's map 5, the The trophy is on the line. Glory is on the line, and it's a first for both of these teams. One final time and for one last dance. Here's Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. We would not have this any other way. Blessed in our grand finals we seem to be. As we get ready to jump into this map 5, this series, an all-timer already. And who knows what the hell is gonna happen as we dive into Pearl.
You could convince me of just about anything at this point. We've seen it all today. We've seen dominance on maps. We've seen crazy comebacks. We've seen crazy clutches. We've seen Reyna being played of all things. And G2 undefeated on Pearl. But this is a map at T1. No slouches on themselves. Gonna run that interesting double duelist with Buzz on the Neon. Obviously, not the performance he wanted on Split. Looking to bounce back, looking to pick it up. Same with Leaf for G2. See if he can get it going, but it's gonna be T1 on the defender side. They are stacked right at the choke.
Nesk was talking about it, that Killjoy. Meteor has been having a rough time of it. Getting value off the util when there's Tejo isn't in play. Difficult, but there isn't one here for G2. Attempted a little bit of a trap here. Glimpse of the cape around the corner is Buzz jiggling. Just the fake out.
It's probably best that he doesn't go any further there, because all 4 of G2, Leaf on the other side. The headhunter, of course, Buzz gonna see a lot.
This trend on that cross. Still just backpedaling here, trying to stay safe. His mind's gonna be cleared out. Flash over, gonna be connecting some decent damage across the Stacks. Shock Dart is able to find 2.
Stacks!
He draws down the Ghost, finds another. C1 continuing to be dominant here on these pistols, and Meteor just swooping around the back Leaf. Absolutely no way that he has any idea in hell. A single bullet in the headhunter. And as the corner gets swung, the Meteor will take him down. T1. Another pistol win. 6-3 in that regard across the series. They put their right foot forward here on map 5.
Stacks has hit some absolutely nasty shock darts today. He's not letting off that pedal. He has stepped up as a Sova player, especially this year. We've seen him struggle on it in the past, but he's put a lot of work in. Looked a lot better on that agent. Finds a ton of value. Outlaw for Izu. Looks like he's gonna be in mid. Something you really have to be cautious of against this G2 squad on Pearl is they love to explore mid, and particularly Leaf. He's so good at working this space. Might see a lot of battles between him and Meteor from control of it. Both those Sentinels players love to open up those opportunities to go for those lurks. Go for those flanks.
Death ball though, through Art. Nobody checking for this. No early alert systems in place here for T1. Star gonna be situated, but they're already out in front of this one. There's Buzz here on the corner. They try to mow them down. Finds the first, the spike gonna be dropped, the relay ball out. Slides forward, point blank against Jonah P. We'll be able to have it. Stacks just with the Ghost purchase forward. Will pick up the Guardian, all weapons carried in, T1. Damn clean in the anti-eco.
Great play there by Buzz. Just deciding to accelerate, knows he has some backup behind him. With Sylvan covering the other side. He's got the opportunity to hit a fantastic relay bolt. Just knock a bunch of players down. Relatively clean there for T1. They're gonna be able to bring a rifle into this round, keep 4 guns from the previous. Now they're really gonna spread the map. Buzz all the way back in spawn, waiting for his opportunity to try to find a moment to rotate.
Nobody to clear the drone. Izu is gonna go ahead, takes his exit out. Get that re-ping so they know it's not a fake. Look for a couple shots here, just blind through that nebula. Izu repositioning. Ready for the setup here on that next gate crash, but it looks like G2 wanting to reroute. So once again, they'll look to go ahead and explore this space around mid.
Yeah, they're really, really good about being patient on this side of the map. And they're really good at sussing out trap plays. This alarm bot gets cleared. Does Meteor.
He's tucked, it's just a Spectre. Jonah P starting the back pedal. Not gonna overextend, not gonna give anybody the opportunity here. For now, it's just quiet. Leave peeking around the site, looking for something. Relay bolt gonna be sent over towards main. Try to stop the push from coming through. Slide out, Buzz gonna be taken down. Stacks able to answer one back. Leaf able to take his head off.
Spike planted.
Jig is up. Sylvan noted here at dugout. It's Meteor. Pounded and eliminated on that flank.
Need that back.
Sylvan finds another Izu. Trying to get in position here at Secret. Retaking from here. Looking nigh impossible for T1.
Scooped up the Phantom.
Recon cleared. Tap not coming through. Fuse now going to be started. Timing on that flash. Damn good. Shot's not quite coming through. Surely not! He's done it! Sylvan! He just sticks to the fuse. He doesn't fake. He gets the Red Bull clutch. Bonus converted.
And the madness just continues here in Bangkok. This looked like a great round for G2. They've got the crossfires set up, but Sylvan just pops a smoke, squats down, and waits it out. Unbelievable. And that's got Sylvan out of his chair.
And he was already tagged up.
Yeah.
Anything.
And
Should
one
have been able
bullet.
to take him down.
One bullet.
That flash timing out on Art, catching that, offsetting the crosshair.
Beautiful.
An inadvertent hero play from Izu.
Take flight.
And I like what Buzz did there. Use that relay bolt to cut off the forces that could be coming from A main, from G2. Slowed them up a little bit in that attack, allowed Sylvan to kind of sit in the back of Cubby relatively unaccounted for a while. Jog going on and explore, seeing what's what, finding quite a bit of info. Hello?
Oh, just trying to go for a very hyper-aggressive play forward. Does get traded out. Valen able to find Sylvan. Still some damage taken. Leaf at 59. Valen 59 with some regen on top. Conquer Divide going to be called, but Leaf swings the angle a bit too early. Pop flash ready to be set. Might not even be needed, but it gets a catch on the Valen all the same. Ult commitment not doing a damn thing for 0T1.
This is just great stuff. Great timings. Buzz again, sliding in when he's needed. Sylvan aware that the dimensional drift could be coming out near him. He takes Jog down right before it pops. Leaf swings. A momentary mistake potentially costed G2 that round. And after a 4-0 start for T1, it will be the timeout for G2 Esports. See if they can somehow stop the bleeding. This is such an incredible start, and like was talked about so many times, a map they have not lost yet this year.
T1 previously had that same accolade. Got taken away from them here at this event, and they're looking to do the same to G2. Make sure no one gets away unscathed. But it's just shades of Abyss once more. The way that map had begun.
But it's different because of, this is a little more standard comp, we'll call it, than what we saw in Abyss, but absolutely, you know, with that operator there, that's fearsome, especially with nothing but close range weaponry to bear for G2 in this eco. A couple Stingers and a Sheriff, a couple classics, of course the Headhunter for Leaf, but now I want to see T1 just be patient. No need to push the tempo here. Make G2 force the issue. It's going to be the operator in mid again. A couple players thinking about going out for a push. Buzz and Sylvan out of Art potentially. Izu just going to be watching this angle. Jog could just send the clone.
Has full armor. Let's play it up patiently here.
Was able to get that.
Doesn't want to take any early damage.
Yeah, was able to get that Phantom in hand.
That's why he needs to be the one sticking around here for the long haul, but Buzz caught out on this lurk. A nice swing.
attempt to sneak underneath G2's nose, and they read it like so well. Although you kind of maybe expect Meteor to be the one trying those kind of things.
Clear on the dart, jaw up, over the top, Stacks. What's a re-challenge, goes for the swing, and it's ill-advised. Trent will mow him down, and that's just a weapon picked up for free.
That's multiple guns you're hearing there.
T1 starting to lose the plot here a little bit. It's Meteor trying to hold them at bay, but he's gonna be stunned up. Trent able to find a third elimination now.
30 seconds
Sleep
left.
slowly creeping forward, up towards that screen. Op shot from Izu, able to find one. Knows now where Leap is at, sends out a flash, does get a connection. Come at the same time, able to find one, but then gets traded back. Valen
10 seconds left.
here around the corner.
Spike planted.
Spike now planted. Izu looking for it, cannot find it. G2 off the back of the timeout. We'll find some stability, we'll find T1 making some very large mistakes.
And this is the opposite of what I wanted to see in this round. I didn't want to see them getting aggressive like that. There's no reason, when you have the weaponry advantage, to be pushing out there into open space, to be giving 3v1 opportunities to your opponent. Got to be more disciplined than that. You started out great, but after 4 in a row, investing in that operator is going to bring you down to a weaker buy. A marshal, sheriff, a judge.
Money to play around with. Izu considered going for that purchase again. Man, what a shot. Leaf down to 14.
It's huge that he
Marshall
can even,
rules the day.
Yeah. Huge that he can even close to winning that fight. Do have a Hunter's Fury potentially for Trent in the post plant. Buzz has
judge.
his ult.
Relay bolt trying to pinch in. Has a shot. Overdone pop. Buzz is absolutely massacring them. A 3K, the fourth! Maybe looking for the ace, but Valen a bit of a world away, but Buzz is hot on his heels. He is looking to run him down. Tucked into the corner, can't quite make it happen. A last stand for Valen, but it doesn't last long. MasterCard Thrifty, T1, what an answer back.
Buzz just uses their util against them. As soon as he's spotted, he just goes, he accelerates. And he lets the lightning fly. What a strafe there on the Leaf, who is already weakened up from Izu's Marshall hit. What a counterpunch there. The MasterCard Thrifty. Oh my God. Just insanity.
They haven't been popping up much in this series, at least not for T1. We'll see if that is just a glimpse of what's to come. For now, 5-1. Being able to very quickly realign, readjust after the multitude of mistakes from the previous.
It's been very readable here. Shock Dart to clear some util.
The Killjoy.
TP right
in a
next
different
to
castle,
Izu.
in a different site. And we'll just go ahead and clear that out. Hunter's Fury about to be dueling here between the both sides. Looks like Buzz maybe tagged up once here, but elimination's not going to come through. G2 unscathed. The Nebula falls, and at this point, G2 are all in committed on B. Smoke's about to dissipate.
Trying to send some flankers through. Buzz pretty aware. Meteor's still over on A, just making sure there's not a rotate. Sylvan finds a pick on the Leaf. That's the operator down. Izu gets another.
Jonah P now scanned out. Buzz, the jiggle peek, the relay bolt set, gets the stun. And Valen can't counter swing. He's locked in place, he'll finally go for it, finds a kill.
My ult's ready.
With 20 seconds, what are you meant to do? The spike still here in mid. Meteor creeping forward, doesn't have gun in hand. Maybe now an opportunity for him. 12 seconds.
10 seconds
Plenty
left.
to still get that spike planted. Cosmic Divide available. Izu, however,
planted.
Dimensional Drift at the ready. When does he send it? Footsteps are going to be heard. Valen, absolutely going to be checked on, but he still hits two!
Player standing.
Looks for an ace of his own, but Izu able to shut it down. But look at the health. Only 36 remaining. And Jonah about to swing out. absolutely nails the shot. And Valen continues to be the hero that G2 need. A second round win now.
Just monstrous stuff from Valen. Catching T1 way too off guard a couple times. This should be round over. It's a 3v5. Might even be better than that. Buzz got another. It might have been a 2v5. And Meteor, usually so good at understanding the spacing of the map.
Check your posture.
And somehow doesn't anticipate that Valen's gonna rotate through there. He knew right where Valen was.
Let's play.
Just didn't read it. Now the ult for the chamber gonna be popped. Leaf going on a walkabout. Buzz right around that door again with the judge.
Izu's still here, but no one to clear the drone. Swings up the opposite side. The shot gonna go wide, and he barely escapes with 5 health. Judge on the corner, Leaf. Stuck here for the moment. Drifting back. Gets in range of that rendezvous.
Now you've got a Cosmic Divide and the ult for Jonah P. So you've got a lot of opportunity to get that plant down, to create some space. Buzz being extremely patient. Alarmbot gonna confirm Valen's presence. Meteor crept way up there. Had to use the tour de force to take out turret.
Catching players on 2 different angles. T1 should know that this is going to be the side that gets attacked. Steel guarded, sent out. It's just a fake out forward. Space opened up. The site in the hands of G2. Everyone now in position here for T1. Just have to wait out this ultimate, but Meteor trying to go, trying to start pushing the pace. It's falling to the wayside alongside Buzz and Sylvan. Solid shutdown here from the side of G2 as Izu out in the open. Ends up getting taken down. It's just stacks here.
Neutralized.
Finds the first. There's far too much to try to claw back, however. Spam through, peek out from main. G2 start running it back into their favor. 2 rounds separating.
Yeah, they're doing a really nice job here, being patient, putting those ults to great use to give them the space they need to set up those crossfires. And T1 just tries to go for the flood. They just don't have enough util. Not able to flash and blind their way forward. And they're just cut down the moment they walk through that Cosmic Divide. Jog's just out there playing. He's having another okay run of things, but really it's been Valen who's kept G2 alive. A much needed timeout here for T1 to get their heads back on straight. Try to see if they can dial up some answers to what G2's been able to do. See if they can shake off some of those nerves. Seen a few wonky moments coming out of T1 today so far. So certainly the pressure's there. The players are giving it their all. But the weight of that will wear on anyone. No matter who you are, no matter how many times you've been here.
Timeout per team still remaining. Economy broken down, T1. Pull off that one Mastercard thrifty earlier on. See if they can get another, get up to 6, but G2 should be very well poised to bring that gap to just 1 round separating here.
Some Sheriff, Sabaki, and Marshall.
Jogamo 1 away from another dimensional drift. Looks like he's gonna try to get himself this orb. Izu, gonna be noted. Flash out, not spotting much. Has to pull off the angle.
Let's see. I mean, they're just gonna try to lock down A. Spike's all the way on the other side of the map. There's that dimensional drift. If he committed it towards the A site, he'd get the read. That most of T1 is over here. For now, they're not really sending much out to give any info. Still though, I think the idea from the get-go was B. Try to use that long-range weaponry advantage that you have. It's just Meteor with the Marshall on the other side.
Can be deadly with it, but right now
It's his trademark weapon, I'd say.
Yeah, it's peeking in towards connector though, so. Turret, give a bit of contact, quickly cleared out.
Time to jump.
Dimensional drift's gonna be sent forward. Shock dart getting the clear. Nano sent to try to interrupt here on the approach. Thorns now popping. Buzz gonna be locked in position. Izu gonna be taken down. Sylvan finds one. Trent eliminated. Meteor does come up with a kill. replies here from the side of G2, just a bit strong. Buzz, Anthem recovered. Now suddenly looks to try to turn the tides. Marshall in hand, but Chogamo swung out wide. Damn close, a good effort. But G2 now within touching distance. One more round to tie things up at 5-5.
It's getting scrappy. T1 this time able to get here in time to cause some chaos. Great stuff from Buzz. If he had any more bullets, probably wins that round. But that Phantom was already low on ammo when he scooped it up.
Roadrunner indeed.
Yep. Back into the op for Izu. You do have the lockdown. No Hunter's Fury to counter it. But back into another Cosmic Divide for Valen. Jogamo, of course, still sitting on his ult. TP's back into spawn. Just again, looking for one of those push-outs. You will see this from T1, well, they'll use Buzz and Izu or Buzz and Stacks to try to take space at elbow. But T1 has been very cautious, other than the opening at the pistol, of really trying to challenge that. Trying to crunch here. They come through double doors.
We're clear on that. Shock Dart lobbed forward. Quite a bit of damage there onto Izu, but Buzz, Meteor, one apiece. Leaf and Jonah P both going to be taken down. Jogamo has to sprint back, scoop up that spike.
That was a great read on that ultimate.
TP's in over towards Art, but Sylvan here, hearing all of this. Fake Out struggles to try to get its way into the site. Cosmic Divide now going to be called through. Corner plant. Going into potential wall bangs. 3v5 with Meteor rotating around. Lockdown at the ready.
So crucial that Buzz stays alive here.
This forces Jogamo forward. Playing up onto the corner. Buzz trying to backpedal. Gets around the corner a little bit faster. Keeps himself alive for the moment, but Jogamo is able to find it in the end, but Meteor finds the timing. Pushing forward, fully blinded up. Valen able to find Izu. Meteor going to be gone. Sylvan and Stacks. As Jogamo looks to try to pull off yet another clutch dive forward into the smoke. Finds one, but cannot get them the round win. T1 maintain an advantage, maintain the lead. They keep the AWP in hand.
It just felt like T1 had a read on the way that Jogamo was going to want to use that dimensional drift, because they hit a player behind the smoke, and they hit Meteor behind the cubby, and they throw up the real ult right after the ult gets popped, because they're expecting players to try to follow off the back of that, and they knock him right down. It's a phenomenal read, and Meteor knows he has to take space there. He knows that they have to keep those players away from that defuse. That's a great heads-up play from him. T1 that round had their heads on straight, able to profit from it. Now, spreading the map a bit more. Once again, right outside of that B door is Buzz. Meteor behind him, bit of a different look. They're stacking up, maybe thinking about a walkabout. But you know that Leaf is watching this. You know he's got his eyes trained toward this mid area. It's his job. G2. B is completely undefended.
طب حط كمان واحدة خليها براحتها تستوي.
Okay, Crash pushing forward, doesn't go all the way in the halls.
All right.
Meteor just having to tuck back rotation. It's not really even beginning quite just yet. Meteor's position going to be known.
Gotta play for retake now.
Stacks up above. Shock Dart at the ready. Push comes in, Meteor has to reestablish the aim. Finds one, Stacks now dead. Valen continuing. Just pull rabbits out of hats here for G2.
Buzz gonna have a tough fight to win with Valen back there.
Does have the overdrive, but the question is, does he pop it? Fake out the lead, Jogamo holding close. Sylvan on the swing, dead. Jogamo finding that elimination, the overdrive now in play. Buzz, Meteor, one apiece, just like the round prior. The push forward, Trent out into the open, taken down, and now it's just Jonah P. With a stinger in hand, time starting to dwindle. Izu down to half, repeats, gets the shot. And T1 get up to 7 round wins here in the half.
Great decision there by Buzz. Knowing that he was potentially going to be in a bad spot. Trying to work that angle. Says, I've got the ult, let's go for it. Let's slide through there. Him and Meteor working in conjunction very nicely. I like the cautious play. I like the discipline here from T1. Meteor not giving up his life early. If Stacks get spammed through a smoke, okay, so be it, that happens. And it's timeout time again. G2's got to rethink this.
It's the second one.
The crazy...
Just not feeling confident.
Yeah.
Giving over a potential 8-4 scoreline.
Well, what's crazy to me is a lot of the things that normally work for G2 on this map aren't working at all. T1 has done a good job of shutting down the mid pushes, the mid lurks. They really haven't found any purchase in that space of the map. Whereas when I've watched some of their previous games, that's where they're really doing a lot of destruction because they're able to set up for those flanks. Whether it be on the B or A, they're able to control that space and make retakes really, really difficult for their opponents. But so far, T1 has had good ideas on how to deal with that. In particular, Meteor and Buzz have been shutting that down pretty nicely. And for T1, it's been a lot of let's lean A at the beginning, and then if they get B, okay, so be it. I like the change up in that previous round from T1 where they finally go for one of those longer lurks. Come from the attacker spawn side. Keep G2 off balance. They worked a treat. Jog will have his ult, so will Izu. See if Izu can find some more impact with that operator. Maybe Jogamo got some more heroics in store for us. Valen as well has been, God, he's been frying on this map.
My blind is dead.
Leaf, just a bulldog. One parked up here outside of club. Anticipating this deeper and deeper push from Izu. Starts to back away.
Next?
We'll just run off. Don't miss each other for now. Dimensional grip from Jaw. Checking around. TP's back over here at A main. Some space given up. Maybe anticipating that the Steel Guardian's going to be coming through. They will be able to successfully avoid it. Gravwell looking for a pull. You're just able to get out in front of it.
Trying to find that combo with the Nano. The spot there. Meteor gets a little bit of damage. Into Trent and Jonah P. Clear the drone. Has to get out of there, though.
Backs away over towards Secret. Shocker flying, and oh my god. Trying to be down now to 11. Izu scouting them all out. Says, yeah, it's here. They're at Art. The swing onto the corner. Coming through really quickly, connecting.
Oh my god.
But T1 just mows them down.
Oh, Jog.
Oh shit.
30 seconds.
Solid shot beneath.
That's Baba
Far
best.
more of that. Will not be given the opportunity. Weapons juggled. Leaf heads up on a Guardian with 4 bullets. 3 might just be all that he needs. A tap. But T1 not quite falling for it. And Buzz slides over and finds a headshot. 8 and 4. T1
Switching sides.
out in front.
What an incredible defender side there from T1. We have a short break, guys. A little bit more to go before the conclusion of Masters Bangkok.
Peki adı ne olsun?
Hadi Oreo'ya soralım. Krema sağda kalırsa Rex deriz. Krema solda kalırsa Wi-Fi şifremiz olur.
Tamam. Adı ne?
Büyük V, ERTY 1 2 3 4 5 küçük harf C, büyük harf Y.
Oreo. Trust the twist.
تعال يجنن انت بس من زوجك.
Pressure mounting. G2, the closest that they have ever been to winning a trophy. For Chogamo to get his second. They are now down by 4 rounds at the half. T1, they've been dominant in the pistols, 6-3. G2 absolutely need to find success from the outset here as they move over to that defending side on Pearl.
And it's just insane how back and forth this has been throughout the entire day. Can G2 muster up the strength? Can they plant their feet? Can they set up a brick wall and keep T1 from using this double duelist comp to break through? Or is T1 going to be able to speed their way to victory, to use that momentum from that first half, from that overtime win on Bind, to take home their first Valorant trophy? Only time will tell. Bit of a spread formation. 3-2. Izu getting out pretty deep, jog tucked right behind the screen.
Sliding across, Trent watching here. Spotting out a couple different players. Melee Bolt trying to take some space. Thorns into the corner and Buzz absolutely destroyed. Shock Dart finds the kill. Izu trying to open things here from main. Flash up over the top, the turn from Jaw. Realigns it, finds a headshot, and finds another. Sylvan Meteor Bolt going to be taken down. It's a flawless pistol. The exact start that G2 so desperately need.
And they're just set up around this Vice utility. And T1 has no way to break through. They're completely cut off at every twist and turn. Whether it's the wall, whether it's the Razor Vines. Able to play behind it as Jog. Nice setup there for Jonah P as well. Trent steps in with a shock dart and a classic kill. Massive, massive stuff for G2. Very much keeps their hopes alive. There's a shorty for Buzz. Ghost for Meteor. Only buy-ups to speak of for T1. That's going to be the tricky part of this.
Stars on the setup, looking like they just want to go for a really fast crunch into this A site. At least just escort forward, take that space, get the orb, hand it over. 2 charges towards that dimensional drift.
Those stars
going to be
yeah.
taken away, keeping things quiet. Trademark just on the opposite side here. Side exec now, getting ready to come through. Those checks here for his teammate, nothing going to be spotted there. Trent, shock dart, lobbed in. Fishing for some damage, fake out. Baits out one of the pumps of the shorty. He's into the smoke, goes Izu. Tagged up a bit, the nano cleared. Buzz on the corner. Valen going for the push, and Leafs, what a shot!
Last player standing.
As they are looking for yet another flawless Sylvan, it's just a world away. Grav will try to buy some time here. But no peaks, no nothing. See if he can take out Leaf. Does catch the timing to find one, but needs to be eliminated and will. G2, solid back-to-back rounds, damn near flawless. Now just 2 away from running this back. They can convert the bonus. They're in such a fantastic spot to try to close out and steal away this final map.
Absolutely, just tremendous patience again by G2. Leaf in particular, great reactions there with the Outlaw. That could have been really dicey if he doesn't find that kill.
Try not to.
Great fake out. Reveals the presence of the shorty of Buzz. I've got full rifles. There's one player who could die to 1 shot from that Outlaw, and that's Sylvan on the Astra. It's a 4-man push. Don't want to deal with that Vice utility. That's the biggest thing for T1 in my mind, is finding ways around that, because G2 is so well drilled.
Time to jump.
Slowing all of this down. Go, little teleport, you can do it. There it is.
All the shock darts available. Thorns, however, do get popped. Buzz sliding it forward onto the corner. Valen going to be taken down. Meteor just able to spray him away. Finds that killer. Shock dart's going to go bouncing forward, but not too much damage found. Buzz widely able to avoid it. Izu watching over towards Secret. Trent going to be eliminated. However, a couple shots through. Falls down to the Headhunter. Finds a second elimination. 3 players off the live, all disconnected back in towards main. Leaf at 11 HP. Can they break this open? Util lacking. The star set up here for the grab. Leaf.
Timing.
Trying to go for that push forward. Instead, we'll look at just go for a body block. It's going to be the concuss. No swings. They're just holding it, but eventually they will realize. Get the peek in. And with 3 players surviving, T1 close out the anti-bonus.
Now my big question is how much is T1 going to keep leaning into this A site? And how much is G2 going to commit to try to stop it? This round, some different ideas, we'll see. But we've seen T1, sometimes they'll just run it down at you. And they'll just say, we're going to go for the brawl. We've got the duelist, we've got the util. See what you can do in response. This time Trent way further up for the side of G2. Trying to get a better read on this early. Clear the dart. Let's give you too much info. Pretty similar to what we saw in the previous round. Could get that dimensional drift going. Get some info for T1. Meteor lurking through Art. Stax making his way back around. Yowl drone gets a spot on 2. That's going to send a bunch of G2 players rotating over. This is taking a bit long for T1 if they want to make this A execute work. They're really taking their time.
Here.
See what they do off the back of this dimensional drift. Should be able to get some decent info.
Scouting out, seeing Trent lead, punishing the lurk. Pop flash set, Buzz sliding forward, able to find 1. They force that gate crash away. Draw back across the opposite side of the map. Leaf now getting ready to go on this lurk. His way all the way. Up through mid. Stax, however, cognizant of it. Watching from behind. Just swing fully into this though. Hops to back away. And now Leaf starts scaling forward. Sylvan still watching for it. Balance in the meantime pushing up. Sylvan dead. The back line now exposed. Stax. Last one standing. Tries to swing out. And cannot. G2 continue to fight back. Once more, 3 rounds separating them from tying things up.
The timing there, just a bit off. The senses for Stax, good, but Leaf's patience better. That opens up those angles. Ooh, first shot a little bit whiffy there, but able to connect on a Meteor regardless. Just great stuff, great hold. I knew where Stax was. Need to work the map a little bit more here as T1. Way too readable.
شمشم فالأرض شمشم كمان
Even though you have that dimensional drift to clear some space.
تعال كلك تعال.
You're opening up the opportunities. For G2, keep doing what you're doing.'re great at lurks on this map. This is what I love to see. Leaf with the tour de force.
خلاص انت هون.
Once again, not quite getting Leaf. Hair off. Finding that kill.
نشوف لك العروس المناسبة بنت الحلال ونقول يا الله هاي أذنت حس جاي تحكي علي أذن
loses his life but it is traded out.
مو تاكل طيب بس سكت هذا بس سكت هذا الحيوان هذا يجنني هذا بدي مو فلك لسه 2 minutes اوكي
This Yoru, this devil on his shoulder. Thorns pop. Enough of an avenue.
It's good. It's good.
Let's come through. Izu is looking for the stick. Spike now in play. Two Bulldogs, the Sheriff, and a Classic to try to hold this. And Izu able to escape out towards main. Swings in alongside Stax. Sylvan trying to go for a flank, but this is being watched. It was by Jonah P. But now Sylvan, potential opening here.
أقصى الصوت لا لأنه المايك يبعد عني هيك ويت بلشنا اهدى هيك تمام تفضلوا اسمعوا كمان أعطي أيوة أقوى هيك أحسن wait هيك أحسن
to try to wait for Sylvan to get in a position to strike. They're contesting, they're trying to throw flashes, trying to make peeks happen with weaker weaponry. And they pay the price.
يلا بدي أحط بس كتن عشان تسمعوا صوت حنفي.
Finally they're going to try B, but now Leaf's got it out.
cleared, but Stax will have seen enough. Ooh, goes for the Hunter's Fury. It's a bit of a blind opener here.
Well,
Rendezvous going to be used, gate crash as well. They clear out, but they're looking to refill this space. Leaf right back in here at Halls. How do you try to clear them out? T1, they're completely committed. And they're in a very precarious position now. Cosmic Divide going to be used. Shot ringing out. Action not found. Izu TP's forward. Back to back there alongside Trent. Just a wall apart as the plant gets ready to come through.
Spike planted.
Fake out sent, ignored. Turret cleared. Buzz rotating around the back. Jonah P on the flank. Jogamo trying to open things up. Spotted out by the dark. Turn to the flash. Izu right back into it with Meteor. Take it down. Leaf able to find one. Scopes in and finds the shot point blank.
Last player standing.
Buzz trying to be the hero. Cannot. It's Jonah P. That backstab comes to fruition. 4 players alive. We are tied up 9-9.
they're just doing such a great job of dissecting the post-plant situations that T1 is trying to use. It's extreme patience again. And Izu, they're so eager to try to push through and clear halls. But instead, he pays the price. So ready for it as Leaf with that op. And Jonah P, extraordinarily patient. T1 has to take a timeout. They have to figure this out. Because right now, they're getting beat at the punches. This defender side from G2 is rock steady.
Only the anti-bonus round 1 so far here for T1. Now tied up. G2, even after having both timeouts expended in the first half, after having that 4-round deficit, they are not giving up. They're fighting back harder than ever. Led by Valen, top of the board across the entire lobby.
And the IGL for G2 stepping up, fragging when they need him to. Huge round wins that kept G2 very much alive in that first half. Will anybody be able to step up for T1?
We'll have to see. Everything to play for. That trophy right there in the center of the stage can only be claimed by one. Overdrive available here for Buzz. Stingers and a Sheriff to try to pull off another MasterCard Thrifty. G2. Fantastic weapons, tons of cash.
Where the Vice Wall is, right in art. They're dropping 2 smokes in there as well. So Buzz might get past him, but now he's isolated.
It slides through and Jonah P can go up and over the top. They line up for him. Buzz at the turn back, able to find one. Does manage to take him down, a weapon that can be recovered here once that wall is gone.
Got the overdrive.
Sylvan does grab it. But a 3v4. Plant getting ready to come through. Overdrive now pops slide into secret, and it's just double stacked. Jogamo taking a tiny bit of damage. Was able overall to find the kill. Zack's in a far back position. Sylvan whittled away at the shorty. The pumps not finding anything. The Chiggle peek. Absolutely disgusting from Jogamo, and Stax tries desperately, but to no avail. G2 look to slam the door in their faces as they make it to double digits.
Just love the way Jog plays this agent. And this wall hadn't been noted. It had been there a couple rounds before. But that area of the map had not been explored by T1, and it catches them off guard. Nice! And it's gonna take everything for them to come back. The economy looking great for G2. The ops still in hand. The ults are flowing. You do have the Yoru ult for Izu. Outside of that, it's just your guns and your util. Can T1 find a way to break through? I mean, this double Sentinel composition is giving them fits on this defender side. He gets so slowed up. They can't really push the pace like they want to. Bit of a check in towards mid, right into the dimensional drift. Izu here. get a decent idea. It's gonna see
Around
one,
the back.
two.
Spots them both out. Jonah P, though, just swinging out Izu. Trying to go up backside. Now the Steel Guardian going to be in play. They take away all of their weapons. The slide out denied. Valen catches Buzz through the fast lane. The spike is out. It's not stranded on the site. But T1 still look like they are absolutely screwed.
They have enough time for a rotate, but they're not going for it. It's hard committed.
Being stagnant.
Have fun with this Hunter's Fury.
Recon over the top. Meteor able to find one. Lockdown gonna be coming into play. Hunter's Fury sent. Meteor tagged up. Dodges out the final pulse. Can he use it from here? He's stuck on the side. Swings out. It's gonna be good for one. But the ult cannot come to fruition. Divide here on the wall, trying to get the knife. Valen pokes in, and he finds them both! 11 rounds! G2 have figured out T1! They have downloaded the playbook!
T1 just looks lost. They're just pressing now. There's no fluidity to their movements. There's no guessing to what they're doing. It's just an A hit, and they're trying to brute force their way through it, and that just isn't going to work against a team of G2's caliber. You've got to dig deep. You've got to find some kind of hope, some kind of miracle play if you're going to keep yourselves in this. But it is looking dire. They have yet to find more than one round on this attacker's side in a double duelist comp.
Couple shots from Joggermo, enough to shove Sylvan back. Meteor rotating back across. Widely just quiet from here. Smatterings of util thrown. Nothing gained. No space, no knowledge, no positions.
They might just try another short B hit or a long one.
Eve is here.
Know that op is there. What's your plan?
Op in play. Just a recon. Nebula to try to get the cross. Buzz bouncing forward. Beats out the first shot. The rotation's now starting to rejoin over towards this B site. T1 slowing things up a bit. Now pushing the accelerator once again. Buzz, Izu forward into halls. He's getting himself positioned up top, above. The lockdown now in play. Looking to zone them back.
Look at this stack in halls.
Nothing to try to clear this out. They're just sticking around, desperately hoping that someone peeks this corner. Stax is playing around with it, but in the end, has to fade away. One detained. Gonna be found. No, it's a fake out.
Obscuring vision.
Buzz trying to push the corner, but leap from above. Finds that kill. Meteor run down. Sylvan into smoke. Finds himself a second. But Trent will flush him out. A swap of the weapons. The defuse being held. Trent, he's out at safety. He's desperately trying to get it done. And he's just managed to do it. The spike goes off. And somehow it is a Red Bull clutch at the hands of Stax by the narrowest of margins.
You have got to be kidding me! This looked like it had G2 written all over it. Doing a great job clearing out that whole angle. They're getting the kills. Sylvan comes up with some huge shots with the Sheriff. And then Stax just has enough of an angle.
Let's go, let's go.
Just enough. And there's hope again. There's hope again for T1.
You can tell he didn't quite know if he had done enough. T1 breaking a 5-round win streak, but still down by a round. Able to afford a full purchase here for the most part. A couple half armors in the mix.
Stax there trying to find the Vice util. Actually just comes up short on the second shock dart. So doesn't get that cleared. Now they wait again.
3 players on this site.
Pinging out Secret. They really feel like that's where the players of G2 have been kind of posting up, and they're right. You do have a Hunter's Fury, you do have a Cosmic Divide. See if they can get it to go.
Divide coming through, Jogamo. Forward here on the side, and Valen once again able to strike first and foremost. Hunter's Fury now from Stacks opened up. He's going fishing, hoping for something, but no tags to be found. Ping here onto Izu. Sets up for his escape. The flash connecting from behind, but Jogamo still swinging on the corner, able to find it now back into the dimensional drift. Trent pushes out. Meteor dead. As they all just get mowed down. G2 not batting an eye. Previous round, who gives a damn? They sweep that Red Bull clutch under the rug. And in flawless fashion, get up to match point.
Trent, just having none of this. Another beautiful flash. The util timing from Jogamo has been so darn good. Whether he's jumping in your face and then TPing out, throwing great flashes, dimensional drifting around. Trent there,
literally just
big play for him.
Full, holding M1.
Yep, just hold the trigger and run at him. And it works a treat. And now it's everything that T1 has to try to get this to overtime for G2. Just one more. You get a couple shots at it. See if you can claim that Masters trophy.
Swing out Sylvan. That's so bold, I think they caught Jogamo off guard. Just a stinger in hand. Swings out. Gets himself behind the pillar, but it's gonna have to be alert play.
Obscuring vision.
Star through. Leaf. If he just goes for a timing shot, he's got Sylvan absolutely dead to rights. What does Sylvan do? Smoke about to dissipate. Leaf not on the angle. Sylvan able to tuck into the cubby to safety.
They know.
They have a very strong suspicion, that's for damn sure. Now the rotations called back around. The G2 maybe start believing in it just a bit. Perhaps they have rotated, but it's about to get noisy. On this B site, fast lane in play, Leaf. TP's back out to safety, avoiding getting stunned. The fake, the teleport, rather is Izu, is just absolutely destroyed. Ping on the Sylvan, push up to the corner, Jogamo puts him down.
Whoa!
The flank, noted. Stacks firing back. He and Buzz, the dynamic duo, who have been together for so very long. Try to keep the team in this map. But Jonah P, the 1-2, the clutch, to try to bring it back, but he cannot find it. T1, they hold on by a thread as they look to take us to yet another overtime.
Oh, for a moment, I think G2 saw that trophy in their eyes, but this flank finally, Alurk is able to go for T1. Meteor, Buzz, able to get in there. Oh, Stacks with that Guardian. The hero plays, hits those headshots. They need one more just to set it to overtime.
Can they do it again? Can they push this to the brink? They've gotten us to 5 maps. Can they get us to another overtime back-to-back?
They're trying to sell a fake. Tour de Force could be in play, but now they're just causing a little bit of commotion, setting up similarly to how they did in the last round. Let Sylvan try to create some pressure over on the B side on his own. No noise made by T1. They're looking for some kind of aggression, some kind of push out. None coming. Sylvan again.
Moving forward, Leaf, the spray, some minor taps. Sylvan forced to back away quickly. Has to get tucked in. So starting to get deja vu. Stacks, however, he shifted towards this side of the map.
Who's next?
But now the fake He's ready to try to come into play. The dimensional drift forward here onto the A side, spotting him out. 37 seconds remaining in this round. Leaf, however, still here. Trent sticking around. One kill.
30 seconds left.
Gives him a Hunter's Fury. Leaf watching the angle, shifts back around. 23 seconds. They are running out of time. They need to get going right here, right now. G2. Rotation's about to begin. A stun under one. Leaf gonna be taken down. Trent backpedaling, tagged up just a bit. Tries to counter straight through, but cannot find the spike. Now gonna be planted. Player advantage here for the side of T1.
Jonah P's gonna be late to this party.
He's watching for a lurk. They haven't spotted him out. And Izu gets rid of Valen. Takes him out of the equation. Time once again dwindling. Trent gonna be taken down. Strap in! It is far from over! We are going to overtime. T1 pushed back. And they extend this series once more.
The crowd is absolutely loving it here. They are thunderous in Bangkok. And no way in hell did I think there was any way that T1 was coming back in this. They look burnt, they look spent, but they dug deep. That experience coming through. And Sylvan there, doing such a nice job, 2 rounds in a row, creating some distraction, creating some opportunity, creating some confusion, selling the fake with the dimensional drift, going deep into the playbook in the very last round as T1 to finally find another win. And here we go again, 2 maps in a row, overtime to decide who will be your Masters Bangkok champion.
It can all come down to this opening round. T1, damn strong on that defense. If they drop this here, it could be as good as done.
You see, there's been nothing
Holy
over at A main.
What is that shot? Down to 4 health. What a way to start this off.
Look at this, T1 can lean towards B. They haven't seen anything over at A. Buzz and Meteor trying to line up, see if they can knock a few players down on the way in.
Flash out the smoke here at the ready. Meteor sliding across into the corner, finding one. Buzz getting another, picking up 2. Gets the 3rd, pops the ultra. We'll be able to sit him down. He's been clutch for the team here in the past. The spike's gonna be picked up, the dimensional drift. Just sprinting his way across saying, howdy folks, see you next time.
30 seconds left.
Gets his way over to this A site.
This is insane.
He's gonna have to play this out in a 1v3. The spike now getting planted, T1 getting on the move.
Spike planted.
He's done it too many times today. Can he do it again?
This would be absolutely back-breaking. Jogamo, the Champions Trophy holder for G2, to try to clutch this out. So right now T1 just playing without information. There's a recon available for Stacks. Opting to send it now. Gets the ping reveal. They know his position. He's tagged down, and the shot dart has him. And with this defuse, T1 get themselves to match point.
This time around, Stacks isn't gonna let it go. Beautiful util here at the end. The recon dart into the shock dart. What a hold from Meteor and Buzz. Those nanos buy Meteor the ability to create that extra angle with Buzz. They're able to dodge that initial flash from Jog. 1 more to go. And I think that's about the loudest you'll get out of Autumn. And it's gonna be an immediate timeout for G2. Josh RT, once again, trying to rally the troops, trying to get them back into this. He's been so good at it throughout the year. Does he have some more wizardry for G2? Or does T1 have it in them to find some way to claim their trophy? When it all started to look like it was going to come crumbling down, they dug deep and gave us one of the best finals we're going to see in Valorant.
2 overtimes. Map 5. in front of this electric crowd here in Bangkok. Both teams have been fighting tooth and nail to get to this moment. G2 now have to fight just a little bit harder to extend this and reset this overtime. Operator in hand here for Leaf. It's gonna be set up on an angle over by Art. Meteor potentially on the chopping block.
Meteor's challenged him here before, went for the crouch peek, but this time just leaves the turret. Doesn't want to mess with that again. It's gonna get cleared early.
Just Jonah P right now. Jogamo not too far away.
All right up ahead again.
Flash over the top, Thorns to try to cut off that Hall's access. Line up here from Meteor, sending out that Nano. Wall broken. Another Thorn though, saved. Taken out by that shock.
And this execute has to be immaculate if they're gonna stick to it. Are they gonna be ready for Jonah P's position? Tucked into that corner. The back of the Hall. No lurks, just brute force.
Gate crash gets broken there by the Thorns. Gonna have to just push forward. Out of this relay bolt, however, getting a catch on the Jonah P. Spams out from the corner, but it's gonna be Trent. Coming to the rescue, Buzz, Izu. Both taken down. There's 3 players remaining here on the side of T1. Rethinking this, 40 seconds remaining. Starting to pivot now. How long does G2 give it? How long do they wait with the silence before they start rotating themselves over to that A site, trying to get the jump?
Allen somewhat in the vicinity, but not really close enough. Checking water, unsure if maybe there had been a lurking player. They didn't get a full confirm. Everybody from T1 was there. Now, we have a very good idea. Meteor can hold down Art. Maybe a chance. Keep those crossfires good.
Plant is in. A kill for Stacks. Gives him a Hunter's Fury.
Here.
Ping comes down. Stacks' position. Sussed out, it would seem. Sylvan, however, the first to fall. Meteor trying to wrap around the back. Stacks finds one. Decides to fight forward. Ends up falling for it. Up point blank. Flick does not come through. The fuse, however, is already being held. And once again, we reset, we go deeper.
Again, just not much confusion to be found in the way that T1 sets this up. Oh, the ping reveals from Trent. Absolutely beautiful timing on the Sova util. He finds a third in the round as well. Coming up big here when G2 needs him. Still though, Jog, Valen topping the frag. Kill count for the side of G2. T1, Buzz, Meteor holding the line. Now we go again, this time Izu with the op. They've got him way far forward here at main.
Need that back.
May challenge Valen.
It's not been something that's been favoring the people on the opposite side today. Valen has still been absolutely on point. It's a big part of the reason why G2 got themselves back into this map.
Portal closed. Time to jump.
They're still alive in this tournament.
Things have really slowed down. Both teams don't want to make that mistake. That could cost them the tournament.
Izu needs to hit this if he wants to have any hope in hell. The swing coming through and Valen loses out on the fight. 3-player push now coming through Art. Sylvan sliding over towards that position. Opting not to go for the peak though. Main being watched, the fake out. Sends a shot, Leaf strafing forward. Meteor, however, able to find him. The ping out on the Jogamo. Takes the exit. Back over into main.
30
But P
seconds
fights
left.
back for one. Izu gonna be on the floor. The operator now out of the equation. Meteor dancing around. Needs a shock dart. The Jonah P falls to the wayside. Jogamo trying to fight back. But Stacks with 2 once again gives T1 match point.
They're able to get such a good read on this. Phenomenal patience from Sylvan. Izu there gets that first kill. And they're able to backpedal, put that operator to good use. Stacks stepping in, finding 2 big kills again. He has had some heroics here in the later stages of Pearl. T1 has championship point. Can G2 bring us to another? They're leaning in towards this middle push. It's the op for Leaf, but this time Meteor plays it a bit different.
Goes with a change up. The drone just now getting the spot out. Recon on the floor. So too is Meteor. Fantastic opening kill, G2.
Wall tripped.
Gotta try something different here.
Just feels like the same setup.
It is.
Fake out forward, breaks the wall.
They have no information. I mean, they're just trying to rely on getting the reads on these executes.
Izu TPing forward, trying to play here on the corner, finds one, Buzz. Able to answer it back as Jogamo can take it down, Balan. However, dying, Buzz tries to fight their way back into this. Once again, it's just he and Stax to try to close this out. 3 players on the opposite side, the slide forward. They look to try to punch him out of the corner. Stax, the IGL, sees the shoulder, knows their positions, but can't quite do much about it.
30 seconds left.
12 bullets remaining. They reposition, they toy around, they bait the clock, they play this smartly. 20 seconds remaining, Stax needing to make a move. Looking to try to get the barrel stuff. Is able to do so, but he's down to 30 HP. The reposition, opts to go for the fight. And Trent will just about find it. A knife's edge, but we carry on.
It's a crazy back and forth. I mean, they're able to gain a little bit more space this time, our T1. Able to push past some of the defenses. There's only so much you can do. They've got those high-lows, those crossfires set up against you. Sylvan got caught on the edge of a smoke. Sussed out by Jonah P. We go again. It's been defender-sided the whole way. Who's gonna be the one to break that curse, to break that streak? This time, getting aggressive towards A-Main. They remembered where that op was last time, seeing if they could maybe catch it out early. This time, all the way on the other side is Izu.
As repositioned, alarm bot, as you say, just outside of Art here.
Sylvan could play off of that. Sliding back in towards sight. Him and Meteor, they're util to work with.
Some spams through. Not so ambiguous anymore. G2 starting to ramp up the push. Trying to take this site before the rest of the players from T1 can try to get into position. Buzz just now looking like he's going to start trying to rotate over. For now, site completely obfuscated here by smokes, but Stax still able to find one. Ping reveal out, sprays through, Leaf on the floor. Stax will get timing on the reload. Jonah P! Oh, the professor nearly takes him to school. But Buzz and Izu play hooky. They skip class. They get back up to match point.
Stax has been unbelievable on this defender's side in these overtimes. He is getting multi-kill after multi-kill to keep them in this. And he's letting the crowd know. Little shake of the hand warmers. Hop again for Leaf. And they're stacking towards the A side. They gotta feel like eventually T1's gonna test this area. They are correct. Leaf trying to hold that tight angle. See if it gets red.
It's a narrow margin.
Could throw the Yoru util.
It's gonna be the drone. Nope, never mind. Stax backing away.
Sylvan over on the other side of the map trying to sell a bit of a fake. It's kept Jogamo over there, but
Gate Crash is starting to work its way out so he can join in.
They popped the wall.
Yep, walls popped. Thorns there as well. Sylvan able to avoid taking some damage. The swing onto the corner, the op shot not gonna connect. Leaf just a little bit too slow with that one. TP's back in towards Knockout. He's stunned up, he's dead! Step one, taken. T1 in with the advantage. Buzz in Demon Secret doesn't want to overextend, opts to pull back. It's Valen on the opposite side. Izu down to 6 HP, but still swinging, still finding value. As Meteor finds Trent. A 4v2, a 4v1, Jogamo The one champion on this stage.
You should run.
Asked to do it all. The lockdown in play. No hope in hell. 16-14. The uncrowned kings of a forgotten throne are at long last anointed. T1 are your Masters Bangkok champions.
And look at the players. Immediately, Buzz and Stax went right to each other and were jumping and hugging their first international trophy. Over 1,300 days of playing professional Valorant together, and they finally get it. Meteor, another Masters trophy in the book. Sylvan and Izu coming in here in their first time at the international level, and they get it done in the grand finals. What a performance, what a game. Both of these teams gave it everything they had today.
It's absolutely astounding perseverance from both of these teams. T1 just a little bit better on the day. G2 gave it their all, but unfortunately, it's gonna be a GG go next. But for T1, they will lift that trophy to the elation of this crowd as they kick off 2025. Not the best team in Korea, but the best team in the world.
A team built to win trophies, a super team, and they have absolutely proved it. Everybody had their moments here today. The emotion still shining. Tremendous, tremendous stuff. Oh my, that is one of the most insane matches you will ever see. And Stax the IGL, he showed up huge when it mattered most. Split and Pearl was putting up those multi-kill rounds. Just dragging T1, kicking and screaming with him to victory.
From a third place finish at Istanbul so long ago to Buzz and Stax besting it, getting into a grand final, guaranteeing at least second, and now claiming the trophy as their own. Such incredible plays the whole way throughout. T1 had the hardest road through that lower bracket against every single first seed team at this tournament.
And they beat them all. They beat every single one. It was just the hardest road possible to get here. In Pacific, they had to battle tooth and nail the whole way. 2 best of 5s. They come here into the grand finals of Master Bangkok in front of the Pacific home crowd, and they're able to lift the trophy here in Thailand. Stunning. I just am blown away. I thought it might be done there for a moment. I'm not gonna lie. It looked like G2 had the read. It looked like G2 had it figured out. Looked like Jonah P and others had solved the equations, but no. Hero plays came through, and T1 got us to overtime and got themselves that victory. Oh my.
And for Sylvan to come back into this tournament, he didn't start on the starting roster when this began, but he was asked to come back in to play, and play he absolutely did. Absolutely instrumental in every single map. The assist god of this tournament, involved in damn near every kill.
Brilliant utility usage, absolutely brilliant. And Izu may have been the best player overall for T1 this entire tournament. So consistent, no matter what role he had to use. Whether it be a duelist, whether it be a sentinel, whether it be an initiator. The flexibility of Izu was pivotal for T1 to get this win. They were so creative with their compositions. They didn't run much Taeho. So many teams ran the Taeho meta, and T1 said, nah, double duelist is the way.
We're APAC, baby.
APAC indeed. For G2, further commiserations. A gut-wrenching loss here in this final. But what a statement to the world overall to come into this, make it to their first global final, and put up that insane of a performance. Those players will be back. We will see them in Americas. I'm sure we will see them in Masters Toronto. But for T1, it's their time, it's their moment here in the limelight. And my God, I'm sure they have a hell of a lot to say. So let's send it down. Hear from all of them. The Verizon Post match.
Thailand, give it up for your newborn champions, T1! And here to celebrate our winning team, we have Anna and Leo with us. Now give it up one more time for T1!
ทางนี้ก็มีทางคุณแอนนาและคุณลีโอนะครับเพื่อมาแสดงความยินดีให้กับแชมเปี้ยนผมขอเสียงดังๆอีกทีหนึ่งให้กับ T1 ด้วยครับ
Congratulations, guys. What an intense series. Now, Buzz, I want to hear you say it. Who is the best team in the world?
T1! As you can see, T1 is the best team in the world!
และ T1 คือทีมที่เก่งที่สุดในโลก
But seriously, that was too much. I didn't know if I wanted to cry, if I wanted to cheer. What was it like for you in that last moment when everything was at stake? 심장이 너무 아파서 이게 아픈 건지 아니면 가슴이 벅차오르는 건지 모르겠더라고요. 마지막 순간에 정말 우승을 하느냐 못하느냐였는데 선수로서는 어떤 경기였을까요?
일단은 제가 3회 때 너무 못해가지고 5맵 가면은 이겨준다고 하면서 열심히 했는데 또 이렇게 결실을 맺게 돼서 너무 행복하고요. 첫 우승을 이렇게 힘들게 할 줄 몰랐는데 그래도 하게 되니까 진짜 말로 표현할 수 없을 정도로 행복한 것 같습니다.
Map 4, I wasn't really performing my best, so going into map 5, I was telling my teammates, hey, sorry about that, let me win this for you, and I'm very, very glad that I was able to back up my words. And I mean, the first trophy, why did it have to be so hard? But you know, it feels unreal, and I cannot describe how I feel at this moment. I am just so elated.
สำหรับตอนนี้นะครับผมอยากรู้เมื่อกี้นี้ครับว่าเกมสุดท้ายบัสจะรู้สึกยังไงนะครับผมแต่ท้ายที่สุดแล้วคือต้องบอกก่อนนะครับว่าในแมปที่4เนี่ยเขาทำได้ไม่ค่อยดีเลยสัญญากับเพื่อนของเขาไว้ครับว่าแมปที่5เขาจะกลับมาและเขาทำตามปากของเขาจริงๆครับผมกลับมาได้จริงๆและยังไม่จบเป็นถ้วยแรกทำไมถึงต้องยากขนาดนั้นตอนนี้ไม่รู้จะต้องพูดยังไงเลยครับโอ้โห
And Meteor, I'm gonna turn to you. I mean, you've been here, you've lifted the trophy before, do it again. And here's your second trophy. So what does it mean to you to be able to lift this trophy, your second trophy, this time with these guys? 메테오 선수, 올해 트로피를 다시 한번 들어 올릴 수 있을까? 이 질문이 스스로도 가장 궁금했을 것 같거든요. 두 번째 트로피입니다. T1과 함께 들어 올린 트로피인데 어떤 심정일까요?
며칠 전 인터뷰에서 저희 팀원이랑 새로 트로피 든다고 약속했었는데 약속 지킨 것 같아서 기분 정말 좋은 것 같습니다.
Well, in my other interview, I said I'm leaving the past trophy behind and I will be lifting this trophy with T1, my new team. And I am very glad that I made that into reality today.
ครับผมและสำหรับคำถามเมทิออร์นะครับคือเคยได้1ถ้วยมาแล้วนะฮะรู้สึกยังไงที่ได้อีก1ถ้วยในวันนี้นะครับผมซึ่งคำตอบของเขานะครับก็บอกเลยว่าถ้วยเก่าเราทิ้งไว้ตรงนั้นครับวันนี้เราได้อีกถ้วยหนึ่งกับทีม T1 ทีมนี้รู้สึกภาคภูมิใจมากๆเลยครับผม
Izu, I'm gonna turn to you. because I remember you in Pacific Kickoff, your very first debut, and you were in tears after the team got knocked out. But here you are, looking at that trophy, and it's yours. Can you tell us about your journey and how you were able to bounce so hard, bounce back, and eventually become the world champions? 이주 선수 퍼시픽 킥오프 때 눈물을 흘리는 모습을 볼 수도 있었는데 트로피 이제 이주 선수거든요. 그동안 이 순간을 위해서 어떤 노력을 해왔는지 자세히 들어보고 싶습니다.
일단 제가 T1에서 플렉스를 맡게 된 것도 있고 제가 좀 여러 가지 역할을 하면서 오늘도 솔직히 좀 안 좋은 퍼포먼스를 많이 보여드린 것 같은데 그럼에도 불구하고 같이 이겨내주는 저희 형들이 너무 고맙고 연습 때도 같이 좀 많은 고생들을 했는데 이렇게 좀 국제 대회에서 의미 있는 성적을 남길 수 있게 돼서 너무 기쁩니다.
트로피 들어보니까 어때요? 무거운가요?
무겁던데요.
Well, I don't think I put up my best performance in this match. I mean, there were moments but I am glad that we were able to do this as a team together. And for me, it means a lot because I've been taking over the flex role, taking on different roles for my team, doing different things. And I am very, very glad that we're able to make this happen together. And yeah, damn, that trophy is so heavy.
และสำหรับตัวของอิสุเองนะครับบอกว่าคือคำถามเนี่ยต้องถามก่อนนะครับว่าเมื่อก่อนเนี่ยหมายถึงว่าตอนต้นเนี่ยครับอาจจะแบบมีขรุขระกันบ้างทำยังไงถึงจะกลับมาได้นะครับผมและกลับมาถือถ้วยเลยทีเดียวซึ่งคำตอบของเขาก็คือก็ต้องขอบคุณจริงๆนะครับขอบคุณสำหรับเพื่อนร่วมทีมที่สามารถทำให้เขากลับมาตรงนี้ได้แล้วก็เชื่อใจกันนะครับผมเพราะว่าจริงๆเนี่ยเขาลองเล่นกันเฟล็กซ์พอสมควรเหมือนกันแต่ถ้าเกิดเพื่อนร่วมทีมไม่เชื่อใจเขามาถึงจุดนี้ไม่ได้ครับ
Now, Sylvan, I think you've done an incredible job, especially when it comes to dealing with the pressure. Not only the ones from the fans, but also the pressure within yourself. So talk to me about how you stepped up. You had that massive glow up as a player, and how much you feel like you've grown throughout Masters Bangkok. 실반 선수 굉장히 부담도 많이 됐을 상황에서 너무 잘해줬어요. 정말 더할 나위 없이 잘해줬는데, 정말 실반 선수가 든든하게 해주고 알을 깨고 나온 것 같다라는 평가도 많이 나오고 있거든요. 선수로서의 어느 정도의 성장을 이뤄냈다고 스스로 느끼는지 그리고 이번 우승이 개인적으로 어떤 의미인지 궁금합니다.
일단 여기 방콕 와서 와가지고 저의 실력은 거의 한 90% 정도 올라갔다고 생각하고요. 그리고 지금 제가 첫 국제 대회인데 첫 오자마자 바로 트로피를 들어가지고 일단 거기에 너무 기쁘고 일단 앞으로도 계속 트로피는 될 것 같긴 한데 일단 첫 국제 대회에서 바로 트로피 되니까 너무 좋은 것 같습니다.
Well, I feel like in Masters Bangkok, I unlocked 90% of my full potential. So there's a lot more potential to be shown, a lot more that you can expect from me. But given that it's my first international tournament and I lifted my first global trophy, it feels good. But I see more trophies coming in the future. So I don't know. It feels really good. That's my lucky charm here.
และสำหรับคำถามนะครับผมสำหรับซิลวานะครับผมนั่นคือแรงกดดันที่เยอะมากๆจากทั้งทีมทั้งแฟนตัวเองนะครับผมต่างคนนะครับก็ต่างมีแรงกดดันเนาะซึ่งต้องถามก่อนนะครับว่าซิลวาเนี่ยรู้สึกยังไงนะครับซึ่งตอนนี้เขาก็บอกว่าเขาภาคภูมิใจมากเนื่องจากว่านี่เป็นทัวร์นาเมนต์แรกของเขาและนี่ก็เป็นถ้วยรางวัลระดับโลกอันแรกของเขาแล้ววันนี้เล่นไปแค่ 90% ของตัวเองเท่านั้นเนี่ยประสิทธิภาพยังมีให้อันล็อกอีกนะเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยเขามองเลยนะครับว่าอนาคตรอดูถ้วยเพิ่มขึ้นได้เลยครับ
And Stacks, 5 years in the making, but you've done it. And even before coming into Masters Bangkok, even before that first match, you said you have confidence in the team, you have faith in the team, that you guys can lift this trophy together. What was the source of your confidence and your faith in your teammates? 우승할 수 있을 거라고 팀원들에게 믿음이 있다고 대회 시작 전부터 얘기했잖아요. 우선 이 믿음의 원천이 어디서 오는 건지도 궁금하거든요.
일단 거짓말은 아니었고요. 우승할 수 있다는 게 저희가 연습하면서 저희가 우여곡절도 많았지만 저희 팀이 이제 제가 하는 콜들이나 제가 하고 싶었던 것들, 우리 팀원들이 하고 싶었던 것들이 다 모이면서 이 게임을 이 방콕 대회에서 질 수가 없다라는 걸 저희가 먼저 생각을 했고요.
비록 바이탈리티에서 처음에 패배를 했지만 그때조차도 저는 의심하지 않았고 저희 팀원들을 끝까지 믿고 저희를 믿어주신 분들 때문에 충분히 이길 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
Well, yeah, I really meant it when I said I believe that we can definitely win the whole thing. And it was just me looking at how my teammates were following my calls. They believed in my calls. And we had executes, and we had great comms and great friendship, great bonds. Everything just put together. It just made me feel like, why not us? We can definitely win this. And even after losing to Vitality in that opening match, I still had that faith in my teammates as well.
โอ้โหบอกเลยนะครับว่า 5 ปีนะครับผมที่ Stack ทำได้แล้วนะครับผมในวันนี้ถามว่าอะไรนะครับผมที่สามารถทำให้เขามั่นใจขนาดนั้นในการคว้าถ้วยนี้ได้เพราะตอนแรกเขาบอกไปแล้วว่าเขาจะต้องคว้าได้กับทีมนี้คำตอบเลยครับทุกครั้งที่เขาเล่นเขารู้สึกว่าเล่นกับเพื่อนเล่นแล้วมีความเชื่อใจกันเล่นแล้วมีการสื่อสารที่ดีเลยตั้งคำถามง่ายๆครับแล้วทำไมถึงไม่เป็นพวกเราล่ะแล้ววันนี้เขาทำได้แล้วครับ
But what about today? It was not easy. Did you ever doubt yourself?
이것도 전혀 의심 안 했고요. 저희도 우리가 질기자고 폴더 나왔었고 그리고 비록 마지막 맵에서 제가 엄청 자신이 있었거든요. 근데 제가 실수를 하거나 뭔가 마음에 안 드는 게 있으면은 제가 저희 팀원들한테 제발 지적을 해서 그걸로 어떻게 해서 만들어낼 테니까 그 효과 때문에 저는 진짜 이긴 것 같습니다.
Well, no. I was really confident in my calls and on the last map. And there were moments where I made a little bit of mistakes, but my teammates called me out on it, and I told them, please do so, because we can definitely win this. And it was those little moments that led up to this trophy.
โอ้โหแล้ววันนี้นะครับที่เขาคิดว่ามันน่าจะยากนะครับผมแต่ท้ายที่สุดแล้วเนี่ยก็ต้องบอกเลยนะครับว่าบางครั้งผมก็พลาดจริงๆแต่ท้ายที่สุดแล้วเพื่อนร่วมทีมช่วยกันนะครับบอกไม่เป็นไรเอาใหม่เอาทีละรอบครับผมจนตอนหลังได้ถ้วยมาเลยฮะ
And Autumn, our coach. Everyone thought this tournament was going to be all about Taeho, but you guys, you stuck to your own style and you played into your strength. Do you feel like this trophy is a reward to your creativity and how you believed in yourself? 이번 대회 태호와 메타를 누가 가장 잘 파악하느냐에 달려있다고 다들 말을 했었는데 T1은 T1만의 것들로 우승을 했거든요. 덕분에 더 의미 있는 우승일 것 같은데 어떻게 생각하시나요?
이게 탑 게임과 다르게 이 발로란트라는 게임이라서 가능한 거라 생각을 하고 저희처럼 이제 타격대 둘을 쓰거나 캐리로를 몰아줬을 때 잘 전략을 준비를 잘 하면은 이렇게 우승할 수 있다는 거를 보여줄 수 있어서 이 우승이 다른 팀들에게도 큰 의미로 다가왔으면 좋겠습니다.
I think honestly this was possible because it's Valorant, but I would like to show the world that you can definitely win with double duelist and sometimes having someone take that hyper carry role. I hope that I inspired other teams when it comes to the meta and composition, and it definitely means a lot.
สำหรับทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้นะครับผมเราคิดว่าจะเป็นทัวร์นาเมนต์ที่มีแต่เตโฮแล้วนะครับผมแต่สำหรับออทัมเองนะครับเขาเชื่อว่ามันไม่ใช่แบบนั้นนะเราสามารถมี strategy กลยุทธ์ใหม่ๆนะครับผมที่สามารถมี double duelist ก็ได้หรือว่าจะเป็น hyper carry สักคนหนึ่งเลยก็ได้คือผมรู้สึกว่ามันเป็น Valorant มันทำอะไรก็ได้และที่สำคัญที่สุดเลยผมรู้สึกว่าผมอยากให้คนทั้งโลกและทีมอื่นๆได้ลองสร้างสรรค์คอมใหม่ๆและวิธีการเล่นใหม่ๆเหมือนกันครับตอนนี้ผมรู้สึกภูมิใจมากครับ
And Carpe, over to you. I think you're very much part of the success as these guys over here. I see you supporting all of these players backstage and always hyping them up. So what does this trophy mean to you and how do you feel? How proud are you of your teammates? 카르페 선수도 정말 이 트로피에 많은 기여를 했습니다. 정말 뒤에서 묵묵히 서포트를 해주기도 했었고 정말 많은 것들을 해주는 모습을 볼 수 있었는데 지금 이 순간 스스로도 굉장히 자랑스러울 것 같거든요. 소감 들려주시죠.
일단 트로피 이게 들게 돼서 되게 행복하고요. 그리고 제가 팀에 조금이라도 도움이 됐다면 그것만으로 저는 만족합니다.
Well, it definitely feels like a dream to be lifting this trophy with these guys. And as long as I was part of this success, as long as I was able to help these guys, that's what matters for me.
ครับผมและสำหรับคาเป้เองนะครับผม ถึงแม้ว่าอาจจะไม่ได้ลงทุกเกมนะฮะแต่ว่าก็มีหนึ่งส่วนสำคัญเหมือนกันนะครับผมในการทำให้ในการยกถ้วยนี้ของ T1 เนี่ยเกิดขึ้นได้สำหรับทางคาเฟ่เองก็บอกว่ารู้สึกดีครับผมถึงแม้ว่าผมอาจจะไม่ได้เล่นจริงๆแต่ถึงแม้ว่าผมจะช่วยอะไรก็ตามได้ในกับเพื่อนร่วมทีมเนี่ยยังไงก็รู้สึกเป็นเกียรติครับเพราะนี่คือทีมของผมที่สามารถยกถ้วยได้ในวันนี้ครับ
And production's going to kill me for this, but Buzz wanted to say one last thing, so there you go, Buzz.
일단은 여기까지 오는데 너무 힘들었지만 저희 T1 직원분들도 너무 감사드리다고 말씀드리고 싶고 그리고 제가 감독님이 퍼시픽 준우승했을 때 꼭 자기가 세계대회 우승컵 하나 들어주겠다고 약속했었거든요. 그래서 그것도 너무 감사드리다 말씀드리고 싶고 제가 5년 동안 프로 하면서 이 자리에 쓸 수 있게 도움 주신 분들이 너무 많아서 그래서 꼭 말씀드려야 될 것 같아서 일단은 젠지의 먼치킨 형한테도 너무 감사드리다고 말씀하고 싶고 그리고 DRX의 코칭 감독님들 너무 감사드리다 말씀드리고 싶고 그리고 유정선 코치님도 감사드리다 말씀드리고 싶고 제타 손선호 형도 고맙다고 한마디 드리고 싶고요. 그리고 크레이지 라쿤의 파반 코치님도 너무 감사드리다고 말씀드리고 싶습니다.
You're really testing my memory here. But yeah, what Buzz said, I couldn't have done this alone. I would like to thank the T1 org and also other coaches and coaching staff and fellow players whom he mentioned. You can look it up later. To help me get over here. 5 years, it's been a long, tough journey. Couldn't have done it without them. And when we played second in Pacific Kickoff, Autumn told me, hey, don't worry, I'm gonna get you that trophy. We're gonna win it together. And I am very grateful for Autumn for believing in me and my teammates as well. And that's it from Buzz. Now, congratulations, T1, once again. So we heard it from our champions, but stick around because we will be announcing our MVP in a while. We'll see you soon.
And that was your Verizon post-match interview, and a massive congratulations to T1, your Masters Bangkok champions. You're hearing everyone in the back lose their dang minds. It's awesome stuff here. And as Jen said, make sure you stick around because we're going to be awarding the MVP in just a little bit. But folks, I mean, guys, this was wow. Best final, right?
I mean, an insane final. And actually, one of the truly great matches of this tournament that couldn't have come at a better time. Both teams had 3 championship points spread out between the final 2 maps. G2 just could not grasp onto their opportunities. T1 finally able to convert on the 3rd.
Yeah, there's been moments where, for example, seeing the Abyss, seeing finally that new composition, seeing a match that we had not seen so far, especially in a tournament where we had such little teams, to get this quality, to get this many overtimes. This crowd deserved that.
Who would have thought, though, after how low T1 was rated coming into this tournament, that this 10th tournament would be the one for Stax and Buzz to finally win a trophy together. The first one where they're off of that DRX organization, and they do it in 5 maps, in overtime in the last 2. Just such an incredible journey from beginning to end.
Yeah, without a doubt. And of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't, give commiserations, of course, to G2 on an incredible tournament.
هم. الو 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 الو. بعد